Cardinals podcast, your premier Arizona Cardinal podcast. Like and subscribe. Leave us a 5-star wherever you get your programming. Johnny Venerable Bo Brock, PHNX in downtown Phoenix. Welcome in to our day 2 coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. And our precious Redbirds just minutes away, being on the clock with pick 33. And Bo, a lot of tasty insight here atop day 2.
Yeah, you've got some tasty bits coming our way.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah.
Tasty bits? But look, can we see if Monti Ossenfort can continue to cook up the aggressiveness that we saw yesterday, trading down for a haul of picks, trading back into the top 10, getting his guy in Paris Johnson Jr. that we were fortunate enough to meet with today. I think the Cardinals absolutely nailed the first round of the draft, but there's a lot more to it, right? We've seen general managers that could thrive in round 1. It's sometimes easy with top prospects on the board. It gets a little tougher when you have to kind of rely on your scouting and figure out who those maybe lesser known prospects are going to translate at the NFL level. And I think Monti Ossenfort is built for this.
Absolutely. If you saw how cutthroat he was yesterday, buckle up. I got tipped off earlier today. There has been 4+ teams contacting the Arizona Cardinals in an attempt to trade up, and the Cardinals are open for business. Now, does that assure everybody here that the Cardinals are going to make a trade? Not necessarily, but I think we have seen this team time and time again under Monti Ossenfort last night and into today suggest that they want picks now and in the future. I would not be surprised if they secured an additional 2024 draft pick. I don't think they love anybody enough to go nuts at 33. I think they'll consider somebody, but I think their wheelhouse right now is going to operate such as trading down 10 to 15 picks, recouping a 4th, and taking, hopefully, the best interior offensive lineman. There's a group, Bo, of about 4 to 5 guys: O'Cyrus Torrence, Steve Avila, Luke Wypler, Joe Tippmann, John Michael Schmitz. 4 to 5 prospects that you could trade down and still manage to score one of those. And if you're thinking to yourself, they're going to go offensive line again, the Cardinals like this draft class. They don't love it, but they like a lot these interior offensive linemen. They worked out a bunch in their top 30 pre-draft visits. Don't force a pick on the defensive line just because that unit, let's call it, is lackluster.
Right. And look, if you were looking for a change of pace and overcorrection and to go completely different than the previous regime, this is the draft. This is the type of draft that everybody's been craving as Cardinals fans, to where they go offensive line heavy. And you can start to lock in now as we're in the second round and beyond. It's 4-year contracts. You can get a guard, potentially a center of the future that you're going to have on this roster for the next 4 seasons. That's exciting. And I think that Monti Ossenfort can be patient. He can be aggressive as far as maybe trading down because of the luxury of who is on the board now. You still have a first-round caliber guard and O'Cyrus Torrence that somebody could want to move up and get, and he can take advantage of that and then still get the player in position filled that he wants to by these prospects, this deep class of prospects that are still there.
A couple things I've heard: even if the Pittsburgh Steelers were to trade down, that does not mean the Cardinals also don't have a trade partner or multiple. And I'm also hearing, Bo Brock, that the price to go up with Pittsburgh is steep. I don't know if the Cardinals, if it's as steep, depending on how far you have to drop. Does that lead you to believe maybe Pittsburgh is going to stick and pick the ex-Steelers' son and Joey Porter Jr.? I don't know how much the Cardinals love Joey Porter Jr. or a lot of these top cornerbacks. They might, but they're not showing their hand one way or the other. I also think, and we talked about this with Benjamin Albright back at the Combine, and I had it reaffirmed to me today. You go look back at the Eagles' 2021 draft, and they went offensive heavy, and that was the first year Jonathan Gannon was the defensive coordinator for that team in Philadelphia. Gannon said, you put the pressure on me. Give me everything that's left over. Use those premium picks on offense, and we'll get it turned around. And basically, in about 18 months, Gannon had that unit 70-plus sacks, 17, 18 interceptions. I would not be surprised if the Cardinals are using that same approach. Let's take care of the big heavies. Let's take care of the offensive line. Let's get Kyler Murray's protection situated. I'll develop some mid to late round players in the back 7 of the defense. If there's a defensive lineman to be had, sure. But I would not be surprised if that's their strategy, Bo
And
Brock.
I'll be your sacrificial lamb, right? I'll take it.
That's
I'll
right.
wear it for your, I know people are going to, especially in a market like Philly, but in the NFL, you're going to take heat. You're a defensive-minded coach. Why is the defense underperforming? Well, you're going to probably see that the personnel isn't going to be one that's going to stack up against, what NFL offenses are bringing at you. So they could struggle defensively, but for the sake of the Arizona Cardinals, figuring out the offense and truly creating a strength on the offensive line, setting up Kyler Murray for success, maybe adding some size to the wide receiver room, maybe adding a running back. The Cardinals have 4 picks today, as you mentioned. Could they trade down, add more to that? I mean, and you can certainly, you'll be armed with enough to start to kind of chip away at that. Like you said, that Philly class, it was an impressive one. I mean, especially when you look at the success that they had this past season, making their way all the way to the Super Bowl and how they were set up for that. And everybody made the argument like Jonathan Gannon had a stacked deck. Well, they did that the following offseason.
Right. That first year, he was working without a full deck. So this is what we're hearing from Tony Pauline. Does a phenomenal job, NFL Draft Insider, that the Tennessee Titans, a team that Monti Ossenfort worked for last year, the last 2 years, have an interest, a significant one, in Hendon Hooker, which would lead you to believe they would probably have to go up to get Hendon Hooker, a top round 2. And if they're not trading with Pittsburgh, why not make a phone call to your ex-assistant general manager? I believe that Tennessee is picking at 41, Bo Brock.
Mm-hmm.
If they were able to seal the deal on a trade, I think at minimum you'd probably look at their 4th round pick. I don't think you could get a 3rd from dropping 33 to 41, but maybe a 4th and a 5th. You could recoup a lot of those picks you lost tomorrow. And at 41, I'm just speculating here, certainly could still get a quality interior offensive lineman.
Sounds good to Cardinals fans. It should, right? A pick swap in the 2nd round and then adding more draft capital to that.
Absolutely.
And I think that's music to everybody's ears, and the aggressiveness could pay off again, and then having the luxury of waiting and taking advantage of teams that feel like they need to go up and get guys. Those quarterback-hungry teams continue to be there in the 2nd round with 2 quarterbacks on the board. And then players, we can bring up maybe our draft board here, our big board, who's remaining, who was left of the 1st round caliber guys. We mentioned Joey Porter Jr. You've got John Michael Schmitz, if somebody wants their center of the future. You've got Michael Mayer, the tight end, who's on the board. You've got O'Cyrus Torrence. They're teams that could fall in love with these guys. No longer is it, hey, we need to go up and get a quarterback. It's teams that have scouted these guys and want them on their roster and are willing to pay not a significant price, but a price to be paid and get up there.
Albert Breer reporting something that we've doubled down on now. Arizona's getting action at 33 because Pittsburgh's asking price at 32 is significant. Something we just confirmed, which probably leads you to believe they're going Joey Porter Jr. at pick 32. Cardinals are getting action. Titans and Bills, this is according to Albert Breer of SI, discussed a deal last night for 27 before Kincaid slipped. Titans are trying to get up, presumably for Hendon Hooker. If the Steelers pick, it's going to be Joey Porter Jr. as a name to watch. Tennessee's Jalen Hyatt is a polarizing prospect, but teams are comping him from a range of Devontae Smith to Travis Benjamin. So we could see an early run on receivers. Yeah, that's a big gap. But Albert Breer confirming what we've already told you. The Cardinals.
No, did you say Devontae Smith and Kelvin Benjamin?
Travis Benjamin. Travis Benjamin.
Okay.
I'm going to make a prediction right now. I think Steelers stick and pick. I think they take the corner. They go with the value pick. And I think the Cardinals then say, we're open for business, Tennessee. What do you have for us? Pittsburgh, of course, has an opportunity. After the 1st round, they traded up. And they got the tackle at Broderick Jones out of Georgia. So, here we go. This was from Chicago.
This was the earlier trade with Chase Claypool. So they're just showing how they got this pick.
Yeah, not a great trade.
So this is Chicago's pick.
Right. This is not in the moment
And they're on the clock, and they're about 6 minutes before the selection is due here, and we'll see if they do stick and pick. And you're saying that it feels like that's what they're going to do.
Well, I don't know that definitively, but everything on the Twitter streets would lead you to believe that their asking price is high because they want to be talked out of the Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
And a physical kid.
It makes a lot of sense, but here it plays to the Cardinals' advantage. If they're gonna try to tap into his dad wearing that uniform and playing at a high level, and then you got to go get him and utilize such a valuable pick. It's such an advantage for the Arizona Cardinals that they have to buy into this.
Yeah, it also leads you to believe that the Cardinals are looking at 2023 as let's just try to get young players on the field. We don't have to be reactionary. This franchise does not have to go all in a singular draft. We're not going to try to plug every hole with Band-Aids, right? We're going to try to recoup as many assets, quality assets as we can, but we're not going to have a watered-down approach either, a la trading up, as Mario said, for Paris Johnson Jr. Cardinals could have watered down and said, we're going to go to 12. We're going to keep trading down. They said, no. We found what we think is a franchise caliber left tackle. somebody we can get a fifth-year option on. And so I would not be surprised, just like yesterday, trading down, then trading back up with one of those three, what ends up being a compensatory pick at the end of the third round, Bo.
And there were people yesterday that said, what are the Cardinals doing, giving up that extra 2 that they got from the Texans?
Yep.
And heard it from Paris Johnson Jr. himself. There were teams that were telling him that if he was going to be there, and there were teams in front of the Arizona Cardinals at 12, that they were going to pick him off the board as early as 6. Or Ian Rappaport saying that if he's there, was it him or was it Wright at 7 with the Vegas Raiders, if he's on the board, that they would have selected him? Atlanta was in the conversation.
Atlanta, Chicago, and the Las Vegas Raiders all were sniffing around. He would not have made it to pick 12. It was a pipe dream, and I get it. A lot of people aren't putting Paris Johnson Jr. in the Penei Sewell category, and that's okay. But I think you look at Paris Johnson Jr. and his floor, I think, is a solid left tackle, and his ceiling is somebody that can be elite. And this franchise, especially, they've rolled the dice on character concerns. They've had explosive busts, blow up in their face. I mean, you'd be way worse off than taking somebody like Paris Johnson Jr. in the top 10.
Yeah, Ryan pointing out, Joey Porter was a Cardinal as well at the end of his career. I think the final season he played in the league was wearing the Cardinals red and white. 91 Claycomb saying that Rap Sheet is echoing what you were reporting, Johnny, that 3+ teams, including Washington, trying to move up. You're saying it's 4.
I heard 4 as of about 4 hours ago.
3+, that qualifies.
Yeah, that qualifies.
But let me say this, as far as Monti Ossenfort yesterday, and his ability to really to negotiate with one team and one team only.
Yeah.
And there was no other team that was negotiating for the 3rd overall pick, to get the haul that he got. And then also to kind of have the pulse of what's going on with the draft, and knowing that he had to go back up and get Paris Johnson, and knowing that there was going to be a little bit of a run on tackles.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just masterful what he pulled off yesterday. Can he continue that magic today?
Oh, I think so.
And beyond?
I think there's less pressure today, because I think after the news came out, we're not going to harp on it too much, but the news came out that you talk about the losing 28 spots in the 3rd round, then turning around and saying, okay, CJ Stroud goes 2nd. I lost some leverage to pull that off. He's playing. I think he's playing with house money today. I really do. I think you look at the talent that's available. You look at the positions that they're picking. You look at Steelers. The pick is in.
No trade.
I'm going to tell you right now, the Arizona Cardinals are. I feel very confident they're going to trade this pick. I think Steelers were asking a lot because they wanted Joey Porter Jr. and that's totally fine. Like you mentioned, it plays into the Cardinals' hand. But going back to the conversation yesterday into today, this is a guy who is going to be aggressive. He learned from Bill Belichick and the Patriots. He learned from, I think, high-level execs in Tennessee. He did not seem overwhelmed. And when was the last time an Arizona executive went into the draft and took advantage of other teams? It's never happened. And now it's like you have a guy who's calculated. I mean, that felt very Patriot-esque yesterday, taking advantage of teams that were desperate. I mean, Houston, I like Will Anderson Jr. That's not a smart trade. Trading future draft capital into next year, a 1 where you don't know where that pick's going to be, for a linebacker, an outside pass rusher, that's a good player. It's a good player, but it's not your franchise quarterback. Very, very reactionary, and the Cardinals took advantage. And they were, I mean, at the end of the day, Cardinal fans were gifted last night because of the shit season they had to endure in 2022. And now we're reaping the benefits in 2023 and beyond.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you have to appreciate the poise that Monti Ossenfort showed with the seconds just ticking down at 3rd overall and then getting back. And then you see like the in the war room that the team provided on their social media accounts, and how assertive he was on the phone with the newest Cardinal and Paris Johnson Jr. And it's like, you had the old regime. They were like, they wanted to be his buddy, the player's buddy, where it was just like, Monti Ossenfort was like, here's why we drafted you. We're excited for you. Go thank the people that got you here. Let's go to work mentality.
Because the Cardinals lost their way on how to treat people and be respectful, and it was a fast and loose franchise. And now you've got Pittsburgh making the pick. Alan Faneca, ex-Cardinal, who looks like
it is Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, so Arizona Cardinals on the clock, and they've got every opportunity now to try to. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question, Bo, with this pick being in, to secure an additional 3rd round pick, depending on how far you go down.
Well, according to Adam Schefter, he's saying despite the interest they received for the opening pick in the 2nd round from teams, the Steelers kept it and drafted Joey Porter Jr. out of Penn State. Perfect the next Porter in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
What their asking price was. But were they just dead set on a guy? I mean, that's what you're starting to see.
I think so. I think they were dead set on Joey Porter Jr., and I think it played to the Cardinals' advantage. I think now is the start of the second round, because typically this pick is traded by a team at the top of the day too, because they have all day to field offers. And they could have traded this pick well before the start of the draft tonight. The Cardinals must have had a hankering that this was going to go down. Fielding phone calls. I don't know if it's going to be for Hendon Hooker or for a quarterback, but it just we're seeing now these premium positions that the Cardinals are targeting. I mean, none of these guards went in the bottom half of the first round last night. If you're Ossenfort, you're like, okay, I can risk going down 10 to 15 spots. I'm going to get a guy who can help us this year.
Well, and guards is a position that's not considered a premium position, and it's when you look at some of these teams in the bottom half of the draft, some of them have that spot taken care of. And you saw a lot of the teams at the bottom half of the first round also look to their defensive front. You see a couple Clemson guys go, Georgia player go, and Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
And they were taking advantage of some guys who played at a high level that maybe there were some question marks for some teams that had more needs, and they were able to take that risk. But now maybe without the emphasis on premium positions, we'll see a run on guards potentially.
Yeah, I think it's such a deep group of center/guards, and we're going to see corners, guards, and wide receivers, and a couple tight ends. It's not a great defensive end class right now. A lot of those guys got picked over. It's not a great defensive tackle class, period. The Cardinals have 3 minutes left remaining. We saw Monti Ossenfort use 9 of his 10 minutes last night to make his trade. So, again, I wouldn't read too much into the fact the Cardinals haven't made a trade yet. That doesn't mean they're going to make a trade. I would just be surprised if it doesn't happen. You got 2:43 left on the clock here to find a trade partner.
Ian Rappaport reporting Cardinals now talking trade possibilities at number 33. Yeah, so Monty is working the phones again. Everybody just hold off. Calm down. Let Monty cook. Let's do it. Let's get the Toy Story, the Woody meme here.
Yeah.
Let's let him cook and see what comes here from Monti Ossenfort. Worked his magic.
I think, has he bought a lot of credibility with Cardinal fans
Absolutely.
that he maybe didn't have 12 to 24 hours ago?
Absolutely. I see everybody in the chat here. Let's go, Monty. Everybody loves this. Talking trades, absolutely, Jalen Blair. That's what's going on with the Cardinals. We'll see if they pull off a deal here. Trade down, get more picks.
The Cardinals sending 33 to the Tennessee Titans. The Titans are coming up, 4-pick 33. Something we telegraphed at the top of the show. Is it Hendon Hooker time for the folks in Tennessee 2.0? Does he go from Knoxville to Nashville, Bo Brock?
It's interesting. I mean, finally we can put it to bed, right? That Tennessee was going to trade up with the Cardinals for a quarterback. We thought it was going to happen in the first round. It happens here in the second round. Who was reporting that? I haven't even seen the actual report. Johnny Venerable. He said it at the top of the show. Right. That's who it was. Now this is a slam dunk move. We'll see what the compensation is, but you probably have a second round pick swap. Look at the war room. We're looking at the war room. You've got Jonathan Gannon just sitting back watching his guy Monti Ossenfort work and pulling off deals to create more draft capital for this team that's rebuilding. I'm sorry, JG, I'm using that word that you cringe at. But look, accumulating more.
Can it be a mini rebuild? Mini rebuild can take 4 or 5 months.
The way that it becomes a mini rebuild is if you hit on your picks in this draft, you get the future draft capital and you start to expedite things. This is a fantastic move. Once again, Monti Ossenfort pulling one off. The Cardinals get 41, pick swap in the second round, and then 72 overall.
Ooh, third round pick. Now we're talking, baby. That is a phenomenal. If you look at the trade chart, the trade value chart, to go from 32 to 41, Bo Brock, I think that they overpaid. I think the Titans overpaid. That's a fantastic value pick for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to go to the trade value chart right now, which was coined by the great Jimmy Johnson. If you look at it, Cardinals they had the value of, not to get too technical, they had the value of roughly $580. The Titans had the value of $490. So that's about 90 points. Pick 71. Pick 71's worth over 200 points. There's a QB tax even when it's in the second round, Bo Brock. And the Arizona Cardinals continue to fleece teams.
Yeah.
Monti Ossenfort, I don't know what more you can say. I mean, the players got to pan out. They got to kick ass on the field. Masterclass.
You've never been more excited in 2 consecutive days that your team traded down.
There are more parameters to this. The Titans get 33 and 81. The Cardinals get 41 and 72. So they had to kick them number 81.
Okay, so they Okay, so it's kind of a swap.
So it's not as bountiful as I would have thought.
So they swapped seconds and thirds.
They did, yeah.
Okay.
So the Cardinals moved up, it looks like, about 9 spots in the third round to make this trade.
And they still have 3 third-round picks to where they can move with those two. You think they make all 3 third-round picks tonight?
I don't.
Yeah. But let's.
I don't love that trade as much as I initially did. Because you didn't
It's
recoup
the beginning of the night, Johnny.
You didn't recoup a pick that I thought you would have recouped. Hang on. Pick 33 and 81. Titans get 41, 72, and a 2024 third-round pick. So the Cardinals are getting a third next year.
Okay.
So there's your extra pick.
There you go.
For a second, it didn't make a lot of sense. Sorry, we're getting information.
But here's what I want not to get lost on anybody. The 3 deals that the Arizona Cardinals have made have significant ties to their new front office.
Correct.
Will Levis is off the board.
Yikes.
Matt giving us the selection there. The Kentucky quarterbacks, his slide, it ends. He's staying nearby. He went to Kentucky. He's going to Tennessee now. He's going to be potentially the next Titans starting quarterback. Whatever. Good for them. That's Titans' problem now.
Yeah.
As far as, Monti Ossenfort, giving back to my previous point, Monti Ossenfort worked with Nick Caserio.
He did.
Who's the Texans GM for many years in New England.
Yep.
And he was able to dial him up when they were sitting on the clock at 3 and get a significant haul to trade down from 3 to 12. Look at this smug face from Will Levis. Is that the guy you want for your quarterback?
You got to be 100% sure that Hooker from Tennessee is not going to be a good player.
Then you have your assistant general manager, and Dave Sears spent 16 years in Detroit. And, man, are they missing him at this point if you watched how they navigated the first round.
That's an underthrown ball right there on the broadcast. Will Levis, is he going to fight Mike Vrabel by the end of the year? I don't know how these personalities are going to get along.
They can either get along or clash.
Yeah.
There's no in between. That's for sure.
Okay, so give me your thoughts on the trade compensation.
Yeah. So the Arizona Cardinals, they trade down from 33 to 41. They get a future third-round pick, and then there's basically a pick swap in the third round.
Yep.
Where they're getting, 72? They're going up from 81 to 72.
Yeah. So they're dropping down this year, but moving up slightly in the third. But then they get a third next year. They get a third next year. I mean, they have 2 additional thirds next year. So you talk about, are they also going to get a comp pick or 2 from the loss of Byron Murphy and Zach Allen? This is something that we echoed before the top of the show. I was excited. I thought they got 72 outright. That was not the case. However, we know they like this draft. They don't love it, right?
Yeah.
And so next year you're operating already with 2 1s, a second, and 3 3s, and that's before compensatory picks. I mean, they're going to be able to operate and add a bunch of talent in a short period of time. That is how you expedite a rebuild. It's not spending a bunch of money in free agency. It's not trading for veteran players. They're going to have cheap assets that can come in and help this team, assuming they spend it on the right kind of guys.
Absolutely. That's the biggest key. We've seen him do it once so far. He got his guy in the first round in Paris Johnson Jr., and maybe he stays aggressive, and he feels if there's a run here, obviously you're going to have you'll probably have 2 quarterbacks go between obviously this pick with Will Levis and then maybe Hendon Hooker before they're on the clock again at 41. But if anybody comes within striking distance of maybe some of these prospects that they've identified that they like, just like they like Paris Johnson Jr., maybe he has the draft capital to get back up. But I doubt that's going to happen this time around. But to your point, as far as next year, what they got the Texans future first and third, and now this extra third. I mean, those are some big time. Your day 1 and 2 next year already setting you up for success.
Yeah, Texans, you have their third. You have the Titans third now. 2 teams that might be starting rookie quarterbacks that might not be very good. The Detroit Lions selection is in. Roger Goodell at the podium.
They ran up, get this one done.
They were excited about the pick. And I'm going to tell you right now, they take Sam Laporta, tight end, Iowa. I'd love to see a run on tight ends right now, Bo Brock.
All right.
Interesting.
Detroit's just awful draft continues with Michael Mayer still on the board.
Yeah.
They take Sam Laporta out of Iowa. So they've taken 2 prospects out of Iowa.
They have.
And they took the running back out of Alabama with their top selection, Jahmyr Gibbs. It's like Jahmyr Gibbs, you got the linebacker out of Iowa, and they usually play pretty well at the next level. And then you take a tight end. I mean, Dallas Clark, George Kittle both went to Iowa.
they have a very specific way of how they do things, and you can't fault them. They've
They
done a nice
Dave Sears.
job.
I think we can admit that at this point in the draft. They missed Dave Sears.
They do miss Dave Sears.
And he's probably giggling in the Cardinals war room like, what are we doing here? But and man, I'm glad I'm with Monti Ossenfort. So the Detroit Lions just continue their comedy of errors as far as this draft goes. And it's just good for the Cardinals as they trade down, and now they're waiting for their second-round selection at 41.
Yeah.
And when you have teams take massive missteps like this, it just plays more and more into their favor.
If you're looking into compensatory picks, the Cardinals are going to get a comp pick for Zach Allen with a fourth-round selection. So that's basically been solidified by our friends at overthecap.com. So an update right now on the Cardinals draft haul for 2024. You also remember that didn't the Philadelphia Eagles kick the Cardinals a fifth for the tampering issue? I think the Cardinals have an additional fifth. So as of right now, check my math, 2 firsts, a second, 3 thirds, 2 fourths, 2 fifths, a 6th, and a 7th for the Arizona Cardinals right now.
Let me double check that. So the Arizona Cardinals get a Philadelphia's 5th round selection in 2024.
Okay.
So Monti Ossenfort, as far as next year's draft, is already added 3 picks.
So they've got, I'm going to count right here. This is not good broadcasting, but I'm trying to do this in the moment so I can give you guys the most accurate breakdown. So they've got a 6th and a 7th. I'm assuming they haven't lost those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're up to 12 picks for next year. Okay. Now, I don't know if they're going to make all those picks, but
it gives you the firepower to move up, do whatever you want. I mean, it's the draft that people are projecting right now, where you've got Caleb Williams and Drake May, the quarterback out of UNC right now, is 1 and 2, and Marvin Harrison Jr., the 3 top prospects in this draft. A lot's going to change between now and then.
Yep.
But, and a lot's going to change as far as this Cardinals organization and what their needs are going to be and what they're going to be staring down as far as this next draft. But they can pretty much set themselves up to do anything they want. They could do what Houston did. You don't want them to do what the Houston Texans did, but they had the ability to do that because of all the draft capital that they were able to accumulate in the previous years.
I still think that they end up sometime on day 3 picking in the 4th and the 5th round, don't you? Feels like with 1 or 2 of those picks at the end of the 3rd that they trade back. I know they'd love to take a back at some point. They'd love to add to their DB room that they haven't added to yet. And I think one of these early picks, whether it's 71 or hopefully 41, is going to be reserved for the center of the future. So I do think that they're not going to want to sit around until the 6th and the 7th round tomorrow. But their splurge for next year is going to be immense. And I don't want to talk too much about next year because we're living in the now. But they're going to be able to manipulate whatever the hell they want.
JG says you are where your feet are.
That's right.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good JG.
I'm into the 12 picks next year, including I think 5 within the first 3 rounds. I mean,
let's talk 41.
Let's talk
have
41.
Some fun.
Yeah, let's do it.
We've been exhausting, the future draft capital. And it's great. It's awesome. But let's talk about potential prospects that are going to be sitting there for the Arizona Cardinals, ripe for the picking. I see in the chat, people are already saying John Michael Schmitz. I agree with you, Michael. That would be great to get your center in the future.
Fantastic.
Steve Avila as well, the guard, a guy that projects to be one of the best guards in this draft. You still have O'Cyrus Torrence on the board.
Yep.
Some really, really intriguing prospects on the offensive line. And then we're seeing Tony Pauline saying the interest as far as Luke Wypler. Like, if anybody could overtake John Michael Schmitz is the consensus top center in this draft, it could be a guy like Wypler, the youngest of the class, probably one of the most athletic centers in this draft.
We've heard that the Buffalo Bills have significant interest in Luke Wypler, and they hold the 55th overall pick. So Wypler at 41, some people might call it a reach. Here's what you have to understand. If you're taking your center of the future, somebody who's going to – they don't have a center on the roster worth a damn.
We have a trade. So the Raiders traded a 2nd-round pick to the Colts in exchange for 38 and a 5th-round pick.
You got to think this is Hooker.
No, this is a Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame.
Oh, okay. They're going all in with Jimmy G. Good luck with that, at least for the 7 games he's healthy with. If you're going to take a center, it's okay to overdraft a center. That person's going to call protections for you. I mean, Creed Humphreys went late 2nd round. I don't think the Cardinals have the luxury, Bo, of passing on a center at 41 and waiting until 71. I could be wrong. They could be sitting there. It's a long time to wait for a player that you covet. Now they have the ammunition. They want to use a 3rd-round pick and come up to get somebody, but they don't have a center on the roster. And they're already going to start Paris Johnson Jr. Rip the Band-Aid off. Start a rookie center. Then by Halloween, he knows all the protections. He's seen, 8 games, and you can smoothly insert Kyler Murray into the roster. The offensive line, that's where the value is right now. And we're 3-4 picks in. There haven't been an offensive lineman taken yet. Nope. This is saddling up perfectly for Monti Ossenfort.
Does it saddle up to where you could even trade down again? I mean, I just don't know if there's going to be a team willing to move up.
Yeah.
But do you get greedy? Do you continue to just
I
kick
think
that can down the road?
Maybe a smaller trade down for a pick tomorrow.
If we're starting to see as far as what you're getting in return, they got a 5th. In this deal with the Cowboys, or with the Colts and the Raiders.
I think there's a better chance they trade up with one of those thirds, and then I could see at the end of today, Bo, somebody wants to come up, you trade down to like the top of the 4th, and then you get a 5th, or you get 2 5ths.
What do you think about this draft haul for the?
I don't like it.
Raiders?
I think this is
Tyree Wilson and Michael Mayer,
one of the most underwhelming draft classes we've seen.
Really?
I'm not a big Mayers guy, and we know we're not in love with Tyree and his foot.
Let's take a look at Han's super chat here. $4.99 super chat first of the night. Thank you so much. Good call, gang. Han. There hasn't been a single great team in the NFL without a very good center. Not one.
Nope.
And there's 4 centers in this class that I think could turn out to be starting caliber.
I think the 3 names you look at for this pick that are connected with the team. I like John Michael Schmitz.
Mm-hmm.
He has not had a pre-draft visit with the Cardinals, and that could mean nothing. I think you look at
talked to him at the combine.
They did, but they didn't use a pre-draft visit with him. They met with Steve Avila. They really like Luke Wypler, according to Tony Pauline. Mm-hmm. He doubled down on that today. And then Joe Tippmann is another guy they've had interest in. He's 6'6". He's the center from Wisconsin. Those are going to be, I think, the 3 targets. Maybe not at 41. And if this team goes corner, I'm going to lose my mind. But Keelee
Why would
Ringo,
you lose your mind on that?
I'm not a huge fan of these guys that are left over. I think if you're going to take a corner, you'd probably take Joey Porter Jr. Keelee Ringo, benefited greatly, I think, from Georgia's front 7. I think this is the year you go all in on your offensive line, and it sets the tone for the kind of football team you want to be. You look at Tennessee, Cleveland, and Philadelphia, the 3 franchises this team's trying to emulate based on their hirings. They move people around. They invested in their fronts. And I like Marco Wilson more than most. Steve Avila to the LA Rams.
That's a bummer.
That is a bummer.
By trading down, you do give the ability to a division rival to kickstart their rebuild, and I think that's going to be important for Monti Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon to stay just a bit ahead of where the Rams are in their rebuild, because you talk about 2 of the worst rosters in the NFL. The Rams still do have Cooper Kupp. We'll see what happens with Matthew Stafford and then an aging Aaron Donald. Mm-hmm. But for them to get a guy in the second round, it's kind of a bummer. But
that's frustrating.
You still have O'Cyrus Torrence there. Yeah. Was that 36th overall?
I mean,
37th overall?
We talked about it. He dominated Michigan's defensive line in the Fiesta Bowl. He, I think, was one of the most underrated players in college football based on where he went to school. I would put him up against Skoronski in terms of his ability to get nasty at the line of scrimmage and extend to the second level of a defense. That's disappointing. Not only because he's gone, but because you got to watch him now play for the LA Rams. He's a great prospect. I don't know if he'll be a great pro. And if the Cardinals find their center at 41, I'll feel much better about it. But that's tough. That's the first kind of loss we felt this today, because you see in tight ends and corners, and I think we're going to have a run on the tiny receivers now. No more interiors, please. No more interior offensive linemen.
Jalen Blair putting up some good corners in this draft.
Yep.
Garrett Williams from Syracuse, Julius Brents from Kansas State. Some good corners there. You like Brent's size, right? DJ Turner out of Michigan. Good call, Kenny. But Steve Avila goes, and then Seattle's on the clock next. Then you've got the Colts who traded down.
Yep.
Carolina, New Orleans, and then the Arizona Cardinals at 41.
Yeah. Cardinals are coming up quick again. I mean, it's not too much longer. I could see Seattle addressing their interior offensive line. Unfortunately, Indy's O-line is terrible. I mean, you've got some teams now that are threatening. If they start going off the board quick and there's a little bit of a mini run on interiors, you can't hesitate here. You got to take somebody. Even if you feel like Wypler's a reach at 41, I say you take him, because what is going to be available at 71 to help your franchise quarterback at center? I don't know. It's a little dicey.
It's crazy that we're talking that they're going to go back-to-back offensive line picks, though, potentially. I mean, that would be...
We know that's the position they valued in their pre-draft visits, and I don't know. They could go a different direction, absolutely.
If they were to go a different direction, who do you like?
I know they like Jonathan Mingo. They worked him out. This would break if they didn't take a receiver. It would be the first time since 2017 they didn't use a top first or second round pick on a receiver. Maybe the defensive tackle out of Wisconsin,
Keanu Benton.
I wouldn't hate that pick. I wonder about his upside. Same with like Mozzie Smith, high floor.
Yeah,
but can he rush from the interior as a 3 or 5 technique? I don't know. But
I think Benton is actually more of a boomer bust guy.
Yeah.
So you look at the tape and right now you just kind of see highlights and you see, man, this guy's an absolute animal, just ferocious run stopper. And then you're like, why is he so far from the top defensive tackle taken in Jalen Carter? And there's a disparity there. So it's as far as the consistency, but because how thin that position is, it might not be the worst pick, even though the entire draft, right, is probably going to be more, if it does resemble that 2021 Philly draft, more offensive heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Cyrus Torrence is not somebody they use the top 30 draft visit on, and he doesn't play center. Would you say that takes him away from a possibility of being drafted by the Cardinals?
No, I mean, it takes away your ability to get a good look at your top 2 picks seeing significant snaps in 2023, barring an injury to a veteran, right?
Yep.
Because when you look at the offensive line, they already started to flood that position with numbers. Now, that doesn't mean that any of the guys that they signed, from the Dennis Dailies of the world to the Elijah Wilkersons, have any business making this team, and they're not going to take snaps for these guys. But when you look at who they re-signed Calvin Beachum. He started every game last year. You have Will Hernandez coming back for the right guard spot. You brought back DJ Humphries, who has a chance to get back to his left tackle spot.
Yeah.
Really, the center and left guard spot are the only spots left open. So if you want to get Paris Johnson Jr. spot, do you put him in the left guard? I don't think it stops you or deters you. It just takes away the ability to get these guys hitting the ground running and starting right away, or playing right away.
I have no confidence in this pre-existing offensive line.
Sure, and you shouldn't.
That anybody's going to stay healthy. Yeah. DJ Humphries is not healthy yet. I love Kelvin Beachum. I mean, he's on his last legs. He's signed a 2-year contract for very little money. Will Hernandez is on a 2-year deal for very little money. He's year to year. He got hurt last year.
Had an edge go off the board.
Yeah, Derek Hall, the outside linebacker, defensive end for Auburn. Nice player, stand-up player. Second team All-SEC, 7 sacks last year. He's fine. That's a little bit of a underwhelming pick. I had him as a top 50 player. I think before pick 40, a little bit of a reach there for Seattle. Again, I am bullish on these interior offensive linemen, and looks like this. A trade. The Colts are trading with the Atlanta Falcons now.
So the Colts traded down with the Raiders.
Yeah.
And now they're trading back up. So they're going from 44 to 38.
You got to think this is a defensive player. Atlanta's offense, they've invested a ton in their offense. Their defense is a sieve. It's terrible. They have no defensive linemen to speak of. Their linebacker play is below average. Free agency, they added a bunch of, receivers. They added Taylor Heineke. You got to think this is a defensive player, and it keeps the options open for the Cardinals to get an interior lineman.
I mean, they went veteran defensive players all offseason long. They made the big contract offer to Bates from Cincinnati.
Yeah.
He comes over. They make the trade for Okudah.
Yep.
They've been trying to patchwork and with popsicle sticks and tape this defense together, and maybe they could get somebody here in the second round.
They're excited. They moved up aggressively for somebody. I don't know. Their interior offensive line, and we're scouting interiors right now.
So this is the team that took Bijan Robinson in the first round.
Yeah, so they're liable to do just about anything.
Is there a tackle on the board that they could potentially take? But you're feeling defense in this.
Their defense is off. Remember how bad it was when the Cardinals played them with David Blau?
Yeah.
Their interior offense, they've got Jake Matthews, they've got Caleb McCary, they've got Chris Lindstrom. Their O-line's pretty solid. Their O-line pushed around San Francisco and beat the Niners early in the season. I mean, they're Grady Jarrett and Calais Campbell anchor their defensive line. Their linebackers are atrocious. Now they have A.J. Terrell and they have Jeff Okudah and Jesse Bates, but
so maybe like a DJ Turner?
Yeah,
they have a wild card here.
Could they go wide receiver again? They really only have Mac Hollins and Drake London. Could they take one of these wideouts? The team, maybe there's a run on wideouts that are coming.
Like a Mingo potentially?
Yeah, or
we've hit every position, I feel like, with this.
Somebody's saying it's Matthew Bergeron, which is a tackle, I believe.
Okay.
It's a tackle that I think in my mock draft, where did I have him going?
You got to check out Johnny's mock draft at gophnx.com.
I had him going 60th
He was up
overall.
until the wee hours of the morning.
1:30
Should have taken
a.m.
his OG's Aquaberry sleep time gummy. Instead, he was just churning out a mock draft for
I love day 2.
next 2 rounds.
I love the day 2 mock. So they're taking
former Cardinals great, John Abraham.
Yes, Matthew Bergeron, which is an offensive tackle from Syracuse. So good call on the tackle.
I mean, I only mentioned every position potentially until we landed on tackle.
You did telegraph the trade down last night, though. We cut the clip on my Twitter. Go check it out, where Bo manifested the trade up by the Houston Texans. It was great. 5 minutes before they made the pick.
Thanks, my guy. So, look, I mean, this is putting the Arizona Cardinals in a decent spot still. Now, as 38 goes off the board, the Cardinals will be on the clock in 2 picks from now. Carolina, New Orleans, between now and then. Is there anybody that's going to break your back? Is there anybody that's just going to cripple you to your knees and say they took him right out from under the Arizona Cardinals? Michael Schmitz?
Because I think John Michael Schmitz, O'Cyrus Torrence, Wypler, and then Joe Tippmann, they're all options for this team.
Okay.
And there's not enough picks for them to miss out on those guys. My problem would be if we lost out on the center or guard that we wanted, and then this team says we're just going to take, Keon White, defensive lineman out of Georgia Tech, or Brian Branch, tweener safety DB out of Alabama, just because of the value. That's fine. Like, it's hard for me to complain regardless, because they have 12 picks next year. They're going to own the draft next year. So it would be stupid to say, well, they have to pick a pick this time around because I like this player and it fills a need. They probably should go BPA, because their team, their roster, it's going to look very different in 18 months than it does right now. They got a lot of older players with expiring contracts. We shouldn't just be thinking for 2023. They're not.
Yeah.
But I'm bullish on this interior class. And I also think there's a reality in which the veteran linemen that you have outside of Paris Johnson Jr. are going to go down. And then you're trying to trot back Kyler Murray off a torn knee. And do you want to do that in front of undrafted players and backups and journeymen? Or do you want to have a stable of young offensive linemen to show Kyler Murray and say, hey, you're well protected. Let's make a little bit of a run at the end of the season. I don't trust the veterans that they have on the roster to protect Kyler Murray.
I mean, right now, their starting center is Yelda Froholt.
Bad.
He's not bad. Look, he's a good utility
he
offensive
should not
lineman.
Be starting in front of Kyler Murray.
I don't think. I mean, one of his better positions is center. He played, as far as you look at his grades from last year for the Cleveland Browns, it would be at the center position, and he would be a great backup safety net for a rookie center.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Jonathan Mingo gone.
So they're helping out their top pick overall, the Carolina Panthers. They take Bryce Young, and then they're going to go out there and get the Ole Miss wide receiver, Jonathan Mingo. You like his size. A lot of people watch his tape and are like, this kind of looks a little bit like Anquan Bolden. He's going to be a fun player for them to watch for the Panthers.
It just, to me, it's like, as much as I like Jonathan Mingo, this is not the year for the Cardinals to splurge on yet another receiver. I mean, they have so many picks next year. They could be, depending on who you talk to, in a position to draft a certain receiver from Ohio State next year, and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Does New Orleans take the successor to Derek Carr? Do they take Hendon Hooker here?
I think there's hesitation with Hendon because of his recovery timeline. And
you don't have to have him be there.
But his age plays a part in that as well. I mean, he's not Brandon Whedon old, but he's old. He's in his mid
25.
He's in his mid 20s. You figure it's going to take him 12 to 18 months to get acclimated. I mean, what the value? I don't know if it's there. Especially if you question if he lost some of his mobility after tearing up his knee. I hope not. But that's a big gamble to use a premium top second round pick on a kid that may not be healthy.
And they took one of the Clemson guys last night, right?
They did.
Yeah, they took Brian Breesy, so they went defensive line. Yeah, we'll see what they do. You got a DJ Turner on the board. The Arizona Cardinals are sitting here at 41. They traded down, and they're going to be in a prime position to get a big-time player at 41 overall. That's legit for Monti Ossenfort. Continues to add picks for the future and still in a good spot. Are you scared off, maybe, of an O'Cyrus Torrence because teams are?
No, there's hesitation with him because he only had the one great year. He was 1 year at Florida. He was a transfer, but he's supposed to be a great kid. But I think the hesitation probably is these centers are being valued a little bit higher because it's a great center class. But we had O'Cyrus Torrence on our big board going within the first 30 picks. So we'll be jumping up and down doing cartwheels if that's the pick. You could do much worse than a big time SEC ass kicker interior offensive lineman.
You just have to identify which guy you like the best.
Well, who is your preference at pick 41 now after the trade down?
I mean, since the consensus top center is there, as far as what we've heard about John Michael Schmitz, what he's got between the ears, and how he projects to be a starting caliber center for years going forward, because that's been such a revolving door, I think that you just check that box.
Yeah,
It's not a guy that has position versatility. It's a guy that's going to be a master of the center position. It's for the first time in a long time since Lyle Sindeline retired.
Yeah,
you're going to have a center of the future.
I wonder if there's trepidation by teams because he's not undersized, but he's smaller than Luke Wypler and Joe Tippin. He's also old.
6'3", 300.
He's older. He was a 24-year-old redshirt senior.
So that means at the center position, so you get him for 4 years, he's 28. Big deal.
Joe Tippin's 6'6", 320, and he's 22. I mean, there's almost a 3-year difference. That's not everything, but is Joe Tippin going to be a better center in 2 years than John Michael Schmitz is right now?
I don't think so.
Okay. Joe Tippin might be the guy. Look what they did yesterday. Cardinals showed their hand. Peter Skoronski probably would have been available in a smaller trade down. In fact, he was. He went to Tennessee at 11. He's 6'3.5", and we talked about it. The Cardinals don't value a 6'3.5" tackle, but they do value a 6'6", 6'7" monster that they traded up at 6 overall. Joe Tippin fits that build of the big offensive lineman that they want, but I mean, it's up to Monti Ossenfort what he wants to do here. Obviously, the Cardinals are in a position of power. They can navigate forward or backward based on the capital they've accumulated.
I mean, the benefit also is like if somebody loves John Michael Schmitz, if somebody loves O'Cyrus Torrence, you can continue to kick the can down the road.
Do you want to just own the third round? They have 3 third-round picks right now.
I mean, you can still get pick swaps, so you're just moving down.
I think I'm done securing picks for next. They have 12 picks next year.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying for the next 2 days.
Yeah, they have picks today. 94 and 96 or 97, and then 71. So,
love watching Jonathan Mingo play.
Yeah, he's great. You could package 71 and 96 and get up in the top 50 picks. I mean, I would not be surprised if they try to do that. They need everything. We've talked about it. There's not a position outside of likely
another trade down. No, I think that people are asking trade down again.
Keon White, the DN, might be the choice as well.
Jordan P. saying, let's just trade down again. Jeremy likes Michael Wilson, the Stanford wide receiver. Cardinals wide receiver coach, passing game coordinator, played his college football at Stanford.
Yeah.
It might be a little early here for that, but good size. Obviously, probably a relationship.
Yeah, I'm underwhelmed by this defensive line class. I feel like there's a lot of guys that are not worth the time.
Keanu Benton is still on the board.
Yeah, but he just doesn't do a lot for me. He's fine. He's a disruptor. But are we taking him because our defensive line class is terrible, or are we taking him because
he's probably the only defensive lineman, especially on the interior, that you could probably project as a future starter.
Well,
where I don't think you can say that for the rest of the class. The rest of the class,
a plus starter
for sure. And I think that's the debate that Monti Ossenfort internally is going through here. So the pick is in for the Saints. Starting to figure out who that is. For the Arizona Cardinals, back on the clock for a second time here in the second round. They didn't make the pick before. They traded down. They got a future third-round pick, and they swapped third-round picks. So they're sitting in a pretty nice spot here with an ability to get a big-time player here on the offensive line, start to create a strength.
I would be surprised if they traded down and missed out on a player that they otherwise were going to take. I could be wrong. They met with Steve Avila, used the top 30 visit, met with him at the combine, but you got to have smoke. There's Isaiah Foskey, the 6'5", 264-pound defensive end that I had mocked the Arizona Cardinals at my mock draft on GoPHNX.com. But I much later, I had him going to the Cardinals in, I think, in a trade up with the Buffalo Bills that involved DeAndre Hopkins for about 59. So I think that's a little bit of a reach, but that's the kind of defensive end prospect that they want. They don't want a Dennis Gardeck out there playing 4-3 defensive end. It's part of the reason you're seeing Zaven Collins get snaps at defensive end right now. They want their linebackers to be 5'11", 6 foot, maybe converted safeties, undersized guys.
Since the Cardinals traded down, there's probably one player that you would have said, I wanted him, and it was Steve Avila. But other than that, Monti Ossenfort gets more picks, and you see Will Levis go off the board, Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer, Avila stings a little bit, Derek Hall, Matthew Bergeron, and Jonathan Mingo, and now Isaiah Foskey.
What more can you get if you opt to trade down again? I guess you could try to get
putting on his apron. He's back in the kitchen, folks.
They can't help themselves.
Let's just let the man cook. I don't know what he's gonna cook up and what's gonna hit the table here, but it's gonna be something delicious here.
We built this up
2 nights already, and Monti Ossenfort is just. He's putting on a clinic. I love it. I can't wait to see who comes in for the. It feels like it's going to be a selection.
Have we set our audience up for disappointment if it's not a center or interior offensive lineman, because we barely talked about.
Well, I mean, I've been making the point as far as I think a guy like Keanu Benton's probably the only person interior defensive line that you take at this point.
Yeah.
With a guy like Jonathan Mingo off the board, the wide receiver's probably out of the question. I saw somebody say Branch, who was projected in the first round. I don't think they take the guy who's like a safety hybrid player.
Yeah, like Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson still play for this team.
For sure.
I'm not using a top 50 pick on a safety hybrid. That's just Keelee Ringo, Mart's in the chat. I don't dislike that. I have concerns about his productivity with a front seven that's not great as opposed to what he was playing with at Georgia. Cardinals are on the clock right now.
Still on the clock.
Still on
3.5 minutes. So he's letting it get down there again.
Yeah, Branch is best player available. The pick is in. So they've made their pick.
Okay.
They knew who they were taking. So I would imagine that the pick maybe they were going to consider at 33 was still available for them.
Is it going to be an offensive lineman? Is it going to be another one?
Man, I hope so. Man, did not have.
You want to call your shot here? Or you just want to. Hold off?
I only know when they're making trades. I don't know who they're making trades with or what the players are. Keelee Ringo from Scottsdale. Nathan says
he's not. He's from Washington State.
Tell him the story you had.
So at the combine, I was asking him. I was loaded up with all these Arizona questions. He didn't seem to give a crap about the state of Arizona. He came here to get recruited, go play college football. He went to Georgia. He did his job there. Torrence, or are we just trying to will that into existence?
Jeremy's saying it's BJ, so it looks like
from LSU,
the pass rusher. So they went premium position. Center's still a need, but they get the outstanding edge rusher BJ. Ojulari from LSU. Played for Brian Kelly this past year. He is 6'3", 250. So I wouldn't say he's undersized, but he's not 6'6", 6'7". Had 5.5 sacks this year. Played from the state of Georgia. He's a junior. Had 7 sacks in 2021. I had a sack in their win against Alabama. That's the pick. Everybody's saying, well, we just drafted 2 edges last year. I think what you got to remember is Monti Ossenfort didn't do that.
Yeah, it's a different defense. I know Jonathan Gannon won't commit to what scheme they're going to play, but you're going to want a little bit bigger edge rushers than what he's used to, and you can point to Hassan Reddick, but I think Reddick's the exception.
Yep.
Because he's shown that he can be productive at this level and be kind of the play in any defense at the NFL level, and we'll see what they believe they have in BJ Ojulari. As you mentioned, we had Zaven Collins working out with the pass rushers the last 2 days in minicamp.
Yeah.
They just don't have somebody that fits the mold that they're looking for at that position.
They wanted. We talked about it before the show, and I think it bears repeating. Is they use and value these early round picks on a very specific position set: tackle, quarterback, receiver, pass rusher, corner. And so, as much as we telegraphed an interior offensive lineman, would they value that at pick 41? Would they value that at pick 33? Pass rusher is a premium position, and they get a kid at the top of the second round. Listen, I know he's not probably everybody's favorite pick. I saw him mocked in a lot of mocks that going in the late 20s, early 30s. This is something, again, you're going to do what you have, with the pre-existing players that they had under Steve Keim. Try to make it work, but BJ's coming in as the first edge rusher under Monti Ossenfort officially. Myjai Sanders, Cameron Thomas. Hopefully it works out with those guys. But again, they could be converted. Cameron Thomas could be playing 3 technique. He could be playing defensive tackle. We don't know that right now. And you look at what Jonathan Gannon did with somebody like Hassan Reddick as a defensive end in Philadelphia. Very similar measurables. We talked about Nolan Smith last night. This kid's very much more of a comp for Hassan Reddick than Nolan Smith.
And he's coming out of LSU. He's an SEC pass rusher. How does that make you feel? This isn't Panera Bread State. This
Ohio
is
State,
LSU.
People are we telegraphed a center or an interior offensive lineman because that's where we thought the value was, but they're still available and they have pick 71. They could move up. As you can see here, 36 sacks last season. This is their fewest since 2015. That when you need everything, and if that's one of the highest players on your board, then it's fine to pull the trigger. I think you can do way worse than an SEC defensive end that went to LSU.
There's Aeneas Williams making the pick, making it official. So the Arizona Cardinals have added 2 players in the draft. Most recently, B.J. Ojulari out of LSU, 6'2", 248, so not massive.
Yeah.
But a guy that played at a big SEC school and to another premium position, taking a tackle, taking an edge. You have to love it. And now you start to look towards the 3rd round. You've got 3 picks.
Yep.
And then future draft capital coming your way. Already a strong second day. Getting a phone call with his family there in Marietta, Georgia. First team all SEC in 2022.
Yeah. I mean, his numbers probably don't tell the story of how good of a player he was, and he had to do it with, a coaching change that took over. Brian Kelly took over this year. I would imagine was a top recruit, following their, national championship when Ed Orgeron was cooking, and now can come in and there's a little bit in flux with a new coach, and does he fit the scheme that they want to do? But, I mean, he's a stand-up pass rusher that probably can also put his foot in the ground. Had 16.5 sacks in his career, 25.5. It says tackles for a loss. Again, front seven. They go offensive tackle and edge rusher. I mean, it's a meat and potatoes draft for this franchise. And, I did not think a corner made a bunch of sense here. Yeah. And now you can see why they're putting a priority. Let's help Marco Wilson and company.
Now now you pulled the parachute. You picked at 41. You're not on the clock again until 72. The Arizona Cardinals then have 2 more picks after that at 94 and 96.
Yep.
So unless Jonathan Gannon or unless Monti Ossenfort gets aggressive and trades back in, you're going to be waiting about a full round's worth, about 30 picks before the Arizona Cardinals have an opportunity to get that starting center of the future. So you've got 4 guys. So now the sweat starts for Cardinals fans.
It does.
You took a premium position, though, and you have to like that.
We like to get sweaty. Lance Zierlein of NFL.com
I don't know what that means.
projects B.J. Ojulari to be a plus starter in the form of a Harold Landry. Well, who drafted Harold Landry? The Tennessee Titans.
No, I mean, it was yes, you're correct.
Yeah, and that's where Monti Ossenfort came from. So Harold Landry, B.J. Ojulari, both projected to be plus starters. Of course, Harold Landry, really good player out of Boston College. Can BJ follow in his footsteps? We're going to find out. 6'3", 250 pounds, and is a part of an edge rushing group now that has Cameron Thomas, Myjai Sanders, Zaven Collins. What does this mean for Dennis Gardeck and his guaranteed money? I would say that's not a good sign if you're Dennis Gardeck. But again, you never have too many pass rushers, and the Cardinals have not replaced, this is not breaking news, Chandler Jones since he left as a free agent to the Las Vegas Raiders. And so they're trying to pepper in some bodies and see what they're able to come up with. Easy in the chat said Booger McFarland said Ojulari had the best pass rush instincts in this draft. Again, I think a lot of people had him as a firm top 40 pick in this draft. He was going to go somewhere between 25 and 40. He's in that same category, Bo, with like the Felix kid from Kansas State that went to Kansas City at 31 last night.
Yeah, Felix Ozuma.
Yeah.
Keenan said he had him as one of his top edges in this draft. And you have to love it. You have to really like the direction that this team has gone. Just 2 picks into the Monti Ossenfort regime. Now, obviously, in between that, you have 2 trade downs. 19 in the chat saying Cardinals down bad. Well, look, it's a rebuild, but as far as what they've done in this draft, it's definitely things to be excited about this organization.
Ian Rappaport saying Coach Jonathan Gannon praising the high character of B.J. Ojulari, locker room guy at LSU. Of course, the character matters with Paris Johnson and company. Did have a hamstring tweak, couldn't work out. So maybe that's why he fell to this point. But according to Rap Sheet, will be ready for the start of camp, which is a good thing. Can't be hurt and then not be ready to go. If you're going to be the 41st overall pick.
His brother was a big time prospect, and I remember he was one of those draft day slides because of a medical, right?
Yeah,
and people were really excited about where he ended up in that draft. It hasn't been that productive at the next level, but here you have healthy younger brother in BJ, and he made his own name. As you mentioned, Harold Landry is a good comp.
Yeah,
and a guy who's productive at the next level. And Monti Ossenfort likes that player style from Tennessee. So
this next pick's gonna hurt to the New York Jets.
Which center position or guard?
It is a center.
So it is the top center off the board, or is it Wypler?
It's Tippmann. Joe Tippmann is going to the New York Jets. What is it? 42 overall.
Oh, I'm sorry, 43rd. So there's been two selections since the Cardinals. Musgrave, Oregon State tight end, went immediately after Ojulari went to the Arizona Cardinals. So now the first center has been selected. It wasn't John Michael Schmitz. It wasn't Luke Wypler. It wasn't a Juice Struggs. It's Tippmann, Joe Tippmann, the center out of Wisconsin, 6'6", 313. Great size for a center. He's going to gangrene. He's going to be snapping the football to Aaron Rodgers.
He is. And again, it's somebody the Cardinals liked. Did they love him? Clearly not. They clearly felt more comfortable with B.J. Ojulari. Luke Wypler now is the name to watch. We like John Michael Schmitz. John Michael Schmitz.
Do you use one of those 3 picks?
I think so. I think I'd be tempted to make sure I secured my center of the future, to package a pick with 71 to go up and get the center. And I think that is possible. You waiting until pick 71, I think is too dicey. I don't think that is. I don't think that's a good plan of action, because again, if there's a run on interior offensive linemen, which we're seeing a little bit of a mini run, the center position is so vital. I would almost put it above guard and right there with offensive tackle, because you're dictating everything. Rodney Hudson, when he played, the Cardinals won because he was a plus center. The experience, the knowledge, the fact that you have to map out all the protection schemes for your offensive line. You need somebody that you have immense belief in. We can't try out these journeyman veterans. They haven't had a quality center since Lyle Senline.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's a premium position that the Cardinals need to address. And I think
people are asking how many teams need centers. There's quite a few that they're seeking out, and New York was one of them. I like people saying 6'6" center, Jesus, because it's funny. During his press conference today, Paris Johnson Jr. is saying, I'm ready to play anywhere. I'll play safety. I'll be a 6'6" center, thinking that's an outrageous thing to say. And we just saw a 6'6" center just go off the board, the first one in the NFL draft. Monti Ossenfort, 2 picks with Paris Johnson Jr., B.J. Ojulari as 2 premium positions. Do you think they continue this?
Oh yeah, this is not a fluke. This is a trend of, we're not going to draft off-ball linebackers
because there is no need. I mean, because there's so many needs. For this,
they need everything.
This team, and even when they have veterans in place, it's not something that's going to deter this Cardinals team from taking that position. Do you think that they entertain a running back? That all being said,
well, not if they have to use a premium pick, a third, to go up and get somebody. I think maybe there's an appetite to trade down and get one tomorrow. Again, though, this secondary is going to be John Gannon's secondary. This is going to be a secondary with journeymans and veterans and undrafted guys, and he's going to mold them into what they want to do. And I think we talked about it yesterday ad nauseum on the broadcast, Bo. You cannot manufacture big people on both lines of scrimmage. You just can't manufacture the talent. You either have it or you don't. It's a big reason why the San Francisco 49ers can consistently beat the Arizona Cardinals' ass every year. They have Nick Bosa and Trent Williams. They have an immense pass rush. They've got Tyreek Armstead, and then they've got an offensive line that, was one of the more underrated. They had Mike McGlinchey. The Cardinals are trying to emulate that. I think the Cardinals are telling you, we can find talent to fill out our back 7, and some of these let's call them premium positions, we'll coach people up. But you either have guys who can bend at the edge and secure 8 to 12 sacks a season, or can protect Kyler Murray's blindside, or you don't. You can't find those people off the street. You just can't.
Does B.J. Ojulari immediately move his way into the starting lineup?
I think he's a rotational player. Right? I would worry about maybe early downs supporting on run defense because he's not undersized.
Because the in-house guys were so good at stopping the run.
It just depends what they want.
I mean, let's start to look at this defense because we spent a lot of time on the offense, obviously the offensive line, and you can look at, Paris Johnson and his versatility early on probably gave them the luxury of not taking another offensive lineman in this pick and being able to start to chip away at this front seven that is in just dire need of players. And they get a player in B.J. Ojulari. So now you look at that front seven. Let's just call it a 4-3. We'll just for entertainment purposes, right? Because Jonathan Gannon won't commit to what scheme they're going to play. So who's your starting 4 defensive linemen?
I mean, if this kid cracks the lineup, he's the Hassan Reddick of this defense for Jonathan Gannon. So, I mean, I'll play the kid. And, this isn't Vance Joseph, thank God, that we're dealing with. B.J. Ojulari playing 4-3 defensive end. I think Majay Sanders is the other rush end. I think he's more explosive than Cameron Thomas. And I think Rashad Lawrence is a defensive tackle to keep an eye out for. I mean, who do you got for that other defensive lineman?
I mean, I think that we've soured on a guy like Lecky Fotu.
100%.
He's had his opportunities. You look at Carlos Watkins. I think that's probably somebody they brought in from Dallas that can play in the middle, the teeth of that defensive line. And then you start to look at your linebacking core. This is where it gets interesting, right?
It gets real dicey.
You got Kazir White, who's definitely going to start in the linebacking core.
What about our buddy from PHNX Cardinals that joined us a couple weeks ago?
Josh Woods?
I think Josh Woods, he's been promised an opportunity. That would not surprise me at all.
So Josh Woods primarily played special teams, excelled at special teams. Said he's preparing to play at linebacker, at least see snaps that he hasn't seen in his pro career before.
Let's throw him out there with I think Zaven Collins ends up cracking the starting lineup. I think he's out
there. If Josh Woods outplays Isaiah Simmons.
I don't think Isaiah Simmons is on the field to start.
And then you look at your cornerback. This is a hot take right now. I mean, have we reached that point of the draft? We got another trade, Emma? Is that what's going on? Another trade down?
Emma's on top of the trades tonight.
So the Packers come up. They had a very Packers draft.
In Lucas Van Ness. How about it?
Lucas Van Ness had his dad putting his hands on his girlfriend there, slapping her on the backside. That went viral. Not ideal. And then you had, and then they take the tight end in Oregon State in Musgrove, and now they wanted somebody up. Or no. So the Lions are back on the board?
Lions have a dominant offensive line. They have a tremendous center.
They've continued to fumble this draft.
They have.
Hilarious draft if you look at
Jeremy saying Lions take Brian Branch. That'd be like their first good
good pick. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Brian Branch at 40, what is this, 45?
Yep.
Is much better than whatever the hell they did yesterday.
I mean, another, premier prospect in the defensive secondary nearly fell in the lap of New England. If Branch didn't go there, Bill Belichick, who got Christian Gonzalez at 17 yesterday, could have done it. But it'd be interesting to see what the Pats do here. So we continue to look at the Cardinals. So their defensive secondary, Marco Wilson, Antonio Hamilton.
And Jalen Thompson, Buda Baker.
Yeah.
Cornerback group,
Rashad Fenton.
Rashad Fenton's going to play a lot. And I think they're going to, it would shock me if they got to the end of the day tomorrow and they didn't take a corner. Does Christian Matthew make the team?
Well, that was my question about premium positions. It's like if Garrett Williams is there in the third round, do you look at a corner there, just like you looked at an edge?
To me, corner is so much more interchangeable than center. You need one center. How many corners do you need? There's more corners available. And typically we see a run on corners to start day 3. This is the sweet spot now for teams to be able to go and get interior offensive linemen.
The Lions, screw premium positions, Raf at 30 cent pointed out. Safety. RB, linebacker, safety.
It's Kaimask, man. That's Steve Kaimask. He's calling in from Fox Sports.
Is Dave Sears just like hiding his head in the Cardinals war room? Like, or just throwing up his, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
Man. Yeah, this, the more I read about B.J. Ojulari, the more I think that it's a pick for the Cardinals that is going to pay dividends in about 18 months. You get him ingratiated in your program, in your weight room, and have him as an opportunity now where you're looking at the first round in 2024. Maybe you don't have to force a first-round edge rusher if this kid hits. Whereas if you go into this season and you got nothing on the edge, it becomes that much more apparent that you have to splurge on an early down pass rusher. But, a top 50 pass rusher, that's nothing to sneeze at, especially a kid who, by all accounts, had a first-round grade from a lot of people.
I was just looking up some more info on Ojulari. So we're doing our live broadcasts here. One of the team fits I saw in one of the articles, this one from the Draft Network, saying the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, it's like, well, it's the same scheme. It's the same 100%. Scheme as what they're going to run here and deploy in Arizona, as far as just having real, I guess, twitchy athletes at the edge rusher position. Hassan Reddick, maybe a Josh Sweat type athlete in the Ojulari. He's got that ability like right away. Just pin your ears back, getting after the quarterback.
How about this from our friends at Pro Football Focus? Will Anderson Jr. was the only pass rusher to have more pressures than B.J. Ojulari since 2020. That's in the entirety of college football. So it's Will Anderson Jr. and then B.J. Ojulari, both played in the SEC as the top two edge pressurers in all of college football. Not sacks, but pressures. Pressures, not as valuable as sacks.
The Lions war room, I didn't even notice that they had like a Cliff Kingsbury. Instead of a lion, they've got a tiger. Or I'm sorry, they do have a lion mural. In the back,
they're the Lions, so yes, they have lion.
I tried to just give it. Look, I don't know why I went baseball there, but they have a
sharp-looking war room.
Is everybody in that war room like Cliff a Leo? Is that why they have that mural painted?
No, I think it's just the name of their franchise.
Thanks for pointing that out, Johnny.
They're doing their own thing this draft. God love them. Thank God we stole their assistant GM and he's running the show for us. Patriots are taking Georgia Tech pass rusher Keon White. I'll tell you right now, I'd rather have B.J. Ojulari than Keon White. 100%.
Love it.
No ACC pass rushers, please.
Jose in the chat saying too twitchy. Love it. Let's get to Jean Paul's comment here. D-Hop staying. D-Hop staying for now. It's because Monti Ossenfort is just in it. He's dialed into this Arizona Cardinals draft.
Let's see. Let's wait till the end of the night before we declare that.
I feel pretty safe saying it right now.
So you're going to trade DeAndre Hopkins for more draft capital next year? You have 12 picks next year and counting. Like, you're going to have 14 picks?
Do you think since Monti Ossenfort has maybe the luxury of the Cardinals not having to make a selection for the next 30 picks that he can iron something out for the veteran wide receiver?
I think that there's still a chance DeAndre Hopkins is traded. I think.
Give me a percentage on that. Because when you say a chance, it gets confusing because there's a good chance and then there's a very slim chance.
I would say 50-50, flip of a coin.
50-50.
We went from D-Hop is being traded, Pac-Man on Pat McAfee all week teasing that D-Hop's being traded. DeAndre Hopkins is talking about other teams. And then because Monty's not getting what he wants, he put his foot down last night. That doesn't mean negotiations are over. We're at the start of round 2. This is the peak height of negotiations. This is the time to get something done. And if you're looking at these teams like Kansas City and Buffalo, there's a sense of urgency to get something done. And I put this in my article, shameless plug at GoPHNX.com last night in my day 2 mock draft. Do the Cardinals want this D-Hop thing rolling out into the summer and dragging as a headline with them? They've got this unhappy receiver. He's 30 years old. The team is rebuilding. He's out there being forced to catch passes from motherfucking Jeff Driscoll and David Blau. I don't think the Cardinals want any part of that. They're putting immense, and I like DeAndre Hopkins. I don't think he's got a character problem, but they're clearly going in a different direction as to what they want their locker room to look like. I think we'd be foolish to sit here and say it's not going to happen. I think there's still a very good chance that he's moved tonight.
I feel like Monti Ossenfort had been as forthcoming as you can be without showing
Jose, I'm making your
cards.
point. I'm saying they're not showing their hand. I think what they're doing is calculated. I think DeAndre Hopkins changing his profile picture on Twitter that plays into it.
I don't disagree with that, but what Monti Ossenfort said last night stopped me in my tracks. And I don't say it like DeAndre.
He said, I don't know what's going to happen.
No, he said that DeAndre Hopkins isn't going to be he isn't going to be traded. He doesn't foresee DeAndre Hopkins being traded during this draft. And I feel like Monti Ossenfort isn't just going to blow smoke to create leverage. I do believe it's still inevitable that he's going to get dealt, but I just don't think it's happening like Pac-Man Jones was saying a couple days ago. It didn't happen Thursday, and it doesn't feel like it's going to happen tonight or tomorrow. And that's not.
This is taking 2 months.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I know.
The Pac-Man. I'm going to believe the Pac-Man.
What's changed things?
that teams are about to be on the clock and they're looking at 5'9" Josh Downs or they're looking at DeAndre Hopkins. They're looking at kids from Panera Bread University and 1AA schools, right? Division II, or they're if you're the Buffalo Bills and you're Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane and you're trying to convert third downs in the cold in the winter and you're at Cincinnati, you can't lose that game. You're picking up DeAndre Hopkins. You're picking up the phone. You're getting a deal done. Dustin Payne, Diop for a third would suck. Wait for the deadline. I think best case scenario is you get Diop for a third. I don't think that at any point you're going to get more than that for DeAndre Hopkins, especially going to the season. I mean, he's another year older. You've missed out on a chance to get him started at somebody's camp. I know we're all in love with the idea of trading him at the deadline. I don't dislike that. But Pablo's saying Pac-Man Jones isn't reliable. Well, he's been our top source all week since this is blown up. So.
Top source for what? Giving us
just good stuff.
False hope. False hope that the Cardinals were going to be able to pull off a deal and get something close to what the original asking price was, which was a second-round pick. Here we are, more than midway through the second round, and there's no deal that's been done. And Monti Ossenfort doesn't seem motivated to make a deal.
I think you just let the actions speak louder than words. I think you let their actions as it relates to
his actions were saying he doesn't foresee trading him in this draft.
Until somebody comes along with the right offer. I'm gonna sip the Kermit tea if it goes down.
Look, if Monti Ossenfort told me it's raining tomorrow, I'm getting my raincoat.
Okay. You just got a love affair with Monti. Don't let your love affair with Monti blind
I'm getting my umbrella out.
I'm
taking his word as the gospel.
He is such a shrewd negotiator. He's playing you and the rest of the media last night. He's playing everybody. You're all part of the act right now.
Well, it's part of it. It probably I don't discount that. It's probably part of it. But as far as the ship has sailed as far as his ability to cash on DeAndre Hopkins supplementing this draft.
I think the Cardinals do not want the distraction of DeAndre Hopkins at camp, mini camp, OTAs, which are done, training camp. I love Diop. I don't think he's a distraction, but they stuck their feet in. They pulled him out of games at the end of last year. Jordan Schultz got tipped off, friend of the program. They are trading him. So now it's like, okay, now's your time to trade him. You're on the clock, day 2. I used the comparison yesterday. It's like Steve Keim with Josh Rosen saying, I'm going to bring Rosen into camp with Kyler Murray. And then he got a deal done with the Miami Dolphins. That's Keim. We know Monti Ossenfort can pull off a trade.
Buffalo's at 59. Kansas City's at 63.
But you got to jump Buffalo for Luke Wypler, by the way. If you want Luke Wypler, you got to jump Buffalo, according to Tony Pauline.
So you've got Dallas you can do business with. You've got the Giants, the Jags, who have shown that they are not scared of trading down. They've done it a couple times already this draft. The Lions, you can dial up Dave Sears' friends there that, man, have they had a strong draft.
They have. They've done a nice job.
You can continue to pick on them. So, yeah, there's opportunity there. There's certainly opportunity.
Buccaneers are taking North Dakota State O-lineman Cody Mock.
Love Cody Mock.
He can play inside. He can play outside. Again,
our toothless wonder, Cody Mock.
I think he's eventually a right tackle, which, I mean, the Cardinals could have used him as well. But
yeah,
the run on offensive lineman.
Don't worry about that. No, it was me.
The run on offensive lineman is happening. Producer Emma, do you mind picking up Bo's water?
No, I got it.
Buccaneers are trading up to 48 with the Packers and are drafting Cody Mock. North Dakota State product, Cody Mock, Bison. He's got long red hair. Gorgeous.
Converted tight end. You see his freshman picture, and then you see the finished product where he's got the long hair and no teeth. Had a hell of a time out there in Fargo.
He's a handsome man. He's 100% a handsome man. Would have loved him in Cardinal red.
Had his belly hanging out at the Senior Bowl.
Got no 2 front teeth. That's unbelievable.
I asked him why his choice as far as letting his belly hang out at the Senior Bowl. He said he wanted to get some sun on it.
Okay. He'd get plenty of sun down in Tampa. The humidity's going to do well by that young man. The pick is in for the Patriots now. The Patriots
Baker
are on
Mayfield
the clock.
And Cody Mock.
Yeah, I mean, poor Todd Bowles. He's got a lot of problems down there.
Feel bad. I got Mac cleaning up my mess here.
Bo, before the show started, opened up a delicious Four Peaks beer and sprayed it all over me.
I did do that. I do continue to be a bad roommate on this show.
So, yeah, so the Commanders now are on the clock.
Let's get to this.
Are about to make their pick right now.
What is top at 64 asking Antonio Brown or Pac-Man Jones?
Oh, just as a source, Tavius Martin, tremendous safety out of Illinois, second team All Big Ten. Man, Illinois, hell of a secondary this year. 2 top 50 picks, including the 6th overall pick in Devin Witherspoon. What Brett Bielema is doing at University of Illinois is fantastic, and I would not be surprised if this time next year we're talking about a bunch of big heavies on the offensive line going early and often for that program. It's like Wisconsin 2.0 that he had once upon a time winning Rose Bowls. It's nice to see Illinois, 45 minutes from my hometown, Champaign, Illinois, being well represented. So Martin, it's a safety class that's not great. And now you've seen 2 of the better safeties go off the board. Kyle Odegaard, friend of the program at Compare.bet, floated it out today. Budda Baker gets traded. You can't take anything less than a third. And then Budda kind of clapped back and gave a laughing emoji. I don't know if he maybe feels like
it was a rolling laughing emoji.
Rolling laughing emoji.
So what do you make of that?
I make of it like Budda probably feels like he's worth more than a 3rd round pick.
And he is, and that's the reason the Arizona Cardinals aren't in the Budda Baker trade business right now. So the pick is it officially in there for? So they go Cansey in the 1st round, and then they continue to work on the trenches in Tampa. And
they got a Cardinal-esque kind of draft. I like their draft.
Yeah. You know what I also like? Tomorrow, the watch party going on at BetMGM.
Oh, hell yeah.
For the Phoenix Suns tipping their series against the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
And the BetMGM Sportsbook, we're going to be doing watch parties out there all regular season long, not just home games, not when the Great Lawn is filled with tailgaters, but when the away game's going on, you come out there, this unbelievable sportsbook, hang out with us, BetMGM. It's a great spot.
It's fantastic. If you if you haven't checked out BetMGM Sportsbook, the app, it's where we place all of our premium bets. They're constantly giving away match bets, and they've got a bonus right now that I want you to check out specific for our Arizona friends. Few different offers depending on where you live, but for Arizona specific, you're going to get up to $100 in bonus bets on your first wager with BetMGM. Again, make sure you're using that sweet bonus code of PHNX. Check out the show notes for full details, and now you get to hear our good friend Shane Diefenbach talk about it in the disclaimer.
He'll come up with the disclaimer here.
Yeah, he's in a Mexican prison right now, as we said yesterday.
Promotional offers not available in Washington, D.C., Mississippi, Nevada, New York, and Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Colorado, D.C., Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369, New York. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP, Arizona. 1-800-522-4700, Kansas, Nevada. 1-800-327-5050, Massachusetts. 1-800-BETS-OFF, Iowa. 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help, Michigan.
Let's take a look at this 3rd round, and I want you to just tell me as I go through these players, which you kind of feel forlonged about that the Arizona Cardinals didn't get them, okay? So we started at the top, Joey Porter Jr., the Pittsburgh Steelers. They sticked and they picked. They take Jr., his dad played a lot of downs for the Steelers there in the Steel City. Joey Porter Jr., top of the 2nd round.
I would have been fine had the Cardinals made that play, but I think he's a number 2 corner. I think he's a number 1.
Right. And then you have the Cardinals sitting there at 33. They say, thanks, but no thanks. They trade down with the Tennessee Titans. They get the Titans' 41st overall pick, so a pick swap there in the 2nd round. And then they swap picks in the 3rd round, plus the Arizona Cardinals get a 2024 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Titans come up for Will Levis, the Kentucky quarterback. Then the next pick goes to Detroit. They take Iowa tight end Sam Laporta.
No, thanks.
No? How about another tight end, Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame? He's going to the Raiders. Raiders traded up for that pick.
Trey McBride's better than both those guys.
This is one that stung. How about Steve Avila? Probably. He was your draft guy.
He was. He was my draft darling. He was the number 1 player mocked in the PHNX Cardinals fan mock draft.
Yeah.
That we did on Wednesday. So that's tough, and it's double tough. You got to watch him play for Sean McVay and the LA Rams.
Yeah, it helps that putrid offensive line that they had. My God, it was brutal.
It's real bad.
So they get a dog from the guard out of TCU. Derek Hall, the edge out of Auburn, goes to another division rival in Seattle. Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. You had the Falcons trade up for him. Jonathan Mingo as the Carolina Panthers selected and get a weapon in the passing attack for Bryce Young in the 2nd round, 39th overall. Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame, the DN, goes to the New Orleans Saints before the Arizona Cardinals are on the board, and they tab out of LSU, an SEC ass kicker, B.J. Ujulari, the 2nd selection in the Monti Ossenfort era. He's off the board at 41. Green Bay takes Luke Musgrave, another tight end in this round out of Oregon State. Joe Tippmann, the first center off the board, goes to Gang Green and the New York Jets at 43. Julius Brents, the big cornerback out of K-State, goes to the Colts. I think that's a pretty decent selection.
Yeah.
Brian Branch, the safety, as the Detroit Lions continue to covet non-premium positions.
That's certainly a draft they're having.
Poor Brian Branch was in the green room. He did. He looked pissed off as he made his way up to the podium to bro hug whoever announced him and get his jersey, the Alabama safety.
Yeah.
Keon White go out of Georgia Tech, the end out of Georgia Tech. He joins the Patriots. Jartavius Martin, the Illinois safety, goes to the Commanders. And then Cody Mock out of North Dakota State, the versatile tackle, he goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll see if he plays guard or tackle for the Bucs.
Tony Pauline, 6 weeks ago, Luke Wypler will be drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. Pro comp to Garrett Bradbury, a late second, early third round prospect. The Cardinals pick 71. They pick, probably semi-early in the second round. I don't know if that's enough confidence for me that they're going to be able to secure him. Again, John Michael Schmitz was a draft Twitter darling, and we loved his tape, but it's clear now that teams have concern about maybe scheme fit and size. I would still love him to put on the red, white, and black in the desert, but remains to be seen. But I think the Cardinals getting their pass rusher now, you don't have to force a pass rush pick later in this draft. Got a young kid now. I mean, I just got a text from somebody I trust. That is your Hassan Reddick pick. That's Hassan Reddick 2.0, B.J. Ojulari as a member of the 4-3 defensive line that Gannon is going to want to run. As folks in the chat now saying Keelee Ringo is gone, which is, I thought he'd go much higher. I thought he'd go top 40, maybe a borderline first-round pick. He goes to, it looks like, the Green Bay Packers bowl at pick 50.
He's a guy I just feel nothing about. He's like Joey Porter Jr. It's like, I don't think that's not a prospect that you can't find
every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, again, I would rather take an SEC front seven player than an SEC cornerback if I had the opportunity.
Yeah. And in a Big Ten corner in Joey Porter Jr., that Pittsburgh, by them sticking and just deciding to make that selection so the fans can be excited about seeing a familiar face. I just don't think it's worth it. I mean, and Pittsburgh's ahead of where the Cardinals are as far as, they go, as they kind of change things over here, and they had an exciting finish to this. I think I like this pick that they're about to make.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be the Wisconsin defensive tackle and Keanu Benton. This guy's an absolute just animal, just run stuffer. So this, talk about two premium type players there. At least the position in Porter.
Yeah.
But then in the first round, then they went defense as well, didn't they?
They did. They took Broderick Jones.
Got it. So they took a tackle, they took a corner,
Georgia.
And now they've taken a nose.
Yeah. And they're having a nice draft. But
yeah.
They're also quarterbacked by small hands Kenny Pickett. Keanu Benton was an All-American high school wrestler. It was fantastic. And again, I think he's a nice player, but I think, again, somebody the Cardinals can find in a later round. We got a $10 super sticker from Joey. Thank you so much, Joey, for the $10 super sticker. Supporting the channel in that way. It feels like with defensive line for the Cardinals, not this year, but maybe next year in free agency, is this like the one position group that the Cardinals might have to spend a little money on? If they can't find a couple quality bodies, because you need multiple, right? And I think they're going to draft one either this weekend or next year. Obviously, that's not breaking news, but they're going to have a bunch of money to spend.
Yeah.
I think it's Zach Ertz's last year with the team, James Conner, DJ Humphries. I mean, they're going to shed a bunch of money.
Isaiah Simmons,
of course.
Let's talk about that in a little bit because there were some fifth-year options that were picked up.
Right. We're going to talk about that here in a second. I think that's the position, defensive line, DT, that the Cardinals are going to like, all right, maybe we got to write a check for $40 million guaranteed to somebody in the market in their mid-20s to come and help us at defensive line. Because you can't force a defensive line pick if it doesn't fall to you. And, Jalen Carter was supposed to be that guy for them. And then everything happened off the field. And then you go into the rest of this first round and it's just there's nobody that made sense where they were picking. And then the top, round two, there's not a ton of players that made sense. I mean, B.J. Ojulari, they valued him as a pass rusher more than some of these rotational defensive linemen, and I respect that. They're going to take a couple flyers, but they don't have a fourth or a fifth yet. So that's a position group, man. We made an argument. I like what they've got at edge rusher. Cameron Thomas, Myjai Sanders, B.J. Ojulari. They've got bodies. They do not have quality bodies at defensive tackle. They need a presence there. And I question whether or not they're going to be able to find it this year.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It really is. And it's not going to resemble anything but a draft lottery ticket. It really is. I mean, as far as is it somebody that goes in the third round, one of the 3 picks? I would doubt it, right? Is there somebody that you could?
I mean, there's always a chance, but again, it's not somebody that can come in. Like, you're taking players now, like B.J. Ojulari, like, it would not surprise us if he started this year. Paris Johnson Jr. is going to start this year. I mean, maybe a third rounder can crack the lineup, be a rotational player, but that's a man's position. That's not a guy who's coming out of a small school that needs 18 months to put weight on and put strength on. And there's only so many of those guys. I mean, I would argue much harder to find an impact defensive tackle 5-3 technique than it is an edge rusher now. There's edge rushers every year.
Yeah.
Right? But to find a disrupting impact interior defensive tackle, I would put that right behind quarterback as maybe the hardest position to find in the NFL.
Yeah, I was trying to look at who might be available at 2024 because of that, what you pointed out, that it's not always available, and if teams have one, the chance that they let them go is slim. You got Chris Jones potentially, who's going to command a ton of money. You're going to have Fletcher Cox hit the open market again. He signed a 1-year deal. He's a little bit long in the tooth, and I don't know if there's something that the new coaching staff wants to pursue there with a guy like Fletcher Cox. Maybe a Quinnen Williams. I don't think he makes his way out of New York. It's not bad. I mean,
is that it's crazy to sound.
Derek Brown, it's depending on, does he get his option picked up?
That was a Keim draft darling once upon a time. How about this pick for Seattle that's coming up here is going to be pretty, I don't want to say shocking, but in terms of positional value and what they already have and what they need, the position that they're going to go, I think, is going to surprise some people. It's a guy we've mocked to the Cardinals, but not this early. Let's just say that. Let's just say that, Bo Brock. Cam Smith.
Running back?
Yeah. Going after taking Kenneth Walker last year. They're going running back again in the second round with a premium pick. Now, they have a ton of picks, so they can do whatever the hell they want. They've hit on their picks. They're taking the kid out of UCLA, Cabernet, pour out a glass, Charbonnet going. We're going to see him twice a year for the Seattle Seahawks. Interesting.
Doesn't bother me.
No, I root for picks like that because it's a head scratcher. Kenneth Walker is a man among men, was fantastic last year. Taking carries away from Kenneth Walker. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't. But I guess they feel like the first 3 picks, they were able to look at, they got the cornerback spot down, they got the wide receiver position down. They took they took a front 7 player in this second round, and then with another pick, they are going to take a running back. So
we need more picks like that before pick 71. We need more head scratchers like that. I just got tipped off. New York Giants are sniffing around a center. So Cardinals, I would not hate if they got aggressive here. Buffalo wants a center. The Giants want a center, and their picks are coming up here. This is just
so
picks.
Giants. So you've got the Bears, Chargers, Lions, Jags before the Giants pick.
Giants. I'm hearing Giants and Buffalo Bills want centers.
So
potentially.
I mean, with John Michael Schmitz, Luke Wypler on the board, that would leave you with center 4 and Juice Scruggs. Now, you did have him in for a top 30 visit, but I don't think that's what they had in mind as far as how this draft board was going to kind of
Does Juice Scruggs play center?
Yeah, but he's versatile. He's, as far as
he is a center.
3 we've talked about, he's probably a guy who has the most position versatility.
Yeah, he's a projected average starter by Lance Zierlein.
Yeah.
3rd or 4th rounder. He's a 2-year starter. And listen, average at center is better than what the Cardinals have tried it out. Now, you're looking for a plus starter in a lot of these guys, but I just keep going back to that Tony Pauline note. And then I go back to Paris Johnson Jr. dropping Luke Wypler's name today at the press conference with Kyler Murray.
They're boys. They text with each other.
It feels like Luke Wypler, let's get him to Arizona, please. Can we do that? And we know, by the way, Ryan Day has a close relationship with Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon is from that state.
Mm-hmm.
And so Wypler to me is he the guy for them, and can they afford to wait to 71 to get him? I hope not. I hope we don't see a Luke Wypler obviously draft before 71.
Do we have any super chats to get to here, Emma? I know people have been lighting up the chat all night. We appreciate that. Make sure you're hitting that like button. I think there's a lot to like here with what Monti Ossenfort has been able to pull off. Let's start with Han here, $4.99 super chat. Good call, gang. There hasn't been a single great team in the NFL without a very good center. Well, that was going back, but it helps with us just talking about that center position. What do we got? Little KZ.
Friend of the program. For 2024 pick, we should get more if we tank. Well, I don't think they're going to purposely lose games. But you look at their talent level.
Right.
And that's going to result in some
when you
losses.
Look at who they're going to be able to beat up on in the division, without Kyler Murray at quarterback, it becomes tough. But if they're taking on, the Rams and they have Kyler Murray, they could certainly win those games. But outside of that,
we have teased for 3 months this roster that even right now is going to look night and day different.
Yeah.
In May of 2024, this roster is going to be unrecognizable. You will not be able to recognize any of the names on it in the best possible way. The fact that they have so many picks next year and so much money available, all these expiring contracts, and that's not to say they could not be competitive this fall.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the players that they get now and who they would love. I guarantee they would love to be competitive and win games this fall because they've got Houston Texans in their back pocket, Bo Brock.
So there's not going to be a trade with the Bears. The Bears, the pick is in for them. So now between as far as the Giants and where the Cardinals can trade in, you've got the Los Angeles Chargers, Detroit Lions, and Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's continue to run through these super chats. Appreciate everybody giving some hard-earned money towards the cause here.
Every day.
Let's get into top 64, San Antonio Brown, Pac-Man Jones. I think that was a question as far as who you trust in as far as sources.
I trust the Pac-Man. He's not going to let me down tonight.
Yeah. Let's get to Jeremy here, $5 super chat. Great draft so far from Monty. Excited about the future. 4 Peaks was great yesterday. Thanks for the beer.
Wow.
You are welcome, Jeremy.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming out. It was unbelievable to see everybody out there at 4 Peaks. It was a deep group. Everybody had a blast. I wish I could have caught up with everybody. It felt like it was our wedding night out there. You never had the time to go.
That's one way to put it.
Well, not you and I.
Okay.
But we couldn't talk to everybody. That's what I mean in that sense. But 4 Peaks, if you didn't make it out last night, shame on you. But look, you don't have to suffer bad decisions going forward. You can get out there to 4 Peaks right now. Go take advantage of all their great beer that they have out there, like the Wow Wheat. It was so delicious last night. I'm having a Suns brew right now.
Yep.
Got the Kilt Lifter, which is unbelievable. I haven't even talked about the bourbon barrel. They got the bourbon-aged beer that they have out there that is so smooth. You got to take advantage having one of the greatest breweries in the world right here in our great state. Just within driving distance of anywhere, Uber distance. In this case, if you're going to go out there and have a couple pops, go out to 4 Peaks, take advantage of their incredible menu. Johnny had a wrap that was unbelievable.
I was about to say, I ate a wrap that belonged to Bo Brock, but I ate it for myself. It was
that was the Italian beef beer bread.
It was fantastic. And then we shared before the broadcast some Buffalo Dry Rub wings, which were fantastic. Dabbling on the menu at 4 Peaks, you could never go wrong with
No, you can't. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, you can't go wrong with 4 Peaks. The beer, it's right there for you. Redbird Lager. Got to be 21 years or older to enjoy and do it responsibly. I think the only person that was borderline irresponsible was Daniel, who came up to us at the end of the show.
He's a friend of the program.
And he pounded 2 1/4 beers in an instant. I mean, Johnny,
you
were blushing. You were like, how is that possible? You didn't think somebody could chug a beer that
I was really
quickly.
envious of what Daniel was doing. That's for sure. I really looked at Daniel with all due respect and said, man, that is
he was one hand in technique.
peak male form.
While you were still over there getting that second hand in the way.
Put Devin Hester in the Hall of Fame, by the way. Can we get Devin Hester in the Hall of Fame?
As the Bears selection is in and it's going down right now. You love the sweater vests, the Ditka sweater vests that they have too in the crowd here. There's a guy dressed as a bear too. Passionate fans.
For sure. Yeah.
Passionate fans. Who are guys over at CHGO going to be breaking down here?
They're breaking down
Gervin
the defense.
Dexter Sr. out of Florida, a guy that played under the Arizona Cardinals defensive backs coach at Florida, who was the co-DC there. somebody the Cardinals had talked to in the pre-draft process.
Bears are in a very similar spot to the Arizona Cardinals in that they need just about everything.
Yeah.
So I think you're not surprised to see they've kind of gone the poor man's Cardinal route where Cardinals get the best tackle, Bears take second or third best tackle, Cardinals get a premium pass rusher, Bears go along the defensive line as well, stay in the SEC, and I like this kid. Again, in my mock draft, let's see where I had Gervin going. I don't think I had him going quite this high.
Pro Football would bang you if taking him this early.
Yeah, I had him pick 81 actually.
I took him in.
Cardinals.
I think we took him in one of our live mocks in the 3rd round, and we got horrible scores.
I'm going to tell you right now what I don't like, Bo Brock. No wideouts yet, and what that does is it enables teams like Kansas City and Buffalo to get cute as it relates to DeAndre Hopkins. Now,
what do you mean no wideouts? I mean,
no
we had
wideouts.
Mingo go.
Outside of Mingo,
yeah,
we haven't had a run on receivers like I thought we would. The kid out of Tennessee was fantastic this year, the big play receiver. He's still available. I think there are some options for teams that need a wideout, and Buffalo and Kansas City
Look
in
at the
particular.
Chargers running the podium, basically.
They
Tom Telesco and crew want to get somebody. They were waiting.
They lost the starting guard in free agency.
But it's not. They do have the center spot locked up.
They've got Zion Johnson, too.
Yeah.
Who's their center? Lindsley that they stole from the Arizona Cardinals in free agency?
So
can we just mention how amazing the Chargers social is?
Is it pretty strong?
With PF Chang's?
It is amazing.
What?
You've never seen that tweet from? Yes, you have.
Huh?
Early in the days of social media, the intern that was running the Chargers Twitter, I can't believe you've never heard this, tweeted out, "I'm hungry, Michael, get some PF Chang's later," and they've never deleted it. Look it up. That I cannot believe that you didn't know that.
So the pick is in here. Nick Hardwick, one of the
he's a center, by the way.
Former of Semmer, absolutely. A guy, one of those weirdos where he looks weird because he was a huge, big hog molly, and now he's lost all the weight.
He is. They're going defensive end, taking the kid out of USC.
Okay.
So we can breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, no,
here.
we can't. I mean, it's another team off the board. You got KC and Jacksonville standing between the Cardinals stopping the New York Giants from getting the center.
I think we just saw the end of DeAndre Hopkins, at least to Kansas City. The Chiefs are trading up with the Detroit Lions. They're taking wide receiver.
We did also have a wide receiver go to Green Bay.
Who was that?
Green Bay took a wide receiver, Jaden Reed out of Michigan State.
I completely missed that. Rashee Rice out of, I think, Louisiana Lafayette is going to Kansas City to pick 55. Rashee Rice.
At SMU?
Is it SMU? I thought maybe. They have the same color scheme, so I can never remember.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say Houston?
Louisiana Lafayette, but maybe it's SMU. I don't care enough to look it up, frankly. But Kansas City, not in a position. They traded up, not for DeAndre Hopkins, but for Rashee Rice. Listen,
would you have read whatever they used to trade up in the second round? They didn't want DeAndre Hopkins? Rashee Rice?
I can't bang on Kansas City yet until I see Patrick Mahomes not produce. I can bang on the Buffalo Bills because they look like ass against the Bengals.
They got two steadies, right? They got two things you can just hang your hat on. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. The two guys that are best at their position. You can even put Creed Humphrey there at center.
Well, and they're banking on Kadarius Toney taking the next step.
But there's kind of so many question marks as far as Toney, Sky Moore, and now you've got Rashee Rice, and then Justin Ross you can throw into that equation as he gets healthier.
I wonder if they're just the Cardinals, if they don't trade him this weekend, if it's Von Miller 2.0, where you get a team that's desperate midseason, and they say, here's a second-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins, here's a third and a fourth, or whatever it is. Do you think the money factor is the biggest problem?
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Not the compensation.
No, the money is the biggest issue and hang up. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, it's trying to figure out how you can. What's going on?
Chicago Bears are on the clock, and there's rumors of a John Michael Schmitz.
Okay.
I haven't gotten that confirmed
yet. That's. I mean, the biggest bummer about that because
if it's
we're looking at Wypler, right? I mean,
we're looking at O'Cyrus Torrence is available still. Yeah. The Bears jumped the Giants, and we know the Giants wanted a center. Did the Bears go up and get John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota? I couldn't even tell you who their center is. It's probably terrible. Probably some terrible player. Chat, do we have it? Yeah, the Bears need a center. Bears just traded up John Michael Schmitz. People are saying most likely. Come on, Monty. what we need a pass protector here. I need to see. Okay, so the Jaguars got 61 and 135, which is the first pick of the fifth round. So to me, yes, they're saying John Michael Schmitz gone. I don't have that confirmed yet. They're on the clock. We don't know for sure. People are doing frowny faces. Bears trade up. Again, waiting on the Twitter streets.
They've been pretty solid all night long.
Who? Twitter?
Yeah. No, our friends.
Oh, they've
in the
been
chat.
fantastic. Get this Rasheed. No one cares about what the Chiefs did. Wypler's. Damn, Wypler going to go to New York. Well,
I see a lot of people saying they'd love to see it. JPA football. No, that's not it. No, I don't see anything that's.
We haven't gotten it confirmed yet. Maybe nobody has it yet.
We're going to check in with our guy, Howard Balzer, here in a minute.
Oh,
He's live from the facility. Talk to BJ Ujulari.
Perfect.
So we'll get some insight on the new. Paris Johnson put on a show.
He did.
And if you loved the prospect early on, you're going to love him even more after watching him navigate the media, find out a little bit more about him, just how bright and caring of a kid he is. He's already got his own foundation, philanthropic, he's smart, knows 3 languages. And did I mention he's a big tackle
Well,
that can protect Kyler Murray?
Would you say he's 2 of me? Would you say if you put me on top of myself on my shoulders?
Yeah,
that's what
you're right
at?
there.
Okay,
you're close.
I said something last night on Twitter where he likes to lift up a lot of his teammates, and I said I would like for him to lift me up, and people raise an eyebrow at that. I'll double down on that. Please pick me up, Paris Johnson.
He answered it as far as why he does. He's just got full of energy.
Bears are taking Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback from Miami. Let's go.
Okay.
Interesting.
Right, we can hear Howard, but he can't hear us. So we'll continue to troubleshoot that as he's out there at the facility, the Cardinals facility, talk to their newest member of the organization.
All right. I feel like this draft's going pretty fast. The Cardinals almost 10 picks away to be on the clock again.
No.
Yeah, they're picking 71.
Oh, okay. Yes. I didn't know we were that far down the road here.
We've gotten pretty far.
All right. Howard, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. Yep, got you loud and clear.
Coming through crystal clear. So the Arizona Cardinals, they decide to trade down in a second consecutive round. Monti Ossenfort pulling the strings again, and he moves down from 33. He gets an extra third-round pick next year, and then he gets the pass rusher out of LSU, BJ Ujulari. What did we learn about the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals organization?
Well, we did have a chance to talk with BJ, and he's excited to be here. And of course, his brother plays for the Giants, and the Cardinals play the Giants at home next season. We'll know the date sometime in the next few weeks, next month. But he said, I'm versatile. I'll do anything this team wants. Of course, we're all wondering what kind of defense are they playing. It sure looks like a bunch of guys that they have are more fitted to be edge rushers in a 3-4, but they're going to be moving guys around, I'm sure, all over the place. And we know they needed an edge rusher, and that's certainly what they hope that Ojulari can provide.
Howard, you've been covering this team a long time. Right now, the Cardinals are projected to have 12-plus draft picks in the 2024 draft, including 3 in the third and 2 in the first round. I mean, how have they set themselves up to kickstart this rebuild with the capital and what a lot of people consider to be a stronger draft in 2024?
Right. No, it's great setup for next year. And like you mentioned, the total picks, but I believe it's assuming they get that 4th-round compensatory pick for Zach Allen. That will be 8 choices in the first 4 rounds, which is pretty impressive. And when you think about it, I mean, you're talking about even with compensatory picks, it'll be around 130, 135 players maybe in those first 4 rounds. So have 8 players, and the other part of that, guys, is that it gives you even more flexibility to move around next year, whether it's up, down, whatever it might be. I mean, the odds are you're not going to draft 12 guys that are going to make your football team. So what it enables you to do is do some trading up and, target a player that you think you might not get if you stay where you are. So that was pretty significant in terms of what they've done here in these 2 days with picking up a 1 and 2 threes next year.
What do we learn about Ojulari? Because we've learned so much about Paris Johnson Jr. and it transcends the playing field. Howard, you and I were both out today. You've talked to Paris Johnson now twice. You talked to his mom today. But before we get more into that, like B.J. Ojulari, is he kind of a similar prospect? Is he as impressive off the field as he is on the field? What do we know about B.J. Ojulari, the total package?
We don't know as much as we do about Paris Johnson, but he is, by all accounts, an impressive guy off the field, high character. We know that, it gets cliched sometimes when you hear teams talk about, getting high character guys, but there's no doubt that that appears to be what he is. And just talking to him, you can hear the excitement in his voice and expresses himself very well. And he just can't wait to get to Arizona. And so he also talked about, being helped by his brother. He said that that's his first name is Aziz. And of course, the family came from Nigeria. His parents did. And so he talked about his brother mentoring him in terms of helping him in his college career, and certainly what to expect from the NFL when he now will be knee deep in it with rookie minicamp. What is it? I guess a couple of weekends from right now.
Yeah.
Howard, do you think that they make more movement trading up? You figure they don't pick until 71. The run on interior offensive linemen appears to be happening right now. We've heard connections to Luke Wypler out of Ohio State, who was name dropped by Paris Johnson at the presser today. Would you look at center/guard as one of the biggest needs remaining for this team? I know they need everything, but the fact that they don't have a center of the future on the roster right now is a little bit concerning for Cardinal fans.
Yeah, it is a little bit concerning. And, the one thing we don't know is what this current group thinks of Lacita Smith, who didn't do a bad job last year when he was thrown into the mix at guard. And he was telling us, I remember we were talking to him last year in the locker room, and it looked like he might get a look at center coming down the stretch, which didn't happen. And he says, hey, I'm ready to play center if they want me to. So I'm sure at least he's going to be in the competition. So certainly that's one area they're looking at. We've also seen a little bit of a run on cornerbacks in this round. Certainly some depth is needed there. And interior defensive line, I think, is still something that the Cardinals will be looking at. And I think we mentioned it yesterday, some depth at running back, because, right now behind James Conner, you have Keontae Ingram and Corey Clement, basically, and then Tyson Williams. So there's a bunch of things that they still need. I think it's, I don't know that we can expect everything, certainly, to be answered in this first year of everything happening, but certainly you want to try to fill as many of those needs as possible. And the thing is, though, with these 3 picks later tonight in the third round, if there's someone they really love, perhaps they trade up, but I think they'd like to hold on to as many of their picks as they can so they can continue this replenishment of the roster.
The second center is officially off the board as the New York Giants. Johnny was saying they're eyeing a center. It's not Luke Wypler. It's actually somebody who was actually tabbed the consensus top center. He wasn't, in fact, but the Tipman goes before that. But John Michael Schmitz goes to the New York Giants. So 2 centers down that the Arizona Cardinals have been tied to. You still have 2 left in Luke Wypler and Juice Scruggs, who had a top 30 visit with this organization. So we just heard from Ojulari. Is that it? Monti Ossenfort, I have to imagine, is still locked away in the war room, deciding what he's doing with those next 3 picks. But anything else that we need to know about the newest member of the Cardinals organization and B.J. Ojulari? Anything stand out to you?
No, I think just his athleticism certainly is the one thing, obviously, that impressed the Cardinals. And, he'll fit into this group that they have with guys they've added in the last couple of years. And I'll tell you, there's going to be a lot of competition at those spots. And yes, you're right. We won't hear from Monti apparently until after the draft is done tonight, after they make however many picks it is the rest of the way. I will note this in terms of, as you guys are mentioning, those interior linemen, especially center. We see it quite often in the draft that you get guys like centers and guards a lot of times in the later part of the draft, even from the 5th round on. And a lot of times you're getting guys who have played a lot of games in college. But, they just don't have those great measurables that the teams love, and they end up being taken later, but still come in and compete for jobs on teams. So certainly that could be one thing that the Cardinals are looking at. So, so far I think it's fair to say so good, but it'll be very interesting to see what they end up with in the third round. And of course, moving up in that third round a little bit earlier, where let's remember they were supposed to pick early, with an early pick in the third round that went to the Eagles in that whole crazy, tampering situation, which I did learn today, guys, though. I did learn that when Monti Ossenfort made the call to Jonathan Gannon after the NFC Championship game, he was not using a burner phone. So I think that's really good news.
That is good news. Last question for you, Howard. Cardinals don't have a 4th or a 5th round pick. How likely is it that they remain that way and wait from the time of the start of the draft tomorrow into the 6th and 7th round? Do you feel like one of those picks late in the 3rd round is destined to be a trade back?
It definitely could be, and it could be, like you said, one of the picks in this 3rd round could be a trade back. Of course, one of these picks is a compensatory pick, which is near the end of the 3rd round. Obviously, you need a team that wants to jump into that spot, and you are able to trade compensatory choices, which wasn't the case a few years ago. So certainly that could be the case. It all depends, I think, on the cluster of players that are there on the board that the Cardinals could have interest in. And if there's some guys there that they want to make sure they get, they could very well, go into it and say, hey, we're fine without the 4th and 5th because we want to concentrate on these 3 choices. So I think either way it could go, and we'll find out not too distant future, obviously.
And we're going to see who the Buffalo Bills select here, another team that was rumored to be on the center position. But, with a guy like O'Cyrus Torrence, is he somebody that they tab here, a guy that many thought was going to go in the 1st round, but has fallen all the way this spot in the draft. But our insight, our coverage from the team facility, it's top-notch. It's a 1st-round pick with Howard Balzer. Hope to catch up with you at least one more time from the facility tonight, as the Cardinals are going to be selecting 3 more times. Howard, thanks for the insight, man.
All right, guys, take care.
It is O'Cyrus Torrence going to the Buffalo Bills at pick 59. So Wypler remains at least for another pick, Bo Brock. But again, the run on interior offensive lineman, as we spoke with Howard, John Michael Schmitz gone, O'Cyrus Torrence gone, Joe Tippmann gone, Steve Avila gone. I don't know how passive you can be if you are Monti Ossenfort and company. You have picks at your disposal this year and next year. Moving up from 71 into the 60s would not cost you very much. No. I think if you want to be in a position to get your center of the future, it's a premium position in my mind. You go up and you be aggressive. I think it would be a mistake waiting to 71. And I could be wrong. He could be available. Josh Jones, once upon a time, fell all the way to the Cardinals at the end of the 3rd round, I think pick 79. So it is possible. But you were playing with fire here, assuming that's the direction they want to go. Of course, you mentioned somebody like Juice Scruggs is an option. I don't love that as much as Wypler, but I think that if you're looking as a fallback option to your starter out of Penn State, you insert him into this group with a Lecitus Smith and Marquise Hayes, and you see what you have.
Yeah, it's just, I think you just kind of remove the confidence as far as his ability to start in the near future. I think Scruggs becomes maybe more of a project and a lesser of a proven commodity coming from the college level. But that's when you start. When you start to see those type of prospects emerge in this draft as you get towards the end of the 2nd round, and with Buffalo off the board and O'Cyrus Torrence off the board, you've got Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Philly, and then the Lions to finish out the 2nd round. Then you have the Bears, Texans, Eagles, Broncos twice, Rams, Raiders, Saints, and then the Cardinals back on the clock at 72.
Yeah, be interesting. The Arizona Cardinals now in a position with those precious 2/3, the compensatory picks at the end of the 3rd round, moving up, moving back. I don't know. I feel like with no 4th or 5th round picks tomorrow, we are destined to see a trade down of one of those 2 picks. DeAndre Hopkins, does he remain an Arizona Cardinal? You think so? I still think there's a 50-50 chance. Buffalo, the pick is in. They're taking O'Cyrus Torrence, but you got to remember, Buffalo and Kansas City, they still have their conventional 3rd round pick in the 90s that could be used on DeAndre Hopkins should they find out a way to get the deal done.
Looks Looks like Cincinnati. Is Cincinnati on the board next, right? They've and as we try to wrap up this second round, we'll see the clock accelerate a little bit. We'll see what positions they start to look into. But the Arizona Cardinals, I mean, do you think Monti Ossenfort is sweating this as much as we are?
I would, no, probably because he can manipulate the draft. We've seen him manipulate the draft with no leverage with Houston and steal their first round pick next year. He can, if he wants Luke Wypler to be Kyler Murray's center of the future, he can go up and get him. But if he's content on waiting until 71, that tells me that he does not feel like Luke Wypler is the center of the future, or at least worthy of going up and getting him. And we saw how he felt about Paris Johnson Jr. yesterday, for instance. He thought he was going to be a left tackle that has a chance to be an all-pro. Mm-hmm. And so they went up and they took him. They were not content on waiting, taking a Skoronski, taking a Darnell Wright, taking a Broderick Jones. They said, we need to get Paris Johnson Jr. It's like Jonathan Gannon said at the uniform unveiling a couple weeks ago. Said there are players that we want, that we like, that we are going to get. Is Luke Wypler in that category? We're about to find out. If not, then they'll have an alternative plan. It's a plan that, unbeknownst to us right now, Tony Pauline said they love him. Paris Johnson name dropped him today. We'll see if we're going to find out here in the next 11 picks, Bo.
Yeah, corner is still another spot
100%.
That I think they can certainly go. We still have the kid out of Michigan. I think DJ Turner is still available. Funny to see in your first 3 picks, you get an Ohio State player and you get a Michigan player. But it's all for the betterment of the Arizona Cardinals.
DeJuan Jones, who's a tackle that I like out of Ohio State, would not. I mean, would you imagine they take both tackles from Ohio State and they say, "Hey, we want to recreate what you did"?
I don't hate it.
No,
I don't hate it. I think just the obviously the nonverbal communication that's so important at that position, and just kind of the feel. And they have 2 players that played with each other and played with C.J. Stroud, who's not as mobile as Kyler Murray. And Paris Johnson alluded to that as far as, how similar really are they? Here's that where they're similar. They're great passers of the football.
Yep.
They're elite signal callers. Yep. But that's kind of where it ends. Kyler Murray, his skill set or his ability to get out and run is way different than C.J. Stroud.
100%.
But to have kind of that unspoken language already started between 2 players potentially in your offensive line, it's exciting. But what is the knock against DeJuan Jones? Why is he falling as far as he has? Where somebody who's right on the outside looking in the first round, it was supposed to be an early second rounder. He's still on the board here, but could play to the advantage of the Arizona Cardinals. Wypler, another Ohio State offensive lineman. I think if you can get one of those 2 guys, I'll always take tackles anytime. It's like starting pitching or just pitching in baseball. You can never have enough of it. It's such a brutal position. You take hits all the time. Even in practice, you're taking hits. So I think that if you can get a guy, especially when you look at the 2 veteran offensive tackles the Cardinals have, the future there isn't any. I mean, they're good for right now as stopgaps, bridges to some prospects.
Yeah.
So if it presents yourself and you can get tremendous value at a premium position, I don't hate it. But I don't think so. We talked about DJ Turner. He's off the board. So he goes to Cincinnati. Cincinnati makes the pick for the corner out of Michigan. It's a good pick by Cincinnati here late in the draft.
We know what
Jaguars running the podium. Their pick's already
They've got a tight end in mind. I don't know who it is. There's reports now from our guy Benjamin Albright. Georgia monster tight end Darnell Washington has a foot very similar to Tyree Wilson's foot that caused him to drop a few picks in the top 10. Darnell, though, not yet taken off the board. You saw that kid out of Michigan, who I think is a lesser prospect, go above Darnell. And then so if you assume this is a tight end, which it sounds like it is, Philadelphia took a center last year. So you would presume they don't need a center. Frank Ragnow plays for the Detroit Lions at 63. That's not an option for them. So, I mean, we're getting down to a point where you've got 2 6 this year.
Right.
Could you jump up and flip it for one of these 6? I think you could. I think that's probably the sweet spot. But teams are going to know the kind of capital you have. They're going to ask for the world. But I think you're getting to a point now where you're not going to have to give up very much to go up and get Luke Wypler if you want him. Also, as Trenell said, Zavala, who is a nice guard prospect, Chandler Zavala out of, I believe he went to NC State. He's still available as well, but I think they've got their eye on a center. You got to believe.
Yeah, you have to feel that. The Broncos, though, the 2 picks, and
that's concerning.
Yeah,
that is concerning. Now I know that they like.
I'm tired of Denver coming in and getting.
Well, we don't know definitively
that we want.
But Benjamin Albright, who covers the team, friend of the program, said they like Steve Avila. They like the interior offensive lineman in this class. Now they wouldn't mind adding some weaponry for Russell Wilson and company. These skill players. I mean, Sean Payton's probably already tired of half of them, right? He wants to churn in and bring some of his own players in. But the offensive line for Denver last year was not good. And so do they try to find the center of the future for Russ and company? We'll see. But I would love to jump Denver and be able to steal Luke Wypler.
You got Chicago, Houston. Maybe you could facilitate another trade with the Texans.
Absolutely.
Philly. There's more ties in this organization that came from Philly this offseason. Those are the teams that you're looking at and getting in front of the Denver Broncos with back-to-back picks in the 3rd round.
So we have a trade. Philadelphia has traded with the Houston Texans. Houston Texans are on the clock. They take a center that we mentioned, Scruggs out of Penn State. Juice Scruggs goes to the Houston Texans. The run on interior linemen. Centers is real. The Cardinals need to wake up and go up and get Luke Wypler. Detroit, they've already traded with the Detroit Lions once. I think you call up everybody in Detroit. You get Dave Sears on the phone. You got to go up to pick 63. You got to go up and get Luke Wypler because right now, I mean, what are you going to do with the center position, Bo Brock?
Yeah, I mean, you've got Yelda Froholt that you just signed from the Cleveland Browns, a versatile offensive lineman. That's right now your option at center.
Yeah.
Or unless you want to move to like a Lucita Smith who wants to play center, but obviously he was a 6th-round pick last year out of Virginia Tech, and despite the success he had against Aaron Donald, consistently, can you get it at a down-to-down basis? Can you get a game-in, game-out basis? Mm-hmm. I don't think that's something that Monti Ossenfort wants to do to his quarterback coming back from serious knee injury. I mean, I think it starts to get serious here as far as what they're going to do at that position because of a recent run at the center spot.
The Broncos have also entered the chat, according to Tom Pelissero. Sorry. They have traded up. The Denver Broncos have traded up, and do they have a sense of urgency now with all these interior offensive linemen going off the board? The Lions have traded up with the Denver Broncos. I do not know yet what the player is. Easy in the chat. Keep our picks. No more trading up. Listen, Monti Ossenfort is hearing you. Does not feel like a sense of urgency needs to be had to be able to trade up for one of these picks. We do not know what the Denver Broncos are planning on doing, but why would they feel like they have to trade up? The Detroit Lions give up pick 63 to Denver. Did Denver have to give up one of their thirds in the process, or do they now own the 60s with 3 threes in the 60s? Be interesting.
Yeah, it would. Jags make their pick official here, and then the last pick of the 3rd round is going to go to the Denver Broncos, and we'll see if they are able to pull it off. Cardinals still, I mean, they're not in striking distance. They're still going to have to pull off a deal, even if Denver doesn't get a center spot here. It really does feel like that's the direction it's going to go. They're still going to have, unless they give up one of those back-to-back picks in order to get up the draft board. It would be strange. It would be interesting to see if the Cardinals have that urgency to do so. Well, maybe they're just not into this center class.
Well, they worked out a ton, though. Why use all these top 30 picks on Scruggs and Avila? And did they use a top 30 pick on Luke Wypler? I don't know. I trust Rafa.
They went to his pro day, that's for sure.
Rafa's saying Monty knows what they're doing. I agree with that. They're saying DeJuan Jones is going to be...
who we were talking about. So Denver liked to see the value there, so they moved up. They took a tackle that was expected to go earlier in the 2nd round. He lasts all the way into the final pick, it feels like, until of the 2nd round.
Yeah.
And they can got to help beef up that offensive line. That's what they were working on all offseason. All their dollars went to the offensive line, something that Russell Wilson has never had the advantage of. His team really sinking money and draft capital into his offensive line. He's getting it. McGlinchey signing this offseason, playing the right tackle spot, and now they're going to get a tackle via the draft. Ohio State, the kind of playing the other side here, bookending the Ohio State offensive line with Paris Johnson Jr.
Here's the compensation given up by the Houston Texans. The Texans go from 62, or they go to 62. Philadelphia gets 65, 188, and 230, Bo Brock. Texans very aggressive. You would almost assume that the Texans weren't the worst team in the NFL with the way they are trading up and trading back their picks. But, to each their own. DeMeco Ryans' tall task ahead of him into 2023.
As far as the trade for Denver to get up to this spot, though, after Scruggs goes off the board for the Texans, they basically swapped fourth rounders. So the
Cardinals didn't have that benefit, obviously.
Yeah, the Broncos trade 68 and 139 for 63 and 183.
Okay.
So they they traded spots in the fourth round.
A little handshake deal here. Again, the Arizona Cardinals, assuming that the Houston Texans, they do take Juice Scruggs, we've got Cardinals are picking 71. We've got 8 picks remaining to find out what the Arizona Cardinals are going to do. Does Luke Wypler, I'm going to put you on the clock right now, make it to pick 71, Bo Brock?
It's tough. I mean, Denver still has, so Detroit now has the 68th overall pick.
And we don't feel like Detroit's an option for Luke Wypler.
But Denver has a pick at 67.
Okay.
You've got Philly with back-to-back picks. They're not going to touch a center. They've got a Kelsey and the guy they drafted last year.
Yep.
Chicago, I don't feel like that's a threat. At the top of the third round.
Let me check the Bears depth chart. Did they take an interior offensive lineman already? I can't remember. I think they took the defensive tackle from Florida.
Right.
But their center right now
they got a tackle in the first round.
Yeah.
They've
got Braxton Jones. Cody Whitehair still plays for them. Nate Davis. They got a kid, Lucas Patrick, who's in his 6th season. I mean, they do not have a center of the future on their roster. That's a little bit concerning. But it would cost you basically nothing to try to jump them. The Broncos are going wide receiver, by the way. They are taking Marvin Mims, who we did speak with at the Combine. He did meet with the Arizona Cardinals. We confirmed at the Combine. He goes to the Denver Broncos as they apparently have soured. It's been reported on a bunch of the receivers. Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton were the speculation of trade conversations at the duration of the offseason, and then they've got Tim Patrick coming off injury. So that's
traded up for Marcus Mims, huh?
He's got some elite speed, and he compares his game to a poor man. He doesn't say this, but people have said poor man Hollywood Brown. And you see the highlights on TV, much more of an underneath receiver, struggling to have separation there, but nice player. But did he dominate the Big 12? No. I don't think he's got more upside than maybe a high-end 2 or a high-end 3, low-end 2.
So we wrap up the second round. The Denver Broncos trade back into the second round. They take Marcus Mims out of Oklahoma, and now the sweat continues into the third round for Arizona Cardinals fans who felt like this was going to be the draft. They were going to get the center of the future, but between the cards, you got the Bears leading off here in the third round. You've got back-to-back picks from the Eagles, Broncos again, the Lions after they traded down with the Broncos, Rams, who could always use offensive line help, Raiders, Saints, then Monti Ossenfort and crew.
Yeah, that's a murderer's row right there. I don't trust any of those 3 teams. And I think you can be in a position where you could trade one of your 6th-round pick to go up. Ossenfort, to me, he's played this right so far. Neil in the chat, I need Wypler to be the pick. Michael's saying no more center talk. All right, what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about some other options. If it's not a center, I'm going to read you some best available players for the Arizona Cardinals. We know Henley, the kid out of Washington State. They like him, Bo. He's an off-ball linebacker. He hasn't been chosen yet. Drew Sanders out of Arkansas is still available. Zavala, the guard from NC State. There's a pass rusher out of Northwestern that's a nice player. Couple nice tackles. How about the kid, what's his last name? Hyatt out of Tennessee.
Monster game against Alabama.
I mean, he's a tremendous deep threat. I mean, he's you're looking at an heir apparent to DeAndre Hopkins. That kid could be it. You're talking about a poor man's Will Fuller. Not yet taken, Jalen Hyatt, to me, I like him more than a lot of these receivers being taken. But he's a little bit raw and his hands aren't great. But when you basically toast everybody in the SEC, that Tennessee offense is being disrespected right now. Hendon Hooker not yet taken. They were the number 1 team in college football for about 9 weeks of the season.
Yeah. I mean, they like the tackle out of Tennessee enough for the Bears to take him in the top 10. I mean, could you go back to the edge? Well, could you go to?
I think that's too many resources right now. Unless you're convinced.
Atabare?
Yeah, Atabare to me he's got a low ceiling. I'm not just saying that because he went to Northwestern. I think you got your high end ceiling guy. I think you got your kid out of LSU, and then you've got some options on the
in the chat.
roster.
Andrew Voorhees, who would be kind of a draft and stash type guy after tearing his ACL, the USC, just a monster as far as his size, and projects to be a starting caliber guard in the NFL, but unfortunately suffered that torn ACL. I mean, if there's few teams that could draft and stash, the Arizona Cardinals are certainly one of them. But look, this is early in the third round. They're not going to take that with their next pick, but could they use one of these three on him? I wouldn't hate it.
There's not a defensive tackle I would take in this position. Benton off the board.
This is where the draft speeds up, by the way.
Keon White off the board. I mean, if you wanted to, it's going to bleed Cardinal fans' ears. I mean, some of the best players available right now are off-ball linebackers, in terms of the value you could get. Now, the Cardinals, I mean, Ika, Tommy Dillard in the chat, I don't hate that pick. I think it's a little bit of a reach. I think with maybe one of your later picks in the third, you could go that route. But to me, it makes all the sense in the world. Maybe a Tyler Steen out of Alabama, or is he off the board? Double dipping a tackle is not the worst thing in the world. And to talk about a contingency plan, assuming you don't re-sign Josh Jones after Kelvin Beachum hangs it up, to have your bookend tackles, I think that'd be a nice investment for Monti Ossenfort. It's very similar to what Seattle did last year. They went tackle in the first round and the third round, and they got two studs. So for me, I wouldn't hate that.
What would you think about Keelee Ringo at this point? I mean, the athleticism, the speed. I don't believe so.
I thought he went to the Green Bay Packers. Did Keelee Ringo not go to the Green Bay Packers?
With which pick?
I thought they traded up for Keelee Ringo.
Jaden Reed.
No, you're right. He has not been taken yet. That's a value pick. I didn't love Keelee Ringo at 33.
No,
you take Keelee Ringo at 71. That's a nice pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
Easy. He's got his caps lock on, or he's hitting shift with aggression, saying we are picking a CB.
Tank Dell, Keelee Ringo, Trenton Simpson. I'm not a Josh Downs guy per se.
Brady or BRQDY saying the kid out of Stanford. Blue. He had a nice Senior Bowl.
Keelee Ringo. I can't believe he's still available.
Well, I mean, I think, to your point from a long time ago, he was a guy that had the benefit of a ferocious front seven.
So the Bears are picking 64. They are going defensive tackle Zach Pickens.
Okay, South Carolina?
South Carolina. So they are loading up on SEC defensive linemen.
Zach with 2 C's.
Yes, Zach with 2 C's. Now we've got that confirmed. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left. Of those 7 picks, 3 of them belong to teams I don't think are going to target a center: Detroit and Philadelphia. Would it shock you if Keelee Ringo joined all of his Georgia, cohorts in Philadelphia?
I got to ask this: can he help himself?
Right.
Can Howie Roseman? Can he help himself with a bulldog on the board?
I don't think so. I think you got back-to-back picks. That's a value pick for Philadelphia. I mean,
he's going to take the water boy out of Georgia, I think, with the second of back-to-back picks.
Everybody looks at what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing this year. I think that's going to be the Cardinals next year, where you're just, every time you're looking up, you have got a pick to be had. And that's going to be a beautiful thing for this franchise. So, take solace in knowing Cardinals, as you heard from our guy Howard Balzer, 8 picks in the first 4 rounds, assuming they get that comp pick for Zach Allen. It's fantastic news.
No, it's huge. I mean, it's huge. That was one of the things you needed to check off your list in this year's draft.
And it's done.
Yeah.
It's complete. You don't have to get cute.
Accumulating assets, and they did it. And he did it with the benefit of not dealing DeAndre Hopkins. I think they wanted to do that with an eye towards this draft and some prospects they had their eye on, and they couldn't do it. And that's unfortunate. Eagles, I'm sure, with the bulldog on the board, Howie Roseman just said it. Called Kirby smart and said, "I'm taking another one of your guys." No, I don't know who the pick is.
Our friend from CBS, Jeff Creer, supporter of the show, saying the Eagles are going to consider Darnell Washington, Keelee Ringo, Jalen Hyatt.
That's a joke, right?
DeJuan Jones. No, just best available.
The two guys you mentioned were Georgia Bulldogs.
Best available. There's a group of about 5 guys. Darnell Washington not going yet. I mean, that hurts the Cardinals' opportunity to push other players down on the board. But some of these tight ends
I love Darnell Washington. I know they took Trey McBride last year. I don't think they should take him here, but the 6'7" tight end, what's not fun about that?
You get to tomorrow and he's available. All bets are off. But today it's like you got to stick somewhere within your wheelhouse. And he would basically, I would imagine he would redshirt. McBride's primed for a breakout year, and Zach Ertz is still under contract, and he's rehabbing. But it sounds like by hook or by crook, Zach Ertz is gonna be ready to go come September. So we're gonna wait and see. I am optimistic right now that they're gonna be able to fill a need in the interior offensive line with one of these next 3 picks. It feels like they have done enough homework on offensive linemen in their top 30 visits, Bo, to be able to come away with a starter.
Yeah, and it gets a little dicier here. It felt like when you traded down the 41, you were still in a prime position to take one of those interior offensive linemen. You rolled the dice though to the point we were making at the end of last night.
Yeah,
premium position.
Yeah,
and you had to start to chip away on that front 7 on the other side of the football. Even though we think there might be an emphasis as far as the offense this year. To start to kind of figure that out. But they took a premium position in the edge in B.J. Ojulari, and here we are, sweating it out. What are they going to do when they're trying to maybe look at a non-premium position, but trying to fill it with a good prospect going forward? But, they could continue to go premium depending on how these dominoes fall here in the next couple picks. Could they take a corner? But then you start to look at that interior of the offensive line. You look at center, you look at guard. You look at, as you mentioned, a linebacker who kind of fits the mold. This would probably be the highest they would start to take linebackers in the future, 3rd round.
This is at the very earliest, and then we've got confirmation the Eagles are taking Alabama tackle Tyler Steen with pick number 65, back-to-back in the trenches. They're on the clock again at 66. Tyler Steen out of Alabama goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. And they've been, their offensive line has been everything you would want the Arizona Cardinals offensive line to be. It's just a pool of quality SEC caliber ass kickers led by Jason Kelsey and company.
So Steen goes before DeJuan Jones. You got to continue to ask what's up with DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones was somebody a lot of people mocked as a top 40 to 50 prospect.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're sitting here at the beginning of the 3rd round. He's still available. It's a question mark. It's a question mark. Absolutely. Let's look at some of these best available remaining for the Cardinals. DeJuan Jones, Cedric Tillman, Steen just went. We've got the pass rusher out of Northwestern. Jalen Duncan, has he been selected yet out of Milligan?
Drew Saunders still available, the Arkansas linebacker.
I'm going to take a hard pass at that. Not a fan of that. So, Saiki
Riley Moss, corner.
D lineman out of Baylor.
I like it. Riley Moss, physical corner out of Iowa. Versatile, could probably move back the back end of the defensive secondary, but could play some corner.
Yeah, we have not seen yet what the Eagles plan to do with pick 66. You would assume it not going to go back-to-back offensive line. But again...
No, nobody has taken Wypler yet. That's the sweat right now. I think that's what Cardinals fans, who they want to fall, is the Eagles have a pick in. And we believe it's Steen, the tackle out of Bama.
It is Steen, the left tackle, developmental player, not certainly ready to
they have the luxury of that.
They do, and that's where the Cardinals want to be. Where's Wypler? Hopefully Whippler's on the next flight to Arizona, joining his Ohio State teammate and Paris Johnson Jr. But,
get him to join that text thread that Paris Johnson told us he was already a part of with the Arizona Cardinals offensive line.
Do we have the video from the presser today?
Emma, we have any of the video from the presser set up? Okay. We have some you can pick up out of our media share. Yeah. But nothing we have set up right now, and that's fine. We've got but Paris Johnson basically said right away he was thrown onto a text thread, it sounds like, with the veteran tackles on the Cardinals team, and he said he was figuring out who they were because he played Madden with the Cardinals a couple times. It's fun to play with Kyler Murray as your quarterback. And he knew their last names at least because you would see it at the bottom of their character on Madden football.
That's great.
So
Eagles got Sidney Brown, according to the chat, at 66.
So Howie Roseman could contain himself. He didn't take a Georgia Bulldog. So you've got Keelee Ringo still on the board here, but the Cardinals fans still waiting for a guy like Luke Wypler, the Ohio State center, to fall all the way to them at 72.
Well, and it's Keelee Ringo, the questions we had about how legitimate his production was, it's not to knock on a kid, but you have question marks anytime you play with that front seven. That dictates everything. Go back and put the TCU tape on. I mean, he had to do very little in that game to really abuse Max Duggan and company. So you got to be convinced now, can Keelee Ringo win on an island, Bo Brock, if you put him outside with minimal pass rush? Yeah. There's only probably 2 to 3 teams in the NFL that can manipulate and duplicate what Georgia did.
Yeah.
And I think Keelee Ringo goes this round, but the question marks surrounding him being a top 40 pick were legitimate. I mean, I had him going in my top 40 just based off of what everybody else was hearing and doing. Not realistic now. I think it's realistic that he falls and continues to fall, and we're seeing other defensive backs go ahead of him.
Sidney Brown, the safety out of Illinois, goes. You got Denver on the clock, Detroit, the Rams, the Raiders, and then the Saints, and then the Cardinals.
Yeah. The Cardinals, again, no sense of urgency right now to move up.
Who are we feeling? Ringo is entered the chat, I feel, with Cardinals fans.
100%.
Who's gonna pry open your chest cavity and rip your heart out if he gets taken between now and then?
You know, I think we've talked to death about it.
If you say his name one more time, I am going to slap you.
What about a running back at 71?
So when you start to look at how this running back class has kind of developed and materialized, you've got, is it 3 off the board? So we had Gibbs and Bijan Robinson went before him in the first round. And then the second round, you only had Charbonnet, correct?
Yeah.
So you've got quite a bit of running back options to pick from. You've got 3 picks in this round. Kendre Miller, probably the best available, that the Arizona Cardinals certainly did their homework on this pre-draft process. You got the kid out of Texas A&M. You got Rashawn Johnson, who was the backup to Bijan Robinson at Texas. You got Tank Bigsby, Tajay Spears, who's great. You got the kid out of Pitt. You got quite a bit of options, so I think you can wait here in the 3rd round before you start tabbing backs. Broncos pick is in.
Broncos pick is in. People are saying Darnell Washington. Interesting. People are saying we hope we don't draft Wypler now. That's interesting. Broncos taking Drew Sanders. And
so he takes the linebacker, huh?
And here's what's funny. We get to this point in the draft, and people have rankings that are all over the place. You see the quintessential, these guys are firm top 32 to 40 picks, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one thing. But now you get to late on day 2 and on day 3, and it's just like some players are projected to go high, and then they become undrafted free agents, and we don't know why, whether it's medical or whatever. And then there are guys that people say are overdrafted that end up being really nice players. John Brown was one of those guys once upon a time. David Johnson once upon a time went in the 3rd round, and Cardinal fans are like, oh, small school, I don't know a ton about them, and they become really good impact players for this franchise. Mm-hmm. People are saying the Lions got Hendon Hooker. I really like that pick for Detroit. I'd mock that to them in my draft early in the 2nd round, but developmental player behind Jared Goff, and be able to turn him loose on the turf there at Ford Field. Really nice pick. I see a lot of
Goff in Hendon Hooker, funny enough.
Okay.
As far as their size,
distribution of the football, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's a good, quarterback of the future there. I don't think that you want to get into the business of signing a Jared Goff to a lucrative extension. So can you play out the rest of his deal? Can he mentor not a young Hendon Hooker, but the younger quarterback?
I just think they're in Hendon Hooker's in a position because Jared Goff's a free agent after 2023, Bo Brock.
I wonder if the Rams would have been in the Hendon Hooker business.
I think there's some truth to that.
They're next. They're on the clock now.
I love that for Detroit, man. That is great because their offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. Jamison Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, right? You've got weapons. The kid out of USC that I can never remember his name that destroyed the Cardinals, consecutive years. their offense is a finely tuned machine. And then you can insert Hendon Hooker and not ask him to carry you in 2024. Very interesting for this franchise. Detroit, after a bad day yesterday, comes back today. Nice players. Houston's trading up again. Well, Houston already got their center in Scruggs, so you would assume Houston is not going to take Wypler.
So they move up one spot. Houston was originally at no. So they get up to 69. Nice. And then they're going to take somebody they wanted here. I can't imagine with Pierce at the running back position, they're going to start to look at the running backs. Probably more on the defensive side of the football. So now you've got Houston, Vegas, and the Saints. So the Arizona Cardinals, it's coming quickly.
Interesting for the Arizona Cardinals now. Zachary in the chat, pairing Hooker.
Do they try to get C.J. Stroud some help here?
At a receiver? Yeah, maybe this is the Darnell situation where you go and you get at the big tight end. Hooker going to Detroit. Jones maybe for his old QB. Nick Alonso. I agree with the other Nick. Wypler is the third-round pick, according to Evan L.J. Ringo's available. Cardinals, did they play this right where you're going to get Keelee Ringo potentially or Luke Wypler at 71? Would you prefer Wypler or Ringo based on value?
I think Wypler. I like that these were two guys that in Paris Johnson Jr. and Wypler, who played on the inside at the center spot, one of the more athletic centers in this group, young, right? And familiarity with your tackle. I think that would be a good option to find and secure your center of the future. I think that you keep. I know the corner spot is a premium position, but the Arizona Cardinals, that center spot's been in flux for a long time. But we'll see if Monti Ossenfort values that all. If he just feels like, hey, we can fill that. Like, we're going to draft and develop. We're using this draft to draft guys, develop guys at premium positions, and that's what we value most over finding a position that this team has historically struggled to find outside of Lyle Sindeline.
The Raiders have Andrew James that plays center for them in his fourth season out of UCLA. I don't know too much about him, but he's a young kid. He's 25 years old. So are they looking to move off of him? And then it feels like the Saints have been rolling with the same center for a little bit, and it's Eric McCoy. Eric McCoy, who's been in the NFL a good amount of time. They've got Andrews Pete, but Eric McCoy, yeah, he's 25. He was a second. So it doesn't feel like the Saints have an appetite for a center.
Yeah.
But the blockage there from the Las Vegas Raiders, that's the concern.
Yeah.
But can you get past the Las Vegas Raiders, and could somebody conceivably move up to take Luke Wypler from you? That remains to be seen. Eric McCoy, though, the center of the future is intact in New Orleans. I don't know about Las Vegas, Bo.
Looking at just who's available on both sides of the football, you got a Byron Young on the edge. I know the Cardinals talked to him out of Tennessee. Wasn't as productive as you'd like from the edge position, but as athletic as they come. A little bit older, so to say he's a project might be unfair. You've got the kid out of Northwestern that we mentioned that can play inside. Be great for the 4-3 defense on that defensive side. Keelee Ringo, Darius Rush out of South Carolina. So there's just some options on the defensive side of the football. And then on the offensive side of the football, you've got yourself Kendry Miller at the running back position. I think the first pick that you have of 3 in the third round. I don't know if you use a running back selection there. Jalen Hyatt, as you mentioned, I think the Hendon Hooker highlights are just featuring Jalen Hyatt, so that helps his stock. And then you got a DeJuan Jones who's fallen, and then of course we've been talking about the center out of Ohio State, Luke Wypler, ad nauseum.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the interesting dynamic if the Cardinals don't go Luke Wypler at 71. And after all this time and speculation, I'm
going to feel foolish.
Well, but we were led to believe by Tony Polling, among others, that they really liked him. People are saying the Raiders did not take Luke Wypler, that the Cardinals are, in fact, on the clock. We know Detroit's not taking him. We know Houston's not taking him. The Arizona Cardinals now have an opportunity. Byron Young is going to the Raiders. So, again, did Monti Ossenfort pick this right, or is Luke Wypler seen as a third or a fourth round pick? I I have a hard time believing Juice Scruggs is a better pro prospect than Luke Wypler. Everything that I read about Juice Scruggs was a day 3 pick, a future average starter, whereas Luke Wypler was a projected, I would say, plus starter at the center position. So, again, Aris in the chat, any good centers next year, you need a good center now. You cannot go into this year with the centers that you have. If you're trying to have Kyler Murray come back and play meaningful snaps this year, you need to find the center of the future.
The Saints were the team on the clock now that the Raiders have selected.
And the Saints have Eric McCoy. The Saints do not need a center. But the point I'm trying to make is you can afford at pick 71, Bo, to take Luke Wypler, get him into your camp, and if he's not worth it, you can double down on the center next year. But what you can't do is you can't roll the dice on what you just have in-house. I'm sorry, that's not. Is it 71 or is it? I'm
72.
sorry, 72.
Yeah,
you can't afford to pass on a projected starting center this year, and just go with a bunch of journeymen and late round picks. I love Marquise Hayes and Lacita Smith, but they were late day 3 picks, and they were made by the other regime, and they brought in some journeymen to kind of carry the baton in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
But Wypler comes in and he at least gives you an opportunity to take a look at him for a couple months of the season, and if he's the guy, then you can roll with him. And if not, you can look at a top end center next year. But Jalen's saying we could get Ben Jones to hold it over this year. I don't think they have an appetite for Ben Jones. I know he's a free agent. He's probably going to get a 1-year deal, but that would be, to me, a guy who's already hurt. That would be concerning to put in front of Kyler Murray. I'm thinking about Kyler Murray. What is his setup for success going to look like in October and November?
I mean, I'm looking at this from a value standpoint. As great as it would be to find a center of the future and fill a need.
Yeah.
They're showing that they want premium positions and they want to draft premium positions and start to fill the roster with just athletes, right? That are going to make an impact each and every down. And I don't know, it would go off of what Monti Ossenfort has done so far. We're out here sweating out Luke Wypler because what we've heard from Tony Pauline, and it just makes sense.
Lance Zierlein says he's eventually going to be a starter in the NFL. Luke Wypler.
Yeah, but he's not a premium position. So we're going to see what value Monti Ossenfort puts on it. Now, Paris Johnson was joking around his press conference today. He's boys with Luke Wypler, and Tony Pauline saying that he's going to be an Arizona Cardinal, and they're in the pre-draft process. You're dropping an as the Saints are on the clock.
Yeah, I think we've got a running back coming to the Arizona Cardinals. Lance Zierlein tweeting out, "Tank Bigsby, let's effing go." And I don't know who's taking Tank Bigsby ahead of the Arizona Cardinals. Are the Cardinals taking a certain
Saints take a
running back? Yeah. Is it the Saints that are taking Tank Bigsby?
Yeah.
Okay, that Keelee Ringo.
No, they take. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Did the Saints take Tank Bigsby?
Well, I mean, Tank Dell went to the Texans.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right? So Keelee Ringo, Jalen Hyatt, Luke Wypler, all available for the Arizona Cardinals. Bo, would you consider Jalen Hyatt at pick 72 for the Arizona Cardinals?
Wide receiver, not another premium position. It's become a bit, and then it's kind of backtracked a little bit.
Yeah.
We're seeing that teams not emphasize it.
Saints took
Tank Bigsby?
No, TCU running back Kendra Miller with pick 71. The Cardinals used the top 30 visit on Kendra Miller. Interesting. So Tank went to...
So let's reset. Let's get everybody here.
I'm a little confused with what's happening, frankly.
So
right
Tank
now.
Dell went at 69 overall. Houston traded up for him. Byron Young, the Alabama defensive tackle.
Sorry, I apologize.
He goes to Vegas, and then you have the Saints.
Kendra Miller, New Orleans.
So they take a running back.
And they're looking to move out Alvin Kamara because he's had some off-the-field stuff, and he's been banged up.
So now the Arizona Cardinals officially on the clock here. 72nd overall. Going to make the third selection of the Monti Ossenfort era. 3 third-round picks. He's got some options here on the defensive side of the ball. Continue to look at the premium positions. Edge. Cornerback. Some interesting cornerback prospects. Keelee Ringo still there. maybe a Cam Rush out of South Carolina.
100%.
You got the edge, versatile defensive lineman out of Northwestern. Could he be an option? And then you look at the offensive side of things. DeJuan Jones could be a wild card because he plays the tackle position, went to Ohio State. You look at his teammate from Ohio State, Luke Wypler. You can certainly say that he is in play here. I like it. Wavy E. Luke Wypler. Yeah, it's a dub for the Arizona Cardinals. They think any of those players, you could talk me into it.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, the Cardinals aren't taking any of those players. They are going cornerback, and they are taking Garrett Williams out of Syracuse.
I love it.
5'10", 190, top cornerback prospect. Garrett Williams, it sounds like, is going to be the Arizona Cardinals
Premium positions run continues.
Pick 71.
Monti Ossenfort,
Wow.
you are a god.
Yeah.
Where are we going to put up the statue of Monti Ossenfort here in the Valley of the Sun? Do we know yet?
He's a 5'10" junior out of Harrisburg, North Carolina.
He's a ball hawk, boys.
He is. He's got pro comps to Emmanuel Mosley from Lance Zierlein. Garrett Williams is an Arizona Cardinal at pick 72. Interesting. We thought cornerback, pass rusher, interior O-line were the needs today, and they have checked 2 of those boxes. Cardinals taking Garrett Williams out of the big orange, the orange at Syracuse.
Q's, just turn on the tape. We've seen him. He plays at a high level. He was a big part of their early success this year before they fell off the cliff.
Yeah.
Garrett Williams, you got to like it. You got to love that Monti Ossenfort continues to dial up premium position players. Tackle, 6th overall, Paris Johnson Jr.
Yep.
Trade down in the 2nd round, 41st overall. They take an edge, B.J. Ujulari out of LSU.
Yeah.
And now they're taking out of the ACC. I know, Johnny, you don't love it so much.
He was a 3-time at least All-ACC defensive back who emerged as a shutdown corner, was a freshman All-American. He's got accolades. I question the upside. Listen, at pick 71, you're not expecting him to be CB1, but I think you're expecting him to come in and be a staple in your secondary as a solid number 2 corner. And this franchise needs everything. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that finding somebody that can go alongside immediately. This is not a redshirt player, by the way. This is a player that's going to come in and play right away. This is a kid that's going to be part of your secondary, year 1, coming out of the ACC, that played a lot of meaningful snaps for Syracuse. Immense character. We know that he's a redshirt sophomore. I'm getting conflicting
reports.
Conflicting reports out with regard to his size. Some people are saying he's 6 foot. Some people are saying he's 5'10". So let's go in the middle. Let's just say he's 5'11". Jalen Blair, $2 super chat. Wypler must have bad medicals, only explanation. Or teams are just saying, okay, at the end of the day, he's not worth a 3rd-round pick yet. And that's okay. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals, they need premium positions.
Mm-hmm.
They need to fill holes all over this roster. And clearly they felt like Garrett Williams can come in and be a staple of their secondary. I don't hate it by any means.
They'll be back on the board in 22 picks at 94. They'll pick again at 96.
Yep.
But you got 3 picks in. You got 3 premium positions. You got a better roster than you did to start the day.
He was somebody that everybody knew was going to be a day 2 pick. It's just depending on where he went. I saw mock drafts that had him as early as the early 40s, all the way down to the 90s. We did multiple Pro Football Talk, or Pro Football Focus, I should make, mock drafts. The simulator had him readily available on day 2. No Keelee Ringo, though. Keelee Ringo, probably the biggest head scratcher falling right now for teams. He's still available. Was a quintessential top 40 prospect. No longer is the Giants, according to Tom Pelissaro, are trading up here in the 3rd round.
Who moved up in the 3rd round here?
Looks like the New York Giants are moving up with the LA Rams at pick 73, Bo.
And the Giants already got a center and John Michael Schmitz in the 2nd round. So
Giants are taking Jalen Hyatt at pick 73.
Nice. I think that's a nice pick for the Giants as their new regime that paid off very well in year 1. Brian Dable and new front office direction. They had a good draft last year. They continue to have a good draft here.
Yeah.
So that's hope for Cardinals fans. You know, they
100%.
had the quarterback that they felt that they believe in, at least in Daniel Jones. Re-upped with him this offseason and continue to trend in the right direction. So, but the Arizona Cardinals going with Garrett Williams.
Yeah, he tore his ACL in October, and we should emphasize that. ACL surgeries and all echo Eric's comments. Yeah. most people had him as a late first, early second. And for the Cardinals that have all the time in the world, you can take a kid like this and ease his way back. I mean, Hendon Hooker tore his ACL. He's going to be ready for the start of the season. Can, Garrett Williams work his way back and be part of the rotation? I think by Halloween, that would be a benefit for the Arizona Cardinals. Garrett Williams, you don't need him to be CB1 tomorrow. You trust the medicals. Clearly, they trust their doctors and the fact that he's going to be ready for the start of the season, Bo, or at some point to contribute during 2023.
Yeah, I mean, corner's a little bit tougher than even the quarterback position,
right,
as far as
around.
Yeah. I mean, as far as what you're trying to do, going side to side, backwards. So, but you still like the pick, and as we mentioned, it's becoming more of a routine rehab and return to the playing field. And
yeah,
they liked him a little bit more as far as upside than Keelee Ringo, as they show the Cardinals fans in the crowd. This is a solid draft so far. Solid debut draft for Monti Ossenfort, getting Garrett Williams out of Syracuse. We've got him as far as PHNX Cardinals goes, 5'10", 190. So, and if you're complaining about size, I mean, the top corner off the board this year was 5'11",
right.
Devon Witherspoon. I mean,
let's just
what
say
are we talking about
let's
here?
say with cleats on, he's 5'11". Like, can we say that? Garrett Williams, 72nd overall. Again, don't know if we'll see him by training camp, but hopefully at some point he's able to see the field in 2023. Aris and the Johnson ACL surgeries nowadays actually make the knee stronger. I think they love his ability
like Tommy
to play
John in baseball.
Yeah,
so
to play the football. He was 3-time honorable mention All ACC. He's got tremendous ball skills, as you can see on the broadcast right now. Was a freshman All-American and played at a program that played meaningful games this year. Syracuse was a good team.
He does what cornerbacks for the Arizona Cardinals haven't been doing for a long time, and they're showing him get physical here, kind of get off, shed a block, and take down a screen pass. But he takes the ball away.
Yeah.
And that's so important. I feel like it's been far overdue. Like, outside of the 4 interception season that Byron Murphy Jr. had in 2021, they just haven't been ball hawks in the defensive secondary, especially under a guy like Vance Joseph. So a defense that lacked in the sack department and lacked in as far as forcing turnovers, as far as interceptions. This is a solid selection in Garrett Williams. Let's see who the Giants traded up to get here in the 3rd round, 73rd overall pick after the Arizona Cardinals. We mentioned it, right? Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's only 6 feet. He plays bigger than that.
Man, he was fantastic in the SEC when that offense was humming.
Yeah.
He for the Giants, who we've knocked because they could need a player of the caliber of DeAndre Hopkins. I don't love the receiving core. And they traded for Darren Waller out of Las Vegas. Jalen Hyatt, to me, Daniel Jones is what he is. But he can throw a nice deep ball. And he won the Biletnikoff Award, did Jalen Hyatt this year. That's somebody that I think we're going to look back and we're going to think, how did he fall all the way to pick 73? I like him a lot. I think you could say he's a one-trick pony. He can only go vertical, but that's an important skill set. He's 6 foot, 176. That's a player that, again, in a different year, makes more sense for the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, 15 touchdowns this year. Get the hell out of here. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, with the ball in his hands, you just see him make play after play.
Yeah.
A yak machine, it feels like. And the Giants, their facelift of their wide receiver core after spending so much money and getting zero return on that investment.
100%.
Getting rid of and cutting the cord on guys like Kenny Galladay. You had a guy like, was it Richie James was like their top receiver at the end of last year, and that wasn't getting it done. So for them to go out there and get somebody, I think that was a solid move by the New York Giants, taking a guy here early in the 3rd round, Jalen Hyatt, newest member of the G-Men. And that offense, I'm still not sold on the quarterback. Got Saquon Barkley there. And a guy who just had 15 receiving touchdowns in the SEC going against the likes of the Georgia and Alabama. He had a huge game against Alabama.
People are asking, Cardinals' next pick, I believe, is 94, and then they also have 96. So they've got almost back-to-back picks in the 90s, no 4th or a 5th. So, again, you got to make these count. In the 90s, back-to-back thirds, just about. Aris in the chat, what's our wide receiver room looking like right now? Very similar to last year. DeAndre Hopkins is still on the team until further notice. Greg Dortch was fantastic. He'll be back this year, and I think he's going to see a really nice...
Let me ask you a question. Is it a premium position?
It is.
You feel like a wide receiver spot right now?
I don't know.
For the Arizona Cardinals?
Oh, no. Just because if they're content on having D-Hop a part of their rotation, I know they're going to run the ball a lot, but Rondale Moore you can't count on. Hollywood Brown's in a contract year. You can count on him, I think, to have one of his best years of his career. We love Greg Dortch. Zach Pascal's in the mix now.
Rondale Moore's only in year 3.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Hollywood Brown in a contract year. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rondale Moore you can't trust. Hollywood Brown. Listen, if it's Hollywood Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, Rondale Moore, Zach Pascal, that's enough, at least for this year. And then you add in Trey McBride and Zach Ertz. As Grinstone 480 in the chat, friend of the program, says, we're good at receiver. If Hopkins is on the team, they don't need a receiver, at least right now. They don't have the luxury of that. If Hopkins is traded before the start of the season, which is always a possibility, whether it's tonight or August, that's a hole. That's a hole for them. So, again, if I'm led to believe that DeAndre Hopkins is part of this team by hook or by crook, then they don't need a wideout. Because I like Hollywood Brown in a contract year. I love Greg Dortch. Zach Pascal, they prioritize somebody that I think can come in, have 400 or 500 yards, from scrimmage this year. They don't need a wideout. But what they need is a center. And I'm a little concerned about the center.
Don't get too concerned. Like I said, if it's not a premium position, it doesn't feel like it's on Monti Ossenfort's radar.
Yeah.
Maybe in this draft. So you can look back, maybe as you've got 3 premium positions in the fold, in offensive tackle, edge, and corner. What else is there, right? Or do you go back to the tackle position? Do you if DeJuan Jones hangs out there, do you look at another corner?
Yeah.
If Keelee Ringo is hanging around again,
premium positions,
right? Do you go to another edge? They're putting themselves in a position where the next 2 picks will just look like automatic dubs just because of what they've done so far through this draft.
Well, and I think we have a long way to go between 75 and 94 if you're looking for a center. But what you also have to factor in is the teams that needed interior linemen got them. And so are you going to be able to sweat out 19 picks? You might be able to. Buffalo took an interior. The Giants took an interior. The Rams. I mean, you've got a chance now by just complete, default to have an opportunity to get somebody at 94 or 96. Now, I don't love that. I think Wypler is a plus prospect that they would benefit from, but I think you're crazy to say they don't have a shot at him just because all these other teams now have the position filled. I mean, you need one center, really, 1 to 2 centers on your roster max. You usually have a flex interior offensive lineman to fill in. I like their opportunities here in the 90s, and I also don't discount a trade down from 96 in an effort to have picks tomorrow. I mean, not having a 4th and a 5th round pick is pretty eye-opening for this franchise.
Yeah.
You can have 2 6th and a 7th, but I don't know if you can expect those guys to come in and contribute. And these need to be 2 starters. If you make 94 and 96 picks right now, this is not Myjai Sanders, Cameron Thomas last year when you had Vance Joseph pulling the strings. This is everybody is on a clean slate and the best players play.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Let's get hype still again about Garrett Williams, Justin Mello, who's been great. Feeding you and I information as far as who the Cardinals have been meeting with here in this pre-draft process. Follow him on Twitter at JustinM_NFL. Does some good work for the Draft Network. He put out, his interview that he had with Garrett Williams, and this was a quote. This is straight up just Cardinals draft pick pornography. It's gonna get you feeling real good. Quote: "When I see the ball, I go get it. It's natural for me to attack the ball. I don't give it a second thought. I don't think about it or what can go wrong." That's a quote from Garrett Williams.
Interesting.
And Mello calling him a steal at this point in the draft.
Listen, they've taken 2 players today that were projected to go today, and they're at 2 positions of need, and they're at 2 premium positions in defensive end and cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you can have a complaint.
As far as what coverage he can play, he's versatile, according to Justin. He can play cover man. He thrives in both man and zone coverage. So immediate contributor at the NFL level. Immediate.
I think if you were looking for this team to be aggressive this year then they would have insisted Tennessee give them an additional pick this year. But they have told you between their package from Houston, Bo, and Tennessee, something we've been echoing on this podcast, they value picks next year more. And part of that is they have revamped or are in the process of revamping their scouting department with, within the Arizona Cardinals ahead of the 2023 college football season. They want to have that intact and in place so that next year in the draft, it's a new way of doing things. So that's not to say they're punting on this draft, but to accumulate assets, whether it's this year or next year, they're going to defer to next year.
Well, they're calling it a hybrid, right?
Right.
They're calling it a hybrid of the previous regime players or scouts that they had in place, right? And marrying that with what they have ideas and what they can incorporate right now on the fly.
Yep.
So do you put into like the KISS, philosophy, like keep it simple, stupid, take premium positions?
I think so.
Let's take that out of the equation. And this isn't like a true glimpse of how Monti Ossenfort is going to truly in future drafts navigate.
Yeah, I think so. The Cardinals are going to be in a position next year to really go BPA because, again, you're not expecting to fill every need right now ahead of 2023. And that's why they supplemented so many players in March with, guys under the radar, 1-year contracts that are not going to prohibit you from playing young players. And then now and in 2024, adding premium prospects to this roster. Again, they are not beholden to anybody right now. So it's an exciting time. I know it's frustrating. You see them with the egregious tampering charge and everything going on off the field with Michael Bidwell. But these are players that are going to come in and have an opportunity to play early and often for Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon has no allegiance to the pre-existing players on this roster.
What do you think about Gannon once he gets his hands on Garrett Williams?
I think that's his bread and butter. I'm sure that position and that player has Gannon's fingerprints all over it.
Mm-hmm. He didn't. I don't think Louisville was in the SEC or in the ACC back when he was playing ball,
and he was a safety.
But they're in the ACC now, so maybe he was watching his beloved Cardinals play from Louisville against Syracuse. He saw somebody with ball hawking instincts right away that would fit his defense. I love it. I love it so far.
I do think though
it's easy to fall in love with players at this point in the process. But
yeah,
I think Monti Ossenfort, as we were kind of talking about with this hybrid system that they had to put in place on the fly, he's knocking this one out of the park. And then when you look at 94 and 96, where do they turn back to? Do they start to have a little bit of fun? Do they start to look at maybe a skill position?
Maybe.
Or do they go more like meat and potatoes again?
Yeah, I thought Take Bigsby was going to go earlier. He's still available. I know that's somebody the Cardinals like. They liked Kendra Miller. They like the running back out of Pittsburgh. Some of these guys on their top 40, that'd be an interesting case study, Bo. Let's check out who the Arizona Cardinals from their top 40 visits are still available. I'm going to pull it up because you had it earlier today on your Twitter as it relates to guys that they could potentially target. We know definitively Kendra Miller was a top 30 visit. He's gone, as is Tyree Wilson, Paris Johnson Jr., Nolan Smith, Jackson Smith-Jigba, Quentin Johnston, Darnell Wright, Anton Harrison. He's gone. Broderick Jones, Will McDonald, Steve Avila. Garrett Williams was a top 30 visit. I had forgotten about that. So we can confirm that now. Cardinals worked out Garrett Williams as a top 30 visit. He becomes their second draft choice that was a top 30 visit. They did not get BJ as a top 30 visit. But here's some remaining players that they could take that were top 30 visits. Jamie Robinson's a safety out of Florida State. Juice Scruggs is gone. Demarion Overshawn is a linebacker out of Texas. Byron Young, defensive end, Tennessee. Jalen Duncan, tackle, Maryland. Daniel Scott, a safety. Kentrell Clark, a corner. Louisville. Yep. They worked out a offensive lineman, Manning out of Hawaii. Tank Bigsby, somebody I mentioned. Charlie Jones, wide receiver, Purdue. McClendon Curtis, a tackle from Chattanooga. And then Brendan Daniels, a guard who I have a late third-round pick. Great on. Those are the remaining players the Cardinals had as a top 30 visit. Would not be surprised if one of those names we just read ends up going at 94 and 96, Bo.
It's not a bad crew, especially when you look at just building the trenches, just the offensive line there, and how much time they utilize in those top 30 visits. As Green Bay's on the clock and about to put the pick, give the pick here. Green Bay's had a pretty unbrand Packers draft.
Pass rushers and corners, man.
Yeah.
They don't do anything sexy in Green Bay. It doesn't change.
Butler, wasn't he one of the first Lambeau Leap guys in the history of the Lambeau Leap? They go Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State. They take a tight end.
Yeah.
And just before that, Bill Belichick utilized a third-round pick on a non-combine invitee out of Sacramento State.
Interesting.
A linebacker/safety hybrid, Marte Mapu, athletic hybrid. He's
people are saying that's the perfect Patriot.
He took roughly 50 visits during the pre-draft process.
Why didn't he get a combine invite? Interesting.
Because he went to Sacramento State.
Well, John Brown got a combine invite.
I think they're in the same conference as your beloved Panera
Bread.
Yeah. Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State.
Colts are taking Josh Downs at pick 79, by the way. So we got a hot minute here. Packers are on the clock. Josh Downs goes 79th overall. Undersized. Similar traits and abilities to Rondale Moore, 5'9", 171. Again, getting some help for Anthony Richardson, you would assume. They're going to run the ball a lot in Indianapolis. But, yeah, not a fan of Josh Downs for many reasons, including his height.
Right, 5'9", 171.
Not a fan.
No. But look, it's good when these type of players go off the board. Cardinals nearly almost a dozen picks from selecting once again. But the Colts selection is in, and you mentioned Josh Downs.
Yeah, so we're going to see Pittsburgh now. Are they going to dabble in the interior offensive line? Tennessee already got an interior offensive lineman. Again, you start checking boxes. These teams that have already taken a center or a guard helps the Cardinals, should that be the option they go at 94. And again, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think the DeAndre Hopkins train has pulled out of the station until day 2 of the draft is done. Because we talked about it throughout the course of draft season. Buffalo's at 91. Kansas City's in the 90s. To me, it's a scenario in which when today is over, I'll believe Hopkins is part of the team, Bo.
Yeah.
Today's not over yet.
It's not. But I'm listening to what Monti Ossenfort said.
I know you are.
And I think it's he doesn't foresee that.
I'm not rooting for DeAndre Hopkins not to be a part of the team.
I agree.
But I think
I'm right on board with it.
It's dominated the offseason. It's been a circus.
It has. It's also interesting, we talk about Hopkins. How about, somebody that he's mentored a little bit on the Cardinals?
Yeah.
Went to the same school in Clemson. And Isaiah Simmons, where we see a couple fifth-year options exercised today. Some no-brainers, of course. You had Justin Herbert's fifth-year option picked up today. A.J. Terrell, no-brainer there. One of the top corners in this league for Atlanta. One of the few really premium defensive players that they have.
Absolutely.
And then you had Brandon Ayuk, which is interesting, former Arizona State Sun Devil and San Francisco 49er. He had his option picked up. So now you're looking at, as far as the top 10, there was Chase Young, which was declined.
Yep. That is a surprise.
Yeah, Okuda's probably going to be declined.
100%. Yeah, they're not paying him that
Andrew
money.
Thomas, no decision made there. It seems like that might get picked up.
Yeah, they're a big fan of him. He had a bad first year, and then the last 2 years he's been better.
Derek Brown, we'll see what the Carolina Panthers decide as far as Derek Brown.
Yep.
And then the next guy in that draft, no decision's been made, but we can safely speculate that it's not going to be picked up in Isaiah Simmons.
Carolina, the pick is in, and we have a trade here on the clock. It's been a hot minute since we've had a trade. At pick 80 now, Panthers are taking DJ Johnson. The Arizona Cardinals, not sure if they had an interest in him, but Carolina is trading up to pick 80. Interesting. But yeah, the Isaiah Simmons thing, listen, it's a running joke on this podcast that he snubbed us a couple times for an interview that he had already confirmed. I just feel like you're seeing now with the Cardinals 3 picks: tackle, edge rusher, corner. Isaiah Simmons, I think at his best, I think is an inside linebacker, but he really doesn't have a position.
Right.
And he's got a fifth-year option that would pay him $12.5 million next year.
Yeah.
That's not happening. I think there's a very good chance Isaiah Simmons is not on the team next year. So it begs the question then, if Isaiah Simmons is not on the team, he's not part of your future, why are you including him in your 2023 plans? I think that's a valuable question. I think you could make an argument if you got the right trade package for Isaiah Simmons that you would be tempted to move him. I know that they would be open-minded to it. Anybody not named Kyler Murray, they'll take a phone call.
Yeah.
But it just, does it make sense to trade a player that could help you win games this year that's not part of your future if you're only going to get 30 cents on the dollar? That's probably what they're juggling right now.
Yeah. Speaking of playing games this year, Howard Balzer spoke with the newest Arizona Cardinal and Garrett Williams, who talked about this. He says it's great info. Coming back from his ACL tear he suffered on October 29th, optimistic he's going to be ready for camp. So those concerned about the status of Garrett Williams' health coming off a torn ACL early last season for the Syracuse Orange, he's optimistic he'll be ready to go training camp. So we'll see what he's doing come next in the next couple of weeks as far as the rookie mini camp. I doubt they'll have him do much, especially with what the Arizona Cardinals are staring down. Will they be just precautious with a guy like that? Probably, right?
Probably. Yeah. Listen, you are not under any circumstance in a rush to play a kid that's coming off a torn ACL. I think they're going to use the same kid gloves, I say, with Kyler Murray. I mean, it's just like what matters in September is not as much as what matters in November, December, and 2024.
Yeah.
And this kid, he's going to get a lot of off the field reps, a lot of mental reps, right? This is a pick for 2024 and beyond. And if you get anything from him this year, great. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, we need our rookies to play right away. Well, in the prior regime, your rookies didn't play, period.
Yeah.
And I think in a perfect world, if he's ready to go, get him some reps. But if not, I mean, it's not like he tore his ACL in December and January. He tore his ACL in October. It'll be a 12-month healing process by the time October hits. And if he's able to come back on the field and practice, great. But he is somebody, along with Marco Wilson, I think that they have a lot of upside in the secondary. The cornerback is a premium position. So if you can get a rotational high-end number 2 corner at this point in the draft at 71, that's a plus. That's a plus for this franchise. And we know how much Gannon loves the interchangeable corners. He played 5 or 6 defensive backs while in Philadelphia.
So the Panthers traded up for Oregon linebacker DJ Johnson. We're gonna connect here with Howard Balzer, and he's gonna call in again. And he says there's more good info coming out of the newest Cardinal and Garrett Williams, and I think that everybody wants to know who this prospect is, because at this point it's not as well known, what the pros and cons and true scattering reports on. You can only go off of what you can find. So we'll get some invaluable insight from the Cardinals facility in Tempe as soon as we connect with Howard Balzer as this draft continues to march on. And I'm sure once we get off with Howard, the Arizona Cardinals will be pretty close to being back on the clock for the next 2 picks. But you've got Marco Wilson, you've got Garrett Williams, and then you look at the rest of that cornerback room, and there's really nobody you're tied to beyond this season. And they brought back Antonio Hamilton, which is a great story, but he's 30 years old. Yeah. And then you had Rashad Fenton, who's been kind of a journeyman corner, who I think can give you significant snaps this season and be a bridge to a guy like Garrett Williams getting back and play some downs for you this year. And then you're just looking at the rest of this. You got Christian Matthew, who was a late round pick last year, who had a cup of coffee at the end of the season for the Cardinals. But you like his size, but what else do you like about him? You got to figure that out, especially coming from the previous front office's draft selections. Does JG truly like a guy like Christian Matthew? I mean, that could be up in the air, and not a knock on the kid. And then Nate Hairston and a bunch of guys who are going to be fringe roster guys.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's given me life that I loaded up on Circle K snacks earlier today.
Yes, sir.
As we rep through this day 2 for the Arizona Cardinals. If you have not heard, we are so excited to partner with our friends at Circle K. Check out your local Circle K. Best coffee, beer, snack selection, premium gas for not a premium price. On my way home from Phoenix tonight to the Copa, I plan to stop off Circle K. Fill up the tank. You don't want to be stuck in rural Arizona with the heat now at a high temperature and not have any gas. Check out Circle K. Polar Pops, iced coffee, 12 packs of beer, Monster, Red Bull, energy drinks. Make sure you're not missing out on all the great stuff our friends at Circle K have to offer. Head on over to circlek.com/store locator. circlek.com/store locator to find the nearest Circle K to you, Bo Brock.
Had some jerky. I think as far as the beef jerky goes, it's premium, no doubt about it. Big thanks to Tom Bauer for that $1.99 super sticker.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Do we have any super chats we need to get to? I don't believe so. I think we're
caught up.
Yeah, let's with Kev. said that pick just shows how bad Rondell was an overdraft.
Yeah. I think he's talking about Josh Downs going as late as he did, and the fact that the Arizona Cardinals used a premium second-round pick on a gadget player like Rondell Moore. I'm with you. And that's not to say undersized receivers can't be good, but, I mean, goodness, the Cardinals in that draft passed on Creed Humphreys, an all-pro center, for an undersized receiver in Rondell Moore, who, I mean, with all due respect to Rondell, has not been healthy since 2018, cannot stay out of the training room. So Josh Downs was not a player that I was a fan of the Cardinals taking because of his size. Cardinals are too small at receiver. I mean, Zach Pascal is their tallest receiver, and he's going to be a rotational slot receiver. So that's not a good sign. Although you do have DeAndre Hopkins. If you were on the fence about adding a New Jersey to your repertoire with DeAndre Hopkins, picking out one of those white, red, or black new Nike jerseys, I think you'd sleep a little easier tonight making that purchase. I know they were on sale at Fanatics and a bunch of other sites. Right now, it looks like DeAndre Hopkins is going to be a member of the Arizona Cardinals.
What pick? So out of this class, the 3 players, who are you getting? Which jersey are you buying?
Oh, man.
It's not like a great jersey draft.
No, it's not. I think, listen, it was going to be Will Anderson Jr., and then it wasn't. I think right now it's got to be the white number 1 Kyler Murray. Or if DeAndre Hopkins plays for this team this year, you cannot go wrong with a number 10. If DeAndre Hopkins is part of the team, it's August and September. We're out there at training camp, and it's not going to be the country club training camp. And he's out there running routes, and Kyler Murray looks healthy. I think it's either number 1 or number 10. Budda Baker, that's a little bit more concerning. Tajay Spears, one of your favorites.
Yeah, Tulane running back off the board going to the Tennessee Titans. He's gonna be a little bit of a change of pace back for Derrick Henry as they start to kind of change things up. Arizona Cardinals finally pulled off a trade with Tennessee, moved down from 33 to 41.
Yeah.
They locked in a future 3rd-round pick with the move. And Tennessee took Will Levis with that deal. And now they get a guy like Tajay Spears.
He's a home run hitter. He's a really nice player.
Yeah. And Howard Balzer are going to join us here momentarily. We'll get him here. So this is their draft. They take Peter Skoronski, projects kind of as a guard. Will Levis is going to get the benefit of not having to throw the ball that often. If he has to see any time in his rookie season, he can just hand it off, and they can ground and pound, and they can run the damn football. So that does well for rookie signal callers.
I think so.
Not having the pressure to throw the football that much.
Yeah.
But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the pick is in for the Bucs. As picks are flying off the board
through. We appreciate everybody being prompt and quick with their pick selection. Tampa Bay. And we got somebody in the chat saying Johnny doesn't sound happy Diop staying as a Cardinal. Had they come out and said DeAndre Hopkins is part of the team in January and February, I would feel different about it than I do now. It feels like it's not as sincere because they didn't get the trade package they wanted. So if you're hanging on to a receiver that's 30 and making $30 million and it's not sincere, I have concerns about that. Now I hope. Listen, I want Hopkins to play. If Kyler Murray's playing football in September and D-Hop's out there, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
But if Kyler Murray's not playing and you talked all offseason about trading DeAndre Hopkins and then you couldn't pull the trigger on a deal, that's a problem. You should have spaced out an entire week of March and said, by hook or by crook, we're going to reduce this cap. We're going to take on money. We're going to get a pick. We're going to move on. I don't want to discount what Monti Ossenfort has done in the draft because it's been masterful. Right. But this Hopkins thing has been a little bit of a wet blanket on the offseason, and this is your time to be able to make a move. Other teams want DeAndre Hopkins. It was up to you to be able to make it work, and he hasn't yet. That's a problem.
I don't think you necessarily have to defend yourself here. I mean, I think people understand at this point in the offseason why the Arizona Cardinals, why DeAndre Hopkins, why they would just part ways. I don't think.
But I hate giving credence to the Albert Breers of the world saying, well, teams are just waiting for Hopkins to be cut. It's like, that's bullshit.
I don't believe that to be a reality at all. But, there's still a mutually beneficial reason why they would move off of DeAndre Hopkins. Do we have Howard Balzer? Is he joining us here shortly? His camera's not on. Okay, so we'll try to get Howard up to speed here, and we'll get him on here and learn the latest on Garrett Williams, as the Arizona Cardinals are now, I believe, less than 10 picks away from their next selection.
It's gone real quick. Cardinals are going to have damn near back-to-back picks here, and really interesting to see what they do here because top 100 picks should be starters for you. No questions asked. And I think, would you say, with what you've seen from these 3 players, that they've got 3 starters already, health permitting? Do you think with Garrett Williams, B.J. Ojulari, and Paris Johnson Jr., those are 3 starters? Maybe not
3 guys
immediate.
that could, but they do have options in-house, just what they did as far as just real low budget signing, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Ojulari has the easiest route to seeing significant playing time early on, just because of how thin they are at the type of pass rushers that this new defense might feature. Because when you look at Maje, maybe Cameron Thomas might have an option because of his size, his ability to play on the line of scrimmage. I think Ojulari has that opportunity in that skill set to just jump in immediately, and then you've got Garrett Williams, who's coming off the injury, and in the cornerback position, we've seen, like, traditionally it takes a little bit of time to get up to speed to make the transition.
It does, and you know what? This kid's, I mean, Syracuse is an elite academic university, but I'm in agreement with Icon right there. I'm just glad we're drafting players from big time programs so far. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, Syracuse is in a big time program, look what they did this year. I mean, they were a force to be reckoned with. They almost beat and almost ended, I think, Clemson's like ridiculous home winning streak and got screwed by the officials. Go back and look at that tape. And then you cannot argue with LSU or Ohio State products. So this is not the Keim time era where you're taking Chad Williams in the mid rounds and you don't know what school. And to me, I'm bullish about the fact that they're looking at Big Ten power programs, Bo. Syracuse's program on the rise, no doubt.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it helps when you get good quarterback play and you get ball hawking corners. And you've seen a couple Syracuse guys' names mixed in this whole entire draft process. And guys that are going to NFL teams that are having expectations. And you haven't seen that for far too long from a once proud program. We're having issues, technical difficulties getting on with Howard Balzer, so we might just can that for now. But got tremendous insight from Garrett Williams and the Arizona Cardinals now with Denver Broncos trading back up again. They're at 83rd overall. The pick is in.
Looks like they're taking the corner, Bo Brock, out of Iowa, Riley Moss.
I like Riley Moss.
Yeah, I do too. I had him right around pick 78, so this is pretty on
Pretty
brand.
Physical corner.
Yeah.
Might be able to drop back, play some safety. He's pretty adamant. He wants to play the corner position. But, you know, it's another Vance Joseph. Is he going to play him?
I don't know.
Riley Moss? That's always the question.
He plays young DBs when he has to. But they've got him as a safety. I've seen him be mocked as a corner. Physical kid. You have to be to play in Kirk Ferentz's program. But first team big, all Big Ten, as we're seeing on the broadcast here. I'm going to tell you what right now, as much as I love Luke Wypler, I mean, Darnell Washington is a reach and if he's got a foot. But there are some other kids that I would not. I mean, Trenton Simpson out of Clemson. I know he plays linebacker, but he's somebody I would take a look at with one of your 2 picks. I would also take a look at one of these running backs if they were infatuated with them. Tank Bigsby, they used the top 30 pre-draft visit. Chandler Zavala, who I had 64th overall to the Chicago Bears. He's still available. DeJuan Jones. I mean, at what point do you say, hey, DeJuan Jones, can you play a little bit of guard? Do you want to come play tackle opposite your guy in Paris Johnson Jr.? Keelee Ringo would have no problem with that either. I think there's a group of about 4 to 5 guys that are available. Even if it doesn't work out, because of their pre-draft pedigree and where they're projected, I would have no problem.
So you even if it's because it's going to go down, they're going to go down as 3rd round picks, right? And that's still.
But
still in
this isn't 66 anymore. This is 96.
Right. And this was, part of the issue with the tampering, right? Because you would have had a little bit higher picks, right? As far as the third round picks go. And they traded down 28 spots and tried to remedy it with some trade downs. And here they are now with 2 more picks left to go and some opportunities to really kind of add some more talent to this roster. I'm really interested to see, like, with Monti Ossenfort's top 3 picks, he invested in premium positions. Does he continue that, or does he start to look at who the best players available.
I think you can dabble on BPA now. Miami Dolphins taking Devon Achena out of Texas A&M.
Yeah, running back.
I had them taking Tajay Spears, 84th overall in my mock, so I did get the position right. But they take the kid who's a speedster, was part of the Texas A&M track and field team. And this is a sweet spot for running backs right now. I mean, Tajay Spears goes.
Yeah.
Devon Achena from Texas A&M. I think we're in a position where Tank Bisbee this is his sweet spot. I had him 90th overall on my mock draft. And so if the Cardinals, who did work him out, want to dabble on Tank Bigsby, I mean, go look him up if you haven't already. And if you're thinking to yourself, not a running back, he's 21 years old. He's 6 foot 215.
Right.
And he's the perfect heir apparent to James Conner, who has injury concerns. And if they're trying to run the football, this is somebody Lance Zierlein thinks is going to develop into a starter at some point, and it has a solid 3rd to 4th round grade. Cardinals don't have a 4th.
Yeah.
So they got to make a decision here.
The Chargers taking Dayan Henley, Washington State linebacker.
Sure.
This was a guy that I've heard the Cardinals
They
at least were scouting.
Top 30 visit on him.
Yep. He is off the board, and you've got the Ravens, the Vikings, the Jags, the Rams, Dallas Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Steelers, Cardinals.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot
it's
of
funny
teams
that
when
we
you
were
read 'em
sweating
off.
the Wypler thing forever ago.
We were sweating it at 41.
And
we were sweating it at 71.
He's still there.
Keontae Ingram, Aris is still on the roster, and maybe he, ingratiates himself with the coaching staff. They like him a lot, but 96? Does 96 not happen? Does 96 become a couple picks tomorrow, Bo Brock? You don't just trade down for the sake of trading down.
Right.
If you love two players at 94 and 96,
no, I think
take
that
them.
I'm getting the feeling that they're probably going to start just adding players. I mean, it just feels like that they're not going to have an opportunity to select or add quality players to the roster. It just feels like this is your opportunity to do that in your final, and before it becomes, hey, we really like this guy's upside, but how's it going to translate to the NFL? Let's take this super chat here from Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Just saying nothing to add.
Nothing to add to the conversation. No problem, my man. Okay. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you to everybody, by the way. If you have not subscribed yet to PHNX Sports on YouTube, do that real quick before the Cardinals make their pick. Bo Brock and I are going to be live for the duration of the Cardinals picks here in rounds 2 and 3. We're also going to do a a draft review of day 3 tomorrow. And right now, looks like we're going to be reviewing a couple 6s and 7s until, unless we hear otherwise with this franchise. But, man, I appreciate the update from Jose. Kings bullying the Golden State Warriors 97-85. You love to see that. We would love it if Golden State did not make it to the Western Conference semifinals. But how do y'all feel about Darnell Washington? I think if there are concerns about his foot, the Cardinals probably don't want to mess with that. But I could be wrong.
A team that has the luxury of taking a stick and stash guy. Yeah. Arizona Cardinals could certainly do that.
But they're doing that already with 71.
Right. And I don't think tight end is a spot. I mean, you're anticipating Zach Ertz returning. And you've got Trey McBride. It seems as far as you say, you can move off of mostly everybody, but I just don't think, even with the type of prospect he is, that's just not a smart move. Is in the 3rd round. I mean, if he continues his fall, it would be unfortunate for the prospect in Washington. And like I said, it's just fun to see a big tight end and to have that weapon in the red zone.
I mean, he was fantastic on Georgia.
He was.
We love that.
He was, but he was the 2nd best tight end on that team too. Brock Bowers is going to be maybe a 1st round selection, top 10 selection next year.
I mentioned Trenton Simpson as somebody I wouldn't mind targeting. He goes to Baltimore at pick 86. So running backs, off the ball linebackers now progressing here at the latter part of round 3.
Plays into Monti Ossenfort's current previous plans so far. Premium positions.
Nick in the chat saying loving this draft. I think if you looked at this draft and projected into next year with the amount of picks that they had, if the Cardinals can finish strong here on day 2, and not to discount anything they may do tomorrow with a couple lottery tickets late, But if you can get 2 potential starters at 94 and 96 and put a bow on it, and you go tackle, edge rusher, corner, all future starters, some could be plus starters, plus a couple extras here with an added 2. You have 2 extra 3s now and a first next year. I think it does well to set up your rebuild. You got to hit on your picks.
Yeah.
It's we saw the Las Vegas Raiders those years under Gruden and Mack. They had all those picks from trading Khalil Mack and company, and they hit on about 10% outside of Josh Jacobs. You got to make the most of the picks, but I think they're picking players, Bo, very high floors.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that are just, I mean, there were so many picks under Kime. We've talked about we're a broken record that just never saw the field, couldn't get on the field, couldn't play. I think in the right scheme with Jonathan Gannon, at worst, these are going to be contributors. And at best, they're going to be players that I think are going to carve out a niche role and help this team win football games.
Yeah.
I have that much confidence in Gannon and his staff.
Interesting strategy. Nick in the chat saying, would you go with a DeJuan Jones? Would you go with a Wypler 94, 96? I think he even added, an Andrew Voorhees, who would be a pick and stash guy out of so just building that offensive line.
I'd love it.
I don't hate it at all. The San Francisco 49ers, those scumbags, have traded up, and they're finally in the 2023 NFL draft.
Yeah, I don't like them at all. They need offensive line help.
Mm-hmm.
We know that, but Shanahan loves his mid-round running backs too. Do they look at a mid-round running back? Talking to people in the know with the Niners, they like some of these pass rushers.
Mm-hmm.
Do they try to go up and get a pass rusher? There's the kid out of Northwestern still available.
Yeah.
Byron Young out of Tennessee, I think, is still available.
That would be an L if for the Cardinals in the division if they were able to not enter the chat so far for the draft and then come in and get a valuable pick like the kid out of Northwestern and add to their front seven, which is already stout.
Yeah, Moro Ojoma out of Texas, defensive tackle. There's a Carl Brooks out of Bowling Green. He's a DT. Brandon Daniels, a guard. Shanahan, though, they always kind of do something a little off.
Do they want a DeJuan Jones? Do they want a tackle?
Maybe.
McGlinchey left via free agency.
Do they add another tight end? With Kittle getting up there in age, getting banged up, do they pluck a nice tight end here? But I'm hearing Matt Barrows, who covers the Niners, maybe a safety. Looking at a safety here to go with Ufunga.
I think it's a win for the Cardinals.
It is if it ends up being the real deal here. Vikings trading to San Francisco 102, 164, and 122 or 222. It's a nice trade for the Vikings. So again, you look at that package. Vikings trade 87 to San Francisco for 102, 164, and 222. I would imagine the Cardinals trading down from 94 could get something similar to that, at least something to the effect of 2 picks in the top 100, or top 200.
So they took the kid out of Clemson? They're saying he's a linebacker.
That's going
Is that the previous pick?
That's going to Minnesota.
Okay.
I'm hearing right now it could be a safety.
Got it.
To the San Francisco 49ers.
Before, so they're taking Jair Brown out of Penn State at the safety spot. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Same kind of mindset here. Ravens taking a linebacker because it sounds like they are ready to bail on fellow first-round inside linebacker Patrick Queen. Same first round as Isaiah Simmons, not getting his 5th-year option picked up.
Well, and they spent pretty significant draft capital on getting Roquan Smith and then sign him to a very lucrative extension. Doesn't seem like it'd be smart to spend that much money in the future and guaranteed dollars on it. And a guy like Queen, too, who I think, he had some flashes, but the consistency, like Simmons, is somebody that you wanted more from in order to secure, any kind of future years beyond the initial 4-year contract and maybe not getting in the 5th-year option. It's his tyrannical GOAT 12.
Thank you so much for the super chat, my man.
$10 super chat here as the Cardinals pick is nearing. Would love to get Wypler and Ringo. No, we just drafted the CB. Let's stack the room. So many good wide receivers in our division. We need help. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point. I mean, when you looked at what Seattle was able to accomplish in the first round, they take a corner 5. It's certainly not taking a corner in the 3rd round, and they take a wide receiver in the 1st round. And you've got a stacked wide receiver room there in Seattle that you have to play twice a year. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, now JSN. So I think that the Arizona Cardinals, I have no issue with that. I actually like, if they want to start taking a bunch of offensive linemen and just play that thing by numbers and see who can become maybe a future starter potentially.
Absolutely.
If you draft 3 and 2 become starters, that's a win. If you take, 2 corners and 1 becomes a starter, that's a win because you've got one in Marco Wilson who you feel pretty confident about.
Could you imagine, Keenan in the chat, Jones and Wypler, could you imagine just taking 3 of the 5 offensive linemen for Ohio State? I mean, at the very least, you're going to get a couple guys that have played big-time college football and I think would be at least rotational linemen. They would be 6 linemen, and I think the floor is so high with these players because not only did they play college football at the highest level and compete for national championships, but they were top recruits out of high school.
Yeah.
And it's just you cannot manifest elite pass rush, defensive line play, or offensive line play. You either have the big guys that can move in space or you don't.
Yeah.
And that's what the Cardinals were so underserved under Steve Keim is they thought that they could take journeymen and late round picks and turn them into
Tank
quality
Bigsby
players
off the board.
Tank Bigsby, big man out of Auburn, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars to be a compliment with our buddy from Clemson last year.
Travis Etienne,
Tank Bigsby, nice 1-2 punch. Boy, the Jags are really loading up offensively. They took a tight end earlier. Look at that. Career rush, almost 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns in the SEC. Auburn's had some lean years, and he's carried them offensively. 6 foot, 210. Cardinals liked him. Not enough to go up and get him. Rams are on the clock now. They went Byron Young, so I assume Byron Young was available. He is not. He is gone now. I hope that
the Rams took Byron Young.
Yeah,
at Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, out of Tennessee.
Yeah, he went earlier. Picked
77. So there's 2. Isn't there 2 Byron Youngs in this class? There's a tackle and then there was an edge.
I think they took the edge rusher.
I thought the tackle from Bama went.
Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee. It looks like went to the LA Rams.
Okay. So we've got the Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Steelers. Then the Cardinals are on.
Not
1 or 2 picks.
Not a bad group to be behind. Dallas, they took a center last year. Buffalo took O'Cyrus
with
Torrence.
Jordan P. here.
Yeah.
I like those 2 prospects.
I do too. I think it's interesting. The Cardinals, I don't think you trade down. I think you take two good players in the top 100.
I agree.
I think there's too much good talent there to trade down.
I don't get what the advantage of to move into day 3 to have a 4th round pick when you can get 2 guys now.
Yeah, I'm with you. And then maybe I'm numb to day 3 in the draft, but I mean they have next in terms of this franchise not hitting on picks. And I know that's not this regime, but man, I think you just make both of these picks and you cement a really solid 2 days ahead of tomorrow. Lottery tickets and the next year. Keelee
Ringo, Wypler.
Brandon Daniels, who they worked out, who's a guard out of Utah, also.
Somebody to kind of look forward to. DeJuan Jones still there.
They met with Israel, the running back out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's interesting. That would be fun. I think as far as the running back class goes, it just the dominoes didn't kind of fall in favor of the Arizona Cardinals. Some teams were aggressive at the running back position.
Yeah.
And the Arizona Cardinals just weren't within striking distance where it made sense. So, maybe it's something that they take a flyer on later in this draft. But they still have an opportunity with some really good players here at the end of the 3rd round and 2 picks. And you can still get your heart broke as far as wanting that center as he's hung around here with the Cardinals.
I mean, what if they don't take a center?
Yeah, I mean that's a very real possibility.
Then I think you do have to get on the phone to a veteran center like a Ben Jones. And what we'll see too is you're going to see a flurry of veteran signings after the draft when teams don't fill their needs. I mean, you're going to see players that are out there on 1-year contracts start to sign here in the next 7 to 10 days. How active are the Cardinals going to be? They haven't been active at all. Z Professor, friend of the show, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Wypler and Ringo is a dream for me. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be a shot in the arm.
I think Wypler, Ringo, as we said, Ringo, and Ada Ibarre.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the pass rush room is pretty crowded. I mean, if you're going to give options.
But a guy who can switch inside.
You think he can play inside?
Yeah. And you start to really look at what Philly did last. I mean, it was a rotation, man. It was a deep group.
It was.
So, I don't think you have confidence in anybody outside of the guy that you just drafted, Ujulari. And even so, he's a guy that you just took out of the college ranks.
Yeah.
So as excited as you are as you can be for a prospect.
Hey, Kenny Wilson saying Chase Brown's still there. They didn't work him out, but they met with plenty of kids from Illinois.
Yeah.
He's a really nice player out of the Big Ten. His brother got drafted as a safety. I think he's probably more of a day 3 pick. But again, now it's apples and oranges that you're sitting here at the end of day 2. I mean, there's no such thing as a reach, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah.
You just if you feel like the guy's worth the value, you take him. Aris asking if the QB from UCLA, DTR, is still available. He is. Is he going to be available tomorrow when the Cardinals pick? I don't know.
Pass.
The Rams are taking.
Can we not talk about that right now?
All right, the Rams are taking.
No offense.
Kobe Turner, the defensive tackle, at pick 89. Where did Kobe Turner go to school? Let me look here. Kobe Turner.
We had him. Was it Wake Forest?
Yes. Kobe Turner went to Wake Forest, and he goes to the LA Rams at pick 89. Wypler in Washington. Let's have a lot of fun. Wypler better be one of these 2 picks, or I'm going to break my laptop over the
Where's our guy Anthony Johnson Jr. that was a Pro Football Focus mock draft legend at Iowa State? He's not on anybody's radar. Ryan saying Wypler and Darnell Washington. I just don't think the Darnell Washington thing's happening. The tight end room is a crowded room already. 2 guys that are going to be vying for spots. Zach Ertz is aiming for the beginning of the season. He's actually aiming to be back by training camp to prepare for the season. So, Ertz and Trey McBride, there's just other needs that this team could absolutely take care of here in the next 2 picks.
People want DTR, by the way.
Right now?
No, I think just in general.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Let's talk to me at the end of the draft tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let's talk about guys that can make an impact.
Boy, the quarterback class after these top 5 guys win, it fell off a cliff.
A little poopy.
Yeah, I had the Patriots taking Jake Hayner
out
of
ready
Fresno State.
Is the sun set for Johnny Venerable on a D-Hop trade?
I would say I have a 10% likelihood.
10.
No, not until Buffalo and Kansas City are dying.
Can you stop? It's just not happening.
I'm disappointed. I love the Cardinals.
Marvin Overshown, staying in the state of Texas, going to the Dallas Cowboys. Somebody who was a top 30 visit for the Arizona Cardinals. Playmaking linebacker. He's a beast. He is a beast.
I don't think it's over yet with the hop. I think there's an opportunity.
You're the guy that bought the D-back sign last week.
Yeah.
Just asking for his girlfriend to give him another chance. Give love a chance.
Don't bring that poor bastard up.
That's what you are with this.
I know.
The chances that a trade's going to happen between now.
Producer Emma, can you come over here and sit in my seat for me and hold down the fort? So Mr. Venerable can use the restroom as we prepare for pick 94.
92, right? No, 94. 94. I apologize. It's those. So the Arizona Cardinals now with the Bills after the Overshown draft. He goes 90th overall. 91st is on the clock with the Bills. Emma bringing her more impressive last beat up laptop to the set, sprucing things up.
Oh yeah,
Emma.
That's a bad look.
The reason in all the great content that you see go up on this screen, making us sound so good, look so good, Emma's the reason for that. Back-to-back nights. Big thank you to everybody in the chat that's joined us. It's been an unbelievable, fun 2 nights breaking down this draft. Monti Ossenfort, a big reason for that. Emma, as the Bills, they're on the board, on the clock. The pick is in. They have a child up there, an influencer apparently.
That's Josh Richards.
Do you know who this person is?
Yeah. Okay. He is actually like a really smart businessman.
Okay.
He's 21. First of all,
I'm judging a book by a cover. Doesn't look like a smart business guy.
He works for Barstool right now,
okay.
And his whole shtick is he will not work with a company, a brand, or anything unless he owns a percentage of it.
Ah.
So he owns a percentage of Barstool. He owns a percentage of like all these different venture funds, and he actually has like a production company as well.
Okay.
He was at he was doing a bunch of the Buffalo Bills like interviews yesterday, and then he was doing stuff at the Combine for the Bills, and then he was at the Super Bowl. Radio Row.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had no clue that you were an expert on all things Josh Reynolds. What was his
Richards.
name? Richards.
Yeah.
As he makes the pick for the Buffalo Bills, Dorian Williams, the linebacker out of Tulane. Tulane had a great season this year, and a part of that was Tajay Spears, who went off the board, and Dorian Williams, the linebacker, who's now making his way to the Bills Mafia there, and Josh Richards making the pick, the business savvy entrepreneur from Barstool Sports making the pick on behalf of the Bills Mafia. There's no way 90% of the Bills Mafia knew who that kid was, but he makes the pick.
No shot.
Yeah. And he's in there, and he's mixing it up with Barstool and the Bills Mafia, and here they are now. And the Arizona Cardinals closer. You got KC, Pittsburgh, and then the Cardinals. The Wypler dream continues. I know, Emma, are you sick of us saying the word Wypler?
Dude, you guys have said it so much. The amount of things that you guys like repeatedly say, it's just amazing to me.
It is nauseating. It is nauseating, especially coming from out of our mouths. And at this point,
I've been listening to you guys for probably 10 hours straight.
Yep.
The past 2 days, because like cutting clips, etc. Like, I love you boys. But wow. I'm going to need like a week.
Ryan, a great question for you, Emma. Do you know Josh Richards' 40 time? Does he have one?
40 time?
How many reps did he put up on the bench press?
I mean, we all saw him.
What was his C2 score? Do we know that?
I wish we did.
You sounded like an expert, and then the chat threw some really hard-hitting questions at you, and now we don't have any more answers. But
I apologize.
We got more than we could ask for.
What are they have Creed Humphreys. They do not need Luke Wypler.
B Money joining thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Money boys, thanks for what you all do, and thank you, Emma, as we have Emma here on set. Absolutely big thank you from the entire crew here at PHNX Cardinals, and what Emma does and what she's done for us the last 2 days. And she's gonna go home and just sit in a dark room in silence after having to listen to Johnny and myself.
No, I got a final. I gotta finish.
She's got a final, which she would probably rather do at this point than talk NFL draft with us anymore.
Ever.
So the Chiefs pick is in. That means the Arizona Cardinals are on deck behind the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers, I'm gonna ride this out as the Cardinals are close.
I didn't make it. I tried to make it the whole time. I'm so sorry. I let the team down. I had a potty break. I had to use the potty.
I got our guy Howard Balzer giving us more insight about Garrett Williams because we couldn't connect with him.
Yeah, what's he saying?
He more insight on Williams and his injury that he suffered on October 29th against Notre Dame. He said he was doing visits at the combine and brought stuff with him so he could continue his rehab.
Yeah.
Came out early despite an injury and said he had decided to enter the draft before the season. He said, quote, "I went exactly where I was supposed to go." And that he had great visits with the Cardinals at the combine and afterward.
Wow.
Said he feels good where he's at and believes he'll be ready to go by July. When asked if he believes the Cards got a bargain getting him where they did, he said 100%.
July. So Mr. Garrett Williams is going to be ready to go, presumably for the start of the season, which is great to hear. And as people pointed out in the chat, like, you don't want an ACL, but when you do, much more routine than 10, 15 years ago.
Yep.
And, I mean, you see this kid's ability. He's just so instinctual when you watch him, especially with the football in his hands. I cannot believe we have gotten to this point. We got almost 500 people watching. Thank you guys so much. That Luke Wypler is still available.
I love this
for the Arizona Cardinals.
This chat from Michael Yoki, who's I believe new to the chat. We're seeing some new names there. I've seen our usuals every day, and we're so thankful for them and grateful for them. But also the newcomers. Michael's saying this is a Wypler fan club. Absolutely,
it absolutely is. So Kansas City trades 92 to Kansas City.
They have Creed Humphrey. There ain't no center going to Kansas City.
They're taking a tackle. They're taking Wanya Morris, who's a tackle at Oklahoma. They had to give up 217 to go from 95 to 92. So again, it's between. I mean, Keelee Ringo or Luke Wypler is going to be there for the Cardinals at pick 94. That is unbelievable. And again, we don't know what their preference is. There's a reason guys are still available at this point. But Luke Wypler, Tony Pauline said he's going to be drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. Did he know something we did not know, or did he just blow smoke up our ass? We'll see.
Pittsburgh Steelers stand between the Arizona Cardinals.
Don't you dare, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Good old Lucas Wypler.
Whip it good. I'm going to tell you right. I'm going to make a prediction right now. If Luke if Luke Wypler is the pick at 94, I will buy a new Arizona Cardinal jersey, Luke Wypler.
Why?
Because we put everybody through this. Because we put this in people's head that they're going to take him. Whip it good, baby. Plus, he's going to. Luke Wypler needs to be an Arizona Cardinal.
What you can do.
Man.
Here's how you can do your part. Those out there, even the silent viewers of this show, just hit that like button if you want to will the Wypler into existence.
Steelers are taking Darnell Washington.
So the tight end off the board.
Good, get him out. We weren't taking him. He's got a foot. They've done it. Luke Wypler is still available for this franchise.
Do you roll the dice? Do you try to get him at 96?
No, you take him right now. No, never. Come on.
Monti Ossenfort. So the next couple picks here for Monti Ossenfort, one of them could be Luke Wypler. In between that, you got the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are a Cardinal sandwich right here in the third round.
Oh, I love it.
And could one of the pieces of bread be Ohio State center Luke Wypler?
Ticky-tack-taco. At this point, we have to take Wypler so we can just stop hearing about it every 20 seconds. My man, we're gonna have a broadcast tomorrow. What if he's available? What if he's around?
If we don't take Wypler, Johnny's gonna go do a couple whippets in the back alley of the PHNX Sports Studio.
Oh man, it's got to be Wypler. Listen, I don't. Whip good. All right, should we? None of us look at spoilers. That's
no.
Fun,
I mean,
right?
we need to see who the Steelers take.
No, they're taking Darnell Washington.
Oh, I apologize. Darnell Washington, big behemoth of a tight end out of Georgia. So just the state of Pennsylvania, their football teams are enamored with Georgia collegiate players. It's Philly, they ended their run earlier. And we've got the Arizona Cardinals officially on the clock.
It's been a fun day, too, with all of you. We appreciate you guys have made this the best draft experience possible. With all due, taking it seriously, 10 hours of coverage. This team's getting better. This team's gotten a shit ton of picks for next year, and they've got players that can help them this fall. We're excited to cover this team this fall at BetMGM Sportsbook at the lawn at State Farm Stadium, checking out some of these players in action. I can't wait. I wish football season started tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait. We've been doing this, as he's mentioned, so many hours, but we've been comfortable the entire time. Thanks to our friends over at More Furniture. These chairs, unbelievable. They look great.
Fantastic.
Our entire set looks great, and it's mostly furnished by our friends over at More Furniture. You can start to furnish your pad, whether it's your home, your apartment, your condo. Do it by checking out morefurniture.com. Take advantage of the Memorial Day sale, up to 50% off. Also, you can get that white glove delivery. They'll deliver it to your place. They'll unwrap it. They'll get rid of all of that crap that goes with unwrapping stuff. They'll have it put together for you. No crazy Swedish instructions. They'll put it together for you and put it exactly where you want it. It's going to get the perfect feng shui for your home.
Yeah, I love a good feng shui.
Kind of like what Monti Ossenfort's doing with his roster. He's constructing it perfectly. You can do that with your bedroom, your dining room, your living room, your kids' room. Do it with More Furniture, morefurniture.com. That's morefurniture.com. Big thanks to Bill. Hats off to you guys. Great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man.
Oh, man.
It's been a blast. We've had a great time. And we're going to keep this party going tomorrow. Yep. We're going to do a recap show following the Arizona Cardinals' final pick of the day. Bo and I are going to go live from our homes, and we're going to recap the Arizona Cardinals' entire draft and maybe even give it a grade.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. Maybe a nice letter grade.
Yeah.
One that looks different than the Cardinals are usually getting at this point.
We promise we won't do a 2024 mock, but, I mean, good hell. We might have to at some point with all these picks that they've got.
So are we going no spoilers here?
Yeah, I'll close let's go no spoils in the chat. I'm going to close my laptop here. Craig Atwell saying, "Uh-oh, Johnny, I don't like this. I don't like this." Are people saying, "Uh-oh"? We're taking the chat off.
Okay.
We cannot see. I love this. I want to do this for the next couple of picks. For 94 and 96, Bo, will you join me?
Yes.
With the spoiler free. So we love you all in the chat. We cannot see what's happening. Darnell Washington goes to Georgia.
Dun, 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 dun.
I don't know what that is. Is that the draft noise?
Whip it good. I don't know. We don't know.
People are
if
saying
it's a Wypler good.
Why are people saying uh-oh, though, if it's not Whip It or Wypler?
Okay, sorry. I was cheating. I've
where
got
I'm
some
at.
fresh tweets from Tom Pelissaro and Ian Rappaport. I'm not going to open them.
The freshest. This is just my wife texting me.
So the pick is in with the Steelers. The Cardinals are officially on the clock.
Are you disappointed Darnell Washington wasn't available? I am not.
Not at all.
I love Trey McBride like he's my son.
He's one of my favorite prospects, but as far as what the Arizona Cardinals, what they need, they don't need a 6'7" tight end.
No, they need a 6'7" defensive end. That's what they need.
I'll take that.
Yeah, they need somebody.
Now, I'm looking at my computer as far as who's available, and the Northwestern defensive lineman
on the clock.
Adibare, Keelee Ringo remains available. Luke Wypler, DeJuan Jones remains available. Could it be somebody that came up several times?
They made the pick quick.
Is in. It was very pick.
Not screwing around. Now I do think 96.
What if the chat is just like, we know who it is, idiots?
Yeah,
let's just talk about this and break it down.
No, well, they got to announce it. Aeneas Williams is busy. Trade alert.
No, I'm a liar. Don't listen.
The pick is in.
Pick is in. Emma's quick trigger with the mouse there. One playoff appearance in the last 5 seasons. Oh, Emma, don't say anything.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so she saw it. So I'm not getting Wypler vibes from Emma.
Are you getting quarterback vibes, Emma?
No. But she looks upset. She does look upset.
I think she's
concerned.
getting quarterback vibes.
No. Okay. Wide receiver, Michael Wilson, Stanford. He has ties to the coaching staff.
Sure. Sure.
The new Arizona Cardinals wide receiver coach and pass game coordinator went to Stanford after starring here at Hamilton locally. And now you've got
how big
Michael
is he?
Wilson. He's over 6 feet.
Okay.
He's over 6 feet.
So he's a real receiver.
Yeah.
1'7.5", 213.
Okay, so high character guy, obviously. Only 400 yards this past year, but Stanford's passing game was kind of poopy. Listen, his career, he's got 11 touchdowns, almost 1,700 yards. I would feel better about this guy if I knew DeAndre Hopkins wasn't going to be on the team.
Let's bring the chat back. Let's see what our friends are saying in the chat. But Michael Wilson, they go wide receiver, add him to the room. What does that tell you about D-Hop?
Well, fuck, we don't have that many picks left to
well, no,
trade
it's not
DeAndre
happening
Hopkins.
right now. But as far as
Bengals are celebrating like they just stole Wypler from us, those sons of bitches. They better not have.
Keep him in state.
Yeah, that's true.
Next pick trade. Oh, for the Cardinals?
Are they trading it? Next pick traded. We traded 96. I'm going to tell you right now, I projected that. I manifested it. God.
Lions trading up.
Lions are trading up. No Wypler today. Are we out of third? Did we trade out of the third?
We still have some third.
No, but did the Cardinals trade out of the third?
Lions are we
out? We're out.
Yeah,
we're
Cardinals
out.
are out.
We traded for four and 2 5s. Now we're partying tomorrow. Look out. 4 and 2 5s tomorrow. Wypler is gone. Did Wypler go to Cincinnati, or are we just assuming we're not going to get him because we don't have a pick? Where did the Detroit line? What are these picks?
I'm taking a look at the 4th round at least. So the Arizona Cardinals are now at 122. Did they have that? They didn't have that before, correct?
No, that's new. Wypler is overrated. Somebody said. I don't know if I agree with that, my friend. You knew 96 was getting dealt, didn't you? It just felt like that.
And then 168. Did they have that one already? So you said it was a 4th and a 5th?
4 and 2 5s, people are saying. 4 and 2 5s.
Was one a future 5? So they got 168.
People are not happy with Michael Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, when you get away from the premium position thing and you look at the lack of production.
He's 6'2", though.
He is 6'2". He has some size to the wide receiver room. And, I mean, if they move off of DeAndre Hopkins, the only wide receiver that could potentially make the roster is Zach Pascal at 6'2".
He pro comps to Mac Hollins, who's had a nice career as a mid-rounder.
Look, I think Michael Wilson and what we're hearing Drew Petzling's offense is going to be,
that's right.
I think he would be.
I think Donovan Peoples-Jones type of role for this young man. I'm just happy he's not undersized. Can we say that? I'm happy he's not 5'9".
Sure. I mean, I think that's the one, I guess, small victory you can get. Let's see, 122, 138, 168.
So Doug Haler, who writes for The Athletic, Garrett Williams, B.J. Ojulari, and Michael Wilson were all team captains this year.
Yeah, we used to hear that a lot during the Keim days. So, that goes as far as you want it to. I mean, And that's good. I mean, you're bringing in good people, and that's what you needed to do. But
did he get hurt? Are people saying he was hurt?
Michael Wilson?
I thought he was at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, he was at the Senior Bowl. I don't think he had a season-ending injury. Well, if he did, he had a crazy Senior Bowl. He had a really good Senior Bowl.
Let me hit the restroom, and then we'll wrap up this third round.
Sure.
Second and third round. Let's do that.
All right, so his comparison is Juju. Interesting. I'll hold down the fort, and I'm going to tell our friends about our friends at, we love our friends at Octane Raceway and Maverick. So if you guys have not checked out Octane Raceway and Maverick, best place for some spring, summertime fun with the family as we await football season and you need to kill some time. How about axe throwing, go-kart racing, multiple games for the best possible rate you can find. Virtual reality tournament, a chance to win up to $100. They've got a huge Cinco de Mayo event coming up. $5 Maverick margaritas, $5 off 2 taco trios featuring short rib tacos, hello, and then $15 Mexican beer buckets. Fantastic. They've got they're streaming UFC 288, so reserve your table now. That's going to go quick next week on May 6th. And then May 14th, the Mother's Day Brunch Extravaganza. Check it out all month long, Octane Raceway Maverick. So many great events. Check them out, octaneraceway.com, mavericks.com to learn more as we, Arizona Cardinals no longer have a pick in the third round, but they have a 4. Here's the compensation as I just pulled it up on my computer. 122, 138, 168. I like that a lot. I know people are skeptical. I think that's borderline a better package than the LA Rams traded and got earlier, I think, from Houston. 122, 138, 168. So for some context, they have an ability to add, I think, between 122 and 138, a couple of rotational players. Tranell said Wilson suffered a season-ending foot in 2020 and another season-ending injury in 2022. Well, they have to be confident if they're rolling the dice on this kid.
Hanging in the training room with Rondale?
Yeah, I hope not. Listen, his statistics were underwhelming because of injury.
Yeah.
They weren't underwhelming because he couldn't get on the field. He's also old as shit, though. He's been at Stanford since 2018.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. I don't have his exact age, but I'm guessing he's 24. He has to be at least 24 if he's been at Stanford for 5 years, right? So, listen, I think it's somebody that they think is going to play in the rotation this year. I think it's somebody that they feel like is going to help them on special teams. But here, let's count the receivers. Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, Rondale Moore, Gregory Dortch, Zach Pascal, and Michael Wilson. Mm-hmm. That's 6 receivers. So, who's not making the team?
He's 23 years old.
He's
just 23 in February.
Okay, that makes me feel
all
better.
right. Let's do this real quick. Let's reset. Let's recap this second and third round. Let's do this for mostly our podcast listeners out there, so they can get the full insight on what went down in Monti Ossenfort's day 2 of his Arizona Cardinals draft era kicking off. So after trading down in the first round from 3 to 12, trading back up for 6th, and taking Paris Johnson Jr., who we talked to today, the Arizona Cardinals traded down from 33rd overall to 41st overall.
Yep.
And they had a pick swap in the third round between them and the Tennessee Titans, and then got a future third-round pick. Now, with that 41st pick, Johnny, they take B.J. Ujulari, the pass rusher at LSU, and that's another premium position, just like the tackle that they took in the first round. So you're starting to check off boxes as far as premium positions there. And then you had to wait all the way until the third round to where they used the 72nd overall pick.
Yep.
And they took Garrett Williams, the corner out of Syracuse. So pretty good pick there. Pretty good start. First 3 picks of this draft. And then a head scratcher at the end of the third round. They take a wide receiver and Michael Wilson.
I think it's a head scratcher because of the injury concerns. Because you've got a corner coming off a torn ACL, and you've got a receiver who couldn't stay healthy at the collegiate level. I like what they physically bring to the Arizona Cardinals. And Garrett Williams doesn't have a history of injuries, and you presume he'll be back and fine moving forward. But Michael Wilson, I mean, he projects as an outside receiver. He's 6'2", 210, somebody that can go up and get the football. He body catches a little too much based on what I'm reading, but I don't think it's a bad pick if he can stay healthy. I think he's a rotational player, but they have 5 other wideouts that are in front of him as of right now. And no DeAndre Hopkins trade. You're seeing him toast Washington on the screen right now. He's a big physical target. And I think maybe they feel like with their training staff, which did grade well on the Pro Football Players Association grades, that he can come in and be a contributor. But for them, it's about, I think, the upside. And they probably feel like with the upside with this young man is we can get a potential number 2 wide receiver. If you're taking him in the top 100, you think he's going to be a starter. This is not some special teams or rotational guy. You think this guy is going to be able to play outside receiver for you. And with DeAndre Hopkins' situation uncertain, Gregory Dortch plays underneath, Zach Pascal plays underneath, Rondale Moore plays underneath. Really, you only had Hollywood Brown as another outside receiver. So, listen, is it my favorite pick in the world? No, but I at least can see what they're trying to do with this pick, Bo.
Yeah, I can see it as well. I'm still underwhelmed by it.
Sure.
There's still some players that slid, and we're still going to have to figure out, and it might take until seeing them getting on NFL rosters and why they slid as far as they did. Is like the Northwestern defensive lineman, or Keelee Ringo, the corner out of Georgia, Luke Wypler, who's probably, he was projected to go late day 2, early day 3.
Yeah.
So, he's still in his range of where he should get selected. But, the Arizona Cardinals taking Michael Wilson with the final pick of day 2. I can understand why this fan base is a little unsettled by it, right? Because you went premium positions and then you took one that you feel like, okay, did they necessarily need to address it? Because to your point, it's like you're taking a guy that you feel like can make an impact in some capacity soon.
You made a great point. Look at the Cleveland Browns and Drew Petzing's offense last year. Didn't have a receiver under 6 feet.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals, I have to put Hopkins in his own special category here, have no size. And so now Pascal's over 6 feet, and then you've got this kid over 6 feet. Hollywood Brown's going to play.
Yeah.
And we love Greg Dortch and what he brings, his intangibles underneath, but they wanted some size.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if he is able to stay healthy, they feel like he can contribute right away. But the first time that he's dinged up, hurt in college, hurt in the pros, how many times we hear that? We had that situation with Rondale Moore. We're living it right now. That is a concern. Now, I mean, do you think it's a possibility with this pick that they could deal from another receiver in the receiving corps? Could we see somebody like Rondale Moore move tomorrow? Veterans are moved typically on day 3.
Yeah.
Guys are moved for picks or swaps or trade-ups. This receiving corps, the amount of money they've invested in this, not this regime, but just the Cardinals in general, is immense.
Yeah.
So to use another pick on a receiver, albeit not in the second round, they broke that streak, they got to free up a spot for this guy. Because you cannot take a top 100 player and sit him in the first year of a rebuild. He needs to play.
Here's what I'll say. Here's the positives of the Michael Wilson.
I like the trade down, though. I like the package they got.
Yeah, trading down, adding more picks, getting more swings at it. Tomorrow before the 6th and 7th rounds, that's fine. But as far as Wilson goes, and what you like about it is his size.
Yeah.
Because of those wide receivers in Cleveland, what Petzing envisions and how this offense can operate. With him as the new OC, but to diversify the size, to get another 6'2" wide receivers was great. And what you have to trust your scouting too, right?
Yeah.
Drew Terrell, their new wide receivers coach, passing game coordinator, went to Stanford. I'm sure he's familiar with them, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure Monti Ossenfort is confident enough to tab him as they did as their final pick in the 3rd round. But here's why Arizona Cardinals fans don't like it. Is a guy, an injury took him off the field. You don't have tape that can tell you that when healthy, like a Garrett Williams,
he's dominating.
That he's a really, really good player.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot has to go right, and you just have to just blindly trust this front office that this guy's going to be a player.
Yeah.
Where I think the first 3 guys, I don't think there's any question. You can see why they like Paris Johnson Jr. You can see why they like B.J. Ujulari and why they like Garrett Williams, where it's like Michael Wilson is like, okay, I know that he was somewhere in this general vicinity as far as when he was supposed to go in this draft, but is he going to be an impact maker on Sundays? I don't think you can say, definitively yes. So, look, if you go 3 for 4 on this draft day, it's still a win.
Well,
You accumulated future picks. That was a big part of this draft. It's not over yet. And then you gave yourself a couple more chances at picking players tomorrow.
Meanwhile, the Niners took a kicker after trading up for a safety. Big L for the Niners today. You love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Cardinals, I think, let's talk about tomorrow, put themselves in a position, I think, to take a backup quarterback. You've got a 4th, you've got 2 5s now, and you've got 2 6s. That's 5 picks. They don't have a 7th. I think they've got an opportunity to add a DTR or somebody like that. They also have an opportunity to flush the defensive line if they want to add a pick or 2 there. They haven't addressed that. Maybe another cornerback becomes available. To me, it'd be hypocritical. I said before the pick, I said, they're going to take somebody. There's probably a likelihood that they're going to take somebody that we don't have graded that highly, because there's a reason why Keelee Ringo and some of these guys are falling.
Yeah.
You get to the late 3rd and into day 3, and it's a crapshoot, right? There's people that we fall in love with on draft Twitter, etc., on these message boards and on these player sites that end up going later than expected. And so they clearly felt like if they didn't take Michael Wilson where they did, he would not be available into tomorrow. I'm excited, Bo, because I watched Steve Keim punt on so many day 3s and just wipe his ass with so many picks. And now the Cardinals have an opportunity, like, go find a stud player on day 3 for the first time in 15 years for this franchise. I have a different mindset going into tomorrow, again, with Michael Wilson notwithstanding, that they can go and find contributors, because this franchise has been left out of the party on day 3 with 31 other teams, reaping the benefits of a bunch of good players still left over. So, 4th round, 2 5s, 2 6s. Let's party tomorrow.
Yeah, 20th overall. You're waiting 20 picks before they're on the clock when they start things back up tomorrow in the NFL draft. Unless they trade up, sure. But 20th pick in the 4th round, 5th pick in the 5th round, 34th pick in the 5th round. You got compensatory picks there. 3rd pick in the 6th round, 36th pick in the 6th round. So the Arizona Cardinals, look, they're flush with picks tomorrow. 5 of them coming. So more chances to get players on this roster, and then we'll see what Monti Ossenfort, one of his calling cards was undrafted free agents, rookie free agents. So immediately after the draft, that starts to who becomes like premium undrafted free agent types, and we're going to have all that for you for tomorrow. But as far as this day goes, 3 new players for the Cardinals, 4 players in the draft class, 3 players I think people are excited about. Not too bad.
Well, and to people in the chat saying, turn on Michael Wilson, stay peek and ball, I don't discount, like, when his tape's probably really good, it'd have to be. Say use the top 100 pick on him. I think it's just the injury concerns.
Yeah.
I think if he had not been injured, he'd probably go a lot higher. So totally get that. Can the Cardinals continue to roll the dice on injury players with a roster that needs players that can play right away? Michael Wilson's healthy right now. Garrett Williams is going to be healthy before the start of the season, and we'll judge them like everybody else. They'll have a clean slate. Michael Wilson may stay healthy for all 17 games of the season. I hope so for him. And again, I've seen much worse picks for this franchise. So after what Monti Ossenfort has done, I'm not going to sit up here and overreact to pick 94. After what I saw him do, fleece Houston yesterday, the Cardinals have 8 picks in the first 4 rounds of next year's draft, a rich draft, 2 firsts, a second, 3 threes, and counting. No, this rebuild is right on schedule, Bo Brock.
Yeah, it is. He's done everything this offseason that he's needed to do, and he covered a lot of ground in these last 2 days as far as accomplishing those goals.
Yeah.
The only thing probably not happening was DeAndre Hopkins, and in the fact that he's on the roster now, it's not a horrible thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It's you're waiting out and hoping some market will materialize, and you can get D-Hop to probably where he wants to go and contend, and the Cardinals can get an asset in return for him. So
real quick, Jim Nagy, of course, runs the Senior Bowl, executive director, said that Michael Wilson, one of the biggest sleepers sleeper is a term overused in the draft, but he said he falls into that category, consistently getting deep on 4-3 and 4-4 corners in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl, plays incredibly fast. Asked any wide receiver coach what they're looking for, it's the ability to separate outside, and it's near the top of his list.
Yeah.
He's got acceleration. So again, physical traits immense. Can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Let's get to these super chats. Little Dreezy we're not going to forget about you. Let's get to these super chats. We'll start with Dean first, though. $20.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dean.
Look at that. Emma, thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Emma.
We know.
Thank you, Dean.
Emma, you didn't have to use a burner account and put $20 in to promote your own hard work. We know about it. We see you.
Yes.
Let's see. Coordinades saying thanks for the $5, by the way.
Thank
Super
you,
chat.
sir.
Watching the best Cardinals analysis from Pennsylvania. Doing an awesome job covering the draft. Thank you so much, my guy. Really appreciate it. Lil Dreezy 13, $4.99. You've got 2 in the super chats here. Let's see which one you really wanted us to get to. But you guys got us ready for Wypler. No reason. Not mad though. Trust whatever Monti does. Yeah, that's the mentality. That's the feeling here around this set as well.
Yeah,
I think Monti has quickly earned our trust. And I put a tweet out there earlier today. I mean, this has been an off season where Monti Ossenfort has had to make some unpopular decisions. You know, a rebuild is not for the faint of heart, especially fan base that's always passionate and hopeful. And you don't see those moves that inspire hope because he's cleaning up the mess from the previous regime and letting players that people know are good players, but do they fit into the future of this organization? He had to let them walk, right? And we really haven't gotten a true view of Monti Ossenfort until yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. He was ready to take advantage of teams. And he made 3 trades over the course of 2 days of the NFL draft. He's adding picks at a masterful effort. And I'm going to tell you right now, this franchise, they're not going to hit on every pick. That's not breaking news, but they are going to be competent in the NFL draft. This franchise, really, since Rod Graves had, the 2004 draft with Larry Fitzgerald, Darnell Dockett, Carlos Dansby, and Antonio Smith, have not put together complete drafts. And it's been shocking that they've been competitive as they have been. But now they're in a position to wipe the slate clean and add, I mean, goodness, if they make all their picks tomorrow, Bo Brock, in the span of this year's draft and next year's draft, you're talking about 20-plus draft picks the Arizona Cardinals are going to add.
We've got some insight from our Cardinals beat reporter at the facility right now in Tempe, Howard Balzer, Michael Wilson talking to the reporters there, and said he wore the same number at Stanford as Cardinals wide receivers coach Drew Terrell.
Yeah.
But he said they had a connection, but was shocked when the Cardinals picked him. He said they weren't in the top 10 teams he thought would pick him. He broke his collarbone at Notre Dame 2 weeks before Garrett Williams tore his ACL against Notre Dame.
Wow.
He said he's completely healed.
He's ready to go.
He's ready to roll.
Garrett Williams ready to go.
Michael Wilson.
Yeah,
also. Garrett Williams, the corner, his timetable, he said he's going to be ready to go July. That gives him plenty of time to get ready for training camp. Tyrannical Goat 12 with the $5 super chat. Cheat code to fix the O-line. Dressed every low lineman that goes to Oklahoma. The O-line coach puts out great linemen every draft. I'll push back a little bit. Cody Ford, they traded for Cody Ford, who was a second-round pick. Couldn't even outplay an undrafted or a guy they picked up off the waiver wire late last week. What was his name? Rashad Coward. He outplayed Cody Ford. So, Oklahoma does produce some solid offensive linemen. Obviously, the Trent Williams, the Creed Humphreys out there, some big-time players. But it's not a bad recipe for success. We're not saying like every Oklahoma, Ohio State guy is going to be a hit. That's why Wypler, DeJuan James, Jones, they do. They do. Lil Dreezy, $1.99. Thank you so much. Wilson, one of the best route runners. Give him time. Absolutely. Nobody's not giving him time. I just think that people they just got into loving Monti's picks, and this is the one where people that doesn't have questions. But early returns.
Hey man,
Michael Wilson saying that collarbone's fully healed. That's great.
I love Josh Rosen. I love Beanie Wells. Right. I love plenty.
You don't have to show those.
I love plenty of picks that didn't matter, and there have been plenty of picks for this franchise. I'm like David Johnson. That seems like a reach, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I wanted who's the quarterback they took or they worked out from Notre Dame, but they traded up for Budda Baker. And there was that quarterback.
Kaiser?
I wanted Deshaun Kaiser over Budda Baker. And again, fans are so smart. They're educated. But at the end of the day, it's like when it's a player that maybe it's not on our radar and the production's not there, we have a right to question it. And Monti Ossenfort has the right to take the heat. And I think he's going to take the heat. But if that pick turns out to be a stud, then he's going to get all the praise for it. That's the way it should be. Absolutely. I'm fired up for tomorrow. Again, they're gonna get value tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's see that one more super chat here. Dean with the $10 sticker. Thank you so much, Dean. Dean W. Another dub from Dean. So without going in order, do you have a favorite pick from today?
Do I have a favorite pick? I think it's probably Ojulari.
Yeah.
Just because when I read
SEC ass kicker,
when I read statistics from Pro Football Focus that he's second to only Will Anderson Jr. in pressures, and I can physically see, unlike Kingsbury and Kine, the disconnect with Vance Joseph. Here's what Monti Ossenfort's saying. You need Hassan Reddick 2.0. Here's BJ Ojulari. I had people texting me, this is plug and play for Jonathan Gannon. Is he going to produce right away? I don't know, but that's his role.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Jonathan Gannon, we talked about it off air, that he's not here to pick the players. He tells Monti Ossenfort, here's what I need from the grocery store. You go get it. And they're doing that right now. Williams, perfect example, built like a Darius Slay, who coincidentally was also a third-round cornerback. So I can see the vision, and we talked about it. Even though it's not my cup of tea to take injured players, Michael Wilson is on par with the offense they're going to run because of what Drew Petzing did.
Well, and that was Monti Ossenfort's calling card, even before we figured out what he was going to do in the draft, what he was known for in Tennessee and his role there.
Putting guys in positions
Absolutely.
that they know.
Finding out what players who are available that match the schemes and the coaching staff and what they wanted to do. So when you say Garrett Williams is a Darius Slay guy, Michael Wilson, where does he fit as far as what Drew Petzing wants to do on the offensive side of the football? I think he's got a pretty good idea.
But that's not to say you can't ask Monty Williams Monti Ossenfort. What makes you think Michael Williams is going to stay healthy in the NFL?
Michael Wilson.
He couldn't stay healthy in the Pac-12. He was there for 5 years. What makes you believe that in the rigors of the NFL, not the Pac-12, but the NFL, that players are going to be able to produce and he's going to be able to stay healthy? Everybody in the chat, I get it. His tape looks good, and he looked good at the Senior Bowl. But this is a long season, man. 17 games. It's preseason. He's got to go in there and fight in a loaded receiving room. And maybe that's the idea is like, take a year off with your body, get ready to go. We got veteran guys, then we're going to unleash you year two.
Even if they trade DeAndre Hopkins, I know you don't have the size that you necessarily want, but you've got Hollywood Brown, who's going to be able to play like he did, was leading the NFL in receptions before he went down with the foot injury. He's playing for a contract this year. You've got a motivated Rondale Moore. You've always got a motivated Greg Dortch. You've got Zach Pascal, who brings the physicality and obviously just the ferociousness and just how focused he is. He's going to play teams, and he's going to play slot. He's going to play wide receiver for you. And Michael Wilson, the expectation that he's going to come in and do something and have a big role on this team, it's not there. So they're going to try to get him going. Eric Cross saying it's broken bones. That is a big point. He's not tearing ligaments here. He's got a broken collarbone. He's dealing with some issues in the foot. Foot's tough.
Yeah, but
you got so many tiny bones in there.
I mean,
but it's not Rondale Moore with a nagging hamstring or groin injury.
Not yet. I hope not.
No, but I think it's different.
Listen, I'm gonna root like hell for the kid, and I hope he plays and I hope he contributes. Josh saying trade Hopkins to the Patriots for 3 4th-round picks. I do not think you could survive now. I think I'm waving the white flag. The proverbial hypothetical white flag. You cannot trade DeAndre Hopkins at this point. Not unless it's for future picks. You're trading DeAndre Hopkins for 4th and 5th and 6th.
It's a ham sandwich.
That's embarrassing. That's an embarrassing move for this franchise. And I love Monty, and I just applauded him for this entire draft week. I think it's been masterful. You had 2 months to get this done, and you've known about this since Michael Bidwell interviewed you in February. They wanted to move off of him. They wanted a clean slate. They wanted to eat money. You needed to get this done.
It tells me that nothing truly materialized to where he felt like he was getting fair value, and I don't.
What's fair value though?
For DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, we don't even know what fair value is.
I mean, what the reports have been is they wanted a 2nd-round pick.
So
and nobody came close to that. And like Monti Ossenfort said, with the 3rd overall pick, he's not going to just trade a guy to get, all parties involved, to a good place mentally. He's not going to let an asset go for what he doesn't deem fair value.
Yeah.
And look, if it means that they hold on to him and things get uncomfortable as far as, how training camp starts and how, voluntary mini camps go and mandatory mini camps go. And look, DeAndre Hopkins came to town this week. He was on a flight from Miami to Phoenix, and then he was just down the street at some clothing store. He's in town. I'm sure he's willing to have a conversation with this new coaching staff and be a good employee for a potential short stint with the Cardinals, his remaining Cardinals career.
Do you think there's any chance the fact that they have shown no sense of urgency to add a backup of note, and now they're keeping DeAndre Hopkins, they're getting the band back together, Kyler Murray could be healthy before we know it, sooner rather than later, and suddenly it's game on for the Arizona Cardinals with D-Hop and company and Kyler Murray?
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw Hendon Hooker. We mentioned it yesterday. He's out there working out, throwing, hitting another phase of his rehab. And Jonathan Gannon said the same thing. He's in a different phase, but he continues to progress. Kyler Murray does, and he's attacking his rehab, and he has to kind of rein him back. The entire organization does. He said he's chomping on the bit. He wants to be out there right now.
Yeah.
But they have to do what's best for Kyler Murray. It helps that you're getting him Paris Johnson to the offensive line, but you have to get him back mentally and physically. And he's 3 weeks behind Hendon Hooker, who's looking at September 1st. So that puts you basically into the season.
Yeah.
But, could he be back after 1 or 2 weeks?
Well,
Carson Wentz was back 3 weeks into it after tearing his ACL in December.
Yeah, we talked to the Pro Football Doctor, to the Twitter doctor. He said he thinks Kyler Murray is going to be ready to play from the pocket by this time the season starts.
Yeah.
Can you be, Kyler Murray that you need him to be running around making plays? We're going to find out. They met with DTR at the NFL Combine, by the way.
Yeah. Picks tomorrow. Anything that you can kind of pinpoint? I feel like you're talking quarterback at some point, and I don't disagree with that.
I think that running back is an option.
Running back, sure. Start to look at the running back class.
Rotational defensive lineman, maybe another corner, and they haven't prioritized a center yet, but who knows? Wypler's still available. Maybe they're getting the sense that he's not going to be a day 2 pick. Obviously, he wasn't. So I would say right now, if you're looking at the ideal picks tomorrow, I think they get a backup quarterback, a developmental guy. I think they get a running back, and I think they get a defensive lineman. And then you could also mix in a corner, because I can't feel confident about them adding another offensive lineman because they didn't do it today.
Yeah.
And they had ample opportunity after ample opportunity. So, but they might just say, fuck it and go BPA.
Yeah. This is easy. Monti Ossenfort start to his Cardinals drafting career. Hit that like button to celebrate. It's been a banner 2 days. Hopefully he's going to finish strong with day 3.
Yep.
We're going to wrap things up with you tomorrow. Right after the draft, Johnny and I are going to fire things up. We're going to be breaking this draft down, looking at all the picks.
Yep.
As he's got 5 more selections to go tomorrow. But it's been an awesome night. Again, great job, Emma. Great job, Johnny.
Emma.
Great job, Mac, with the graphics on social media. They're
Fantastic
fire.
job.
And everybody in the chat tonight. I think it even surpassed yesterday's efforts. Unbelievable.
Just in the weeds with the super chats, the picks, the questions, the analysis.
Yeah.
We have the most educated audience, and that's for a reason, because you guys are fantastic. Eric Cross, thank you so much for the kind words. It's been a banner time, and it's only just beginning for this franchise.
That's right.
Brock.
That's right. I'm sad it's over. I'm sad that our 2-day just marathon. Emma hates me.
I wish it never ended. I'm never going home ever.
I don't think I can go home. I think my wife changed the locks on me at this point, and is filing for just full custody of my child. But yeah, it's been awesome, and I can't wait to recap this thing tomorrow.
Hell yeah!
And make sure that you're subscribed. PHNX Sports, following us on all the socials, right? PHNX_Cardinals. Twitter, Instagram, PHNX Sports, Johnny Venerable, Bo Brock, Emma Clark. It's been a great couple days. We'll talk to you one last time tomorrow.